Such beautiful hands. Sui Yi squeezed through a crowd of new students reporting to school at the gate. She raised her arm to shield her forehead from the blazing sun, glancing up at the bright sky, and instantly felt a wash of brightness before letting out a breath. Before she could finish exhaling, someone interrupted her, launching into a rapid-fire barrage of questions. Are you a new student? Did you come here by yourself? Junior. Hello. I'm your senior. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Before he could finish, he saw the girl in front of him break into a gentle smile, her eyes curving gracefully, and he couldn't help but think how lucky he was to run into such a beauty, especially one who was alone. However, her gaze was directed past him, looking behind. The reason Sui Yi smiled was because she spotted her roommate, Sanbao, sprinting towards her from 50 meters away, moving as if she were in a 100-meter dash. Sanbao's father's surname is Run, and her mother's surname is Shun. To simplify matters, her parents named her Run Shun. It is said that almost everyone who hears this name will ask a question in return. Ginseng? Ginseng, mink fur, deer antlers? The three treasures of the Northeast. Thus, the name Sanbao was born as Sanbao approached. She slapped the boy on the shoulder, hands on her hips, and fiercely asked, "What are you studying?" Imaziniua. You're a sophomore, right? Which department? What's your surname? What's your name? The boy, still youthful, looked at the fierce Sanbao and then at the slightly amused Sui Yi and quickly ran away. Sanbao scorned his retreating figure for a few seconds before turning to Sui Yi with a flattering expression, asking, "Yi, did you bring any of Mom's delicious food?" Sui Yi turned her head and smiled. "I brought it. You called me 3 times yesterday. How could I not bring it?" The two of them laughed and had just taken a few steps when someone called out to her from behind. Turning around, they saw a few boys approaching. Lin Shun affectionately patted her shoulder. "Back? You seem to have grown taller after the summer break." Sui Yi smiled slightly, looking at Lin Shun with clear eyes. They had known each other since childhood due to family connections. Although Lin Shun was 2 years older, they had always had a good relationship. She absent-mindedly complimented, "Senior, you've become more handsome too." Under the blazing sun, amidst the smell of something burning, she seemed to faintly catch a whiff of a cool minty scent, a familiar yet strange aroma. That person remained tall and elegant, sporting a calm smile that suggested indifference. Yet upon closer inspection, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. As Sui Yi lifted her gaze, she met his beautiful eyes, and from his dark pupils, she felt a wave of coolness. The owner of those eyes was quietly observing her. Sui Yi nodded slightly, "Senior Xiao." Then she swept her gaze across the group, smiling and greeting, "Hello, seniors. Xiao Ziyuan." When Xiao Qing and Xiao Yi smiled back in greeting. The moment Sanbao spotted the handsome boy, her eyes lit up, and she energetically exclaimed, "Hello, seniors." Then she took a step closer and dashed in front of Xiao Qing, calling "Dear Senior." Her tone was so sincere it almost seemed like she would throw herself at his feet, clutching his pants. Sui found it amusing as she looked at her round face and big round eyes. She looked adorable. The reason they called Xiao Qing "Dear Senior" was that they were all in the medical school, just like him. Xiao Qing found this title somewhat helpless, but still smiled warmly. The four of them seemed to have something to discuss, and after a few words, they left. Sui Yi exerted all her strength to hold back Sanbao, who wanted to follow. Sanbao, be a little restrained. As they passed by each other, she accidentally glanced down and caught sight of Xiao Ziyuan's hand resting at his side. Wow, what a beautiful pair of hands. Sanbao gazed dreamily at the handsome boy's retreating figure. Sui Yi called her a few times without any response, and while carrying her suitcase forward, she leisurely threatened, "You can look slowly. He'll go back and share the delicious food with Higu and the demon girl." Upon hearing this, Sanbao immediately chose food over scenery and quickly turned to catch up. Lin Shin grinned at the three beside him, boasting, "My sister just keeps getting better. She's not only beautiful, but also has a graceful personality, and most importantly, she's incredibly smart." The other two were used to Lin Shin's self-promotion and shook their heads with smiles. But Xiao Ziyuan, for once, asked with a meaningful tone, "Is that so?" Earlier, she had been standing under a tree, with bright sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting fragmented shadows on her. She was tilting her head, chatting with the girl beside her, when she heard Lin Shin call her. She quickly turned her head, her face still carrying a smile that she hadn't had time to hide. Bright and captivating, as the group of boys walked through the bustling campus filled with new students, It was lively and full of energy. In such an environment, Lin Shun tilted his head and seemed to catch a glimpse of the meaningful smile at the corner of Xiao Ziyuan's mouth as he looked down. Sui Yi entered the dormitory, where Higu was cleaning and the demon girl was fixing her hair. Upon seeing her, they both cheered and rushed towards her. They pounced on her suitcase. All right. Sui Yi admitted that delicious food was more attractive than her. Ji's real name is He Wenjing. Sui Yi remembered the first time she saw her in college. She was struck by her lively spirit, with hardly a trace of quietness about her. After sizing her up for a few seconds, she asked, He Wenjing, does that mean quiet in a specific place? Higu was 175 centimeters tall, exuding a spirited vibe, and with her outgoing personality, she was nicknamed Higu. As for the demon girl, her real name was Xiao. She was exceptionally good-looking. With a curvy figure at IT, was said that she was a rare beauty at X University. But because she was too curvy and her biggest hobby was teasing younger boys, she was called the demon girl. Everyone at X University knew that the demon girl's surname was G, and her sweetness could cause internal injuries. Sui Yi watched the three of them immediately start fighting over the food, symbolically trying to mediate. Ladies, please don't do this. However, the three continued to jostle for it, showing no sign of acknowledging her. Sui Yi sighed, took her change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. The next day after Sui Yi returned, classes began. After taking a shower, she opened her computer to check the class schedule. As soon as she opened the teaching system, she was dumbfounded. San Bao, with something in her mouth, mumbled at her, How is it? Shocking, right? Sui Yi initially thought the system was glitching and refreshed several times before giving up. Shocking. Why are there so many classes? San Bao jumped over, full of indignation. I really can't believe the scheduling teacher. Classes from 8 in the morning to 8 at night. Isn't this not allowing people to eat or sleep? Higu, having finished eating and washed her hands, came over, took the mouse from Sui Yi's hand, and scrolled down. This isn't over YET. Oh, you know what elective class San Bao signed us up for? Sui Yi stared at the unfamiliar name in the elective course column and turned to look at San Bao with a resentful expression. San Bao explained with a guilty face, there really weren't any other options. Sui Yi smiled with understanding. Is that so? San Bao grabbed the arm of G, the demon girl. Demon girl? He is smiling at me again. So scary. I confess, I heard that a handsome guy will be teaching this class this semester. Really, a handsome guy. Many people couldn't sign up, but I was lucky. Also, subjects like mechanical engineering should be mostly boys, right? We can go watch the demon girl tease them. The demon girl slapped away San Bao's greasy hand, glaring at her. You know that the boys in the mechanical engineering department are abstract, right? Do you know? San Bao was still arguing in the face of a difficult situation. Not necessarily. Look at Senior Xiao. He from the mechanical engineering department. So handsome, right? Faced with San Bao's plea for help, Sui Yi thought seriously. Xiao Ziyuan? That pair of beautiful hands seemed to appear before her eyes again. She nodded. His hands are quite nice. A struggle session ended because of Sui Yi's jumping thoughts and responses. A few days later in the evening, Sui Yi went to attend the so-called elective course taught by the handsome guy with the other three girls from her dormitory. The course name was extremely complicated, and to this day, Sui Yi could only remember the word mechanical. Indeed, as San Bao said, most of the students in the large classroom were boys. Sui Yi glanced around. Just as the demon girl said, they looked very abstract. When a substitute teacher entered, Sui Yi was playing a building block game on her phone. She only looked up when she heard 3 exclamations of surprise, then smiled. Not bad. He really is handsome. The handsome guy had a flawless face from every angle, a clear and rich voice, and solid professional knowledge. After the class, the other 3 girls looked unsatisfied. Higu sighed while packing up. It was worth it. The demon girl had a spring-like expression. It was worth it. San Bao was surrounded by pink bubbles. It really was worth it. Sui Yi also sighed along with them. It really was worth it, but what should I do if I didn't understand anything? After class, San Bao, the demon girl, and Higu went to the back gate of the school for a late-night snack, while Sui Yi, having eaten too much for dinner and not feeling hungry, decided to go back first. As she walked to the bottom of the teaching building, she unexpectedly encountered the handsome substitute teacher again. He was still standing in place, seemingly waiting for her to approach. Sui Yi stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Senior Xiao, what a coincidence. Xiao Ziyuan nodded. So, did you understand anything? It's a big classroom with so many people. He saw me. Sui Yi smiled shyly. Actually, I didn't understand anything at all. Xiao Ziyuan frowned, seemingly reflecting. Was my lecture that bad? Sui Yi hurriedly explained. No, senior, you taught very well. Seeing her face turn red from anxiety, Xiao Ziyuan smiled. I was just joking. It's okay, this part is quite advanced, and since you're not in this major, it's fine if you don't understand. By the way, what made you think of taking a course in the mechanical engineering department? This time, Sui Yi was deep in thought. Should she tell him it was to watch handsome guys? Instead of seeing handsome guys, she saw many handsome guys' vehicles. Xiao Ziyuan gestured for her to walk outside. Is it hard to answer? Xiao Ziyuan seemed to enjoy watching her awkwardness and spoke leisurely again. Most girls who choose elective courses in the mechanical engineering department do it to see handsome guys. So, did you see any? Sui Yi honestly replied, no, perhaps the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. Xiao Ziyuan was taken aback and then laughed. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the dormitory building where Sui Yi lived. They politely said goodbye, one turned around, and the other walked upstairs. Sui Yi went upstairs while pondering that she and Xiao Ziyuan were not particularly familiar. They had only seen each other a few times because he was roommates with Lin Shun and had eaten together a few times. It seemed like they talked more today. Not good. Not good. Girls should be reserved. Zhang Tingyu said, it's better to be silent than to say 1,000 words. Sui Yi is a good girl and should listen to the ancients. After the freshmen entered school, they quickly started military training. Every day at dawn, military songs echoed through the campus, severely affecting the sleep of Leader Sanbao. One evening, when Sui Yi returned with hot water, she saw Sanbao standing on the balcony praying. Military training, don't rain, Leo. High temperature and sun exposure, Leo. The instructor is ugly, Leo. Stand at attention. Military training is so cruel. Who told you to always disturb my sleep? Who told you to always compete with me for food? My countless wishes. If you have military training, it will be a sunny day. My countless wishes, Leo, Leo. If you have military training, it will be a sunny day. Seeing Sui Yi enter, she called out, Hey, Yi, come and pray with me. Sui Yi quickly waved her hand. No need, you continue. Sanbao nodded seriously and continued chanting on the balcony. Just as she stepped inside, Higo came in right after, raising his voice. There's a class meeting tomorrow. Everyone must attend on time. Sanbao seemed to ignore him and continued her incantation, while the demon girl grinned mischievously, has nothing to do with me. Although the demon girl had transferred from the medical college to the architecture department, she hadn't changed dorms, so she always looked gleeful watching the show. Seeing the reactions of the two, Sui Yi expressed gratitude on behalf of the masses. Thank you for your hard work. Higo clasped his fists, serving the people. The next day, the three arrived at the classroom on time. Due to the male and female dormitories of the medical college being separated by most of the campus, every time there was a class meeting, Sanbao seized the limited time to communicate with the boys in her class. Rinyi, got any good seeds recently? Yeah, I do. I'll send them to you later. Sanbao was regarded as a bro by the boys in her class, so they generally called her Rinyi. Sanbao's existence fully proved a truth. If you want to quickly and firmly establish friendship with male peers, it's simple. Just casually say to him, bro, do you want seeds? The title Rinyi actually has a story behind it. When she first entered school during the first class meeting, while introducing herself, Sanbao went up and said, I'm a bit nervous. I see my classmates behind me are also a bit nervous. How about I tell a joke to ease the tension and awkward atmosphere? The audience immediately applauded. Is a dumpling a boy or a girl? The audience erupted into a noisy discussion, with some saying male and others saying female. Sanbao smiled mysteriously. Of course it's a boy, because dumplings have wrappers. The classroom fell silent instantly. Dumplings have wrappers. Have wrappers. 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 Sui Yi, Higu, and the demon girl all buried their heads low, not wanting to admit that they were from the same dormitory. Rinyi became an instant hit. The consequence of this joke was that the boys who went up after Sanbao couldn't say a word. After chatting for a while, Sanbao moved to the other side to talk to another group. One of the boys asked, there's a video that's super popular recently, Zidane highlights. Have you seen it? Sanbao leaned over and asked, who is Zidane? Zidane shooting highlights. Zidane shooting highlights. Everyone fell silent, busying themselves with other things. Sanbao still looked confused, waiting for an answer. Sui Yi couldn't bear it and called her back. Sanbao. Be reserved. Sanbao readily agreed. Okay. Then she joined another group. Sui Yi, and Iga shook their heads and sighed. Time passed day by day, and the new student military training finally came to an end. Sanbao looked at the dark faces around the campus with satisfaction. On the day of the military training closing ceremony, the four of them went together to watch the soldiers. Sanbao whispered, "Hey, look over there. That tall and skinny one is so handsome." Yan squinted her eyes and glanced from a distance. "Aren't you into pretty boys? This one is so dark." Sanbao clasped her hands together, full of admiration. "But this dark one has such character. I like him." Sui leaned against a tree, feeling drowsy. She wasn't really interested in the soldiers, but was reluctantly dragged out early in the morning to join the viewing. Every few seconds, she could hear Sanbao excitedly expressing her admiration for a soldier, while Yan never missed a chance to criticize her. After the review, the closing ceremony finally ended, and the three of them walked back. A few black cars with military plates drove past them, and Sanbao suddenly pointed ahead. "Hey, brother Xiao." Xiao Ziyuan was walking in front of several boys, talking about something with a faint smile on his face. When several cars passed by them, they quickly stopped, and a middle-aged man in military uniform got out of the car, seemingly calling out to Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan said something to the people around him, and the others quickly left. He walked up to the middle-aged man and spoke with a smile. Sanbao looked puzzled and said, "Hey, isn't it the leader from the military district who just spoke? Weren't they quite serious just now? Why are they smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum now?" The enchantress glanced over and noted that the man's rank seemed to indicate he was quite a high official. The middle-aged man chatted with Xiao Ziyuan for a few moments, then patted Xiao Ziyuan on the shoulder and quickly got into his car and left. Sanbao stretched his neck to watch the car that had already driven away, thinking that everyone said Xiao Ziyuan was a true red noble, and it seemed to be true. Sui nodded with a strange expression, indicating that it should indeed be true. His demeanor and the innate charisma he exuded certainly wouldn't belong to an ordinary family's child. Xiao Ziyuan watched the vehicle leave and suddenly looked over here. The three of them stiffened, caught in the act of peeping. They awkwardly waved from a distance and turned to take a longer route back to their dorm. When they returned to the mechanical engineering building for class on Thursday, it was surprisingly crowded. Sui Yi turned to look at the sign at the classroom door, then glanced at the excited crowd inside, silently wondering if they had entered the wrong classroom. He flipped through the course schedule on his phone to check the sign, confirming, "No, it's Mechanical Building 305. This is the right place." Behind them, a scholarly-looking boy with glasses clarified, "This happens every year when Xiao Laoda teaches. Many girls come to listen." Sanbao nodded and elongated his tone. "Oh, the handsome guy effect." The four of them finally found empty seats in the second-to-last row just as the class bell rang. Xiao Ziyuan walked in with the sound of a bell, dressed in a beige casual outfit that made him look even more handsome, causing a stir. Sui Yi noticed his slightly furrowed brow, which quickly smoothed out, and then he naturally started the class. Sui Yi continued playing with building blocks. He was still reciting English. Sanbao was still reading a novel, and the enchantress was still teasing a certain boy on her phone. During the breaks between rounds, Sui Yi would glance up at the podium, and each time she did, she felt like Xiao Ziyuan was intentionally or unintentionally glancing at her. When she looked more closely, it seemed like he wasn't looking in her direction at all. After a few times, her self-proclaimed strong little heart started to feel a bit guilty. So she put down her phone and began to listen to class. Sanbao glanced at her, wondering if her phone had run out of battery so soon. Sui Yi played along, saying, "Yeah, I forgot to charge it this afternoon." Just as Sui Yi was ready to study the class seriously, chaos erupted, and the noise from below grew louder. The girls in the classroom were complaining, "Senior, this is so boring. It's pointless. We don't understand anything." Supportive voices chimed in, "Yeah, Senior, don't be so serious. Let us chat." Xiao Ziyuan leaned against the side of the podium, one hand in his pocket and the other supporting himself on the desk, smiling as he glanced down at the crowd. "Bored, huh? Then let's do something fresh and exciting." "Great, great." A group of people immediately perked up. "Oh no. The master is about to unleash a big move." A somewhat helpless male voice sounded behind Sui Yi. She turned to look and saw the boy who had just been talking to them at the classroom door, but now he looked worried. Xiao Ziyuan smiled slightly. "All right. Now everyone take out a piece of paper and write down your name, student ID, major, and department." The crowd, unsure of what Xiao Ziyuan was up to. Thought he was really organizing an activity and began to take action. Sui Yi looked at Xiao Ziyuan and suddenly recalled the boy's crying face, feeling a bad premonition that what was coming next was definitely not good news. Is everyone done? Xiao Ziyuan still wore a smile as he opened the textbook to page 68 and said, "Submit the answer to question 3 as part of your usual score." Instantly, cries of despair echoed throughout the room. Once the master made his move, it was like a massacre, truly a tragedy in the human world. Xiao Ziyuan tossed the chalk in his hand into the pencil case after drawing an arc in the air, his smile growing even brighter. As you all know, the elective courses in the mechanical engineering department cannot be failed, and Professor Zhang Qing, one of the school's 4 famous instructors, is the one who sets the exam for this course. Professor Zhang's exam papers are always known for their difficulty, sweeping the entire school, and I believe everyone has heard of it. Just a reminder, Professor Zhang has been teaching for 30 years and has never given any student a favor. So if students from other majors want to pass, they cannot afford to slack off on their usual grades. How about it? Are you awake now? Still bored? Excited? Interested? Sui Yi looked at Xiao Ziyuan and smiled as she gently posed 4 questions, genuinely feeling that Xiao Ziyuan was high-end black humor. Sitting in the back with a good view, she couldn't help but laugh at the frowning faces around her. Hearing Sui Yi's laughter, the 3 people who were lost in thought turned to her in confusion. "I.e., what's going on? Why so loud? Is class over?" Sui Yi thought for a moment and succinctly summarized the whole event and its subsequent impact. Basically, our course is going to fail. Sui Yi stared at the problem on page 68, racking her brain to dig up the little science knowledge left from high school, but after scribbling on the paper, she still couldn't figure it out, so she just casually drew an analysis chart to bluff. Sanbao looked around and copied, complaining, "I.e., we are somewhat familiar with Brother Xiao. He won't really take us seriously, will he?" Sui Yi glanced at the tall figure in the center of the classroom, then wrote her name in the upper right corner of the blank paper and casually shattered Sanbao's fantasy, saying that looking at handsome guys comes at a price. Then she meaningfully looked at the enchantress, saying that the cost of flirting with handsome guys would be even higher. The enchantress raised an eyebrow, knowing Sui Yi was implying something, and put away her phone with a charming smile. "I.e., let me copy." Ego was intercepted midway. "Hey, enchantress, you have been in the architecture department for more than a year. This should be your strong suit, right?" The enchantress pouted. Architecture and mechanical engineering are worlds apart. Sui Yi couldn't help but say, "Actually, I can't either. Everything above is just me writing nonsense." TCH, the 3 of them simultaneously let go, and Sui Yi watched her exam paper float down from the air to the ground. She sighed, realizing she shouldn't have been so kind. These 3 were too realistic. Just as Sui Yi was about to bend down to pick it up, a pair of bony hands grabbed a corner of the white paper, picked it up, glanced at it a few times, and then placed it on her desk. Sui Yi felt awkward, just when she thought it was over. Those hands picked up the phone beside her, swiped the keyboard, revealing the game interface. Long fingers tapped a few times on it before putting the phone down and turning to walk toward the podium. Sui Yi lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. She had been caught playing games during class. When class was over, everyone reluctantly handed in their assignments at the podium, and the 4 of them exchanged glum looks. "I.e., why don't you go talk to Brother Xiao?" Sanbao scratched his head anxiously. Sui Yi remained silent. Xiao Ziyuan seemed easygoing, but was actually the most principled. There was no way she could influence him. "Enchantress, how about you go?" The enchantress pouted. "I still remember that lesson. Someone who can kill me with just a glance. I won't provoke again." "Biga, aren't you in the Taekwondo Association? Why don't you ambush him halfway and snatch the assignment?" Biga looked at Sanbao. "Sanbao, do you know? I heard Brother Xiao is sent to the army for training every summer, and I heard his grappling skills are superb. Are you saying I should go steal something from him? Am I trying to die?" Sanbao slammed the table boldly. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Saying that, he walked up with a big smile. "Brother Xiao, good evening." "Good evening." Xiao Ziyuan glanced at her and replied blandly. That glance made Sanbao immediately hand over the assignment without hesitation. When he returned, everyone asked just like that. Sanbao nodded, just like that. "What do you want?" The 3 of them rolled their eyes in silence and grabbed their bags to leave. As they exited the mechanical engineering building, people around them were discussing the matter. Sui Yi mischievously thought, I wonder how many sneezes Xiao Ziyuan will have tonight. Brother, you've tormented me 1,000 times. Xiao Ziyuan returned to the dormitory, put down his books, washed the chalk dust off his hands in a bathroom, and then opened his computer to search. Lin Chen rushed in from outside to report that when Yi Dao would be accompanying the professor tonight for a surgery and probably wouldn't be back. Xiao Yu went to the study room to work on the design drawings and also wouldn't be back. Xiao Ziyuan was focused on the computer screen, absent-mindedly murmuring an aha. Lin Chen leaned over to take a look with an incredulous expression. Isn't this the program you wrote out of boredom a few years ago? Why are you pulling it out now? Xiao Ziyuan carefully placed a block on top, and the whole building suddenly collapsed with a crash. He let out a breath and suddenly found it quite fun. Lin Chen originally wanted to reach out and touch Xiao Ziyuan's forehead, but halfway through, he remembered that he didn't like others touching him, so he withdrew his hand. Boss, are you sick? Xiao Ziyuan glanced at him, turned off the computer, and prepared to wash up and go to bed. Lin Chen shrugged and said to his figure, Boss, you're really strange today. Xiao Ziyuan came out of the bathroom and saw Lin Chen sitting on the bed, laughing and pounding his chest with a notebook in his hands. When he saw Xiao Ziyuan, he gave him a mischievous smile. Did you go on another killing spree today? Xiao Ziyuan wiped his hair, his voice a bit muffled. How do you know? Haha, there's a pin post on the school forum tonight that's really popular. It's a touching confession post. While saying this, he beckoned Xiao Ziyuan to come and take a look. Xiao Ziyuan took the mouse and clicked a few times before shutting it down. Lin Chen protested, Hey, why did you turn it off? It's so touching. I haven't finished watching yet. Bored, Xiao Ziyuan grabbed a book and leaned against the bed to start reading. Lin Chen secretly opened the web page to continue watching. In the girls' dormitory, come quick, come quick. Sam Bao called from in front of the computer, it's so juicy. 4 furry heads crowded around the computer to view a post titled Senior Brother tortured me 1,000 times, yet I treat him like my first love. The post was made by a girl, and the first few dozen comments were about how the original poster had fallen for Senior Brother shortly after starting school and secretly followed him. She even posted a few photos of the male lead, which were clearly taken without permission and were somewhat blurry, but that didn't hinder everyone from recognizing the male lead's identity. At the end of the post, she mentioned how she had finally managed to enroll in an elective course taught by the Senior Brother this year, filled with joy, only to find out that he suddenly had a test in the second class, leaving her heartbroken. Nevertheless, she expressed her feelings. Senior Brother tortured me 1,000 times, yet I treat him like my first love. Perhaps due to the male lead's outstanding qualities, the following pages were filled with enthusiastic replies, quickly making it a sensation across the entire forum. Sui Yi watched for a while and realized that the 3 people around her seemed to have missed the main point. This photo of Senior Brother is so handsome. Yeah, when was this? Freshman year? He looks so young. Sigh. Sui Yi let out a breath. The allure of handsome men was indeed frightening. Before long, there was a follow-up event. Someone uploaded a photo of Xiao Ziyuan talking to a military district leader during the day, causing the post to take a different turn. New students on campus began to inquire about who Xiao Ziyuan was, while senior students took it upon themselves to list Xiao Ziyuan's life stories. Some insiders claimed that Xiao Ziyuan indeed came from a prominent family, and one could tell from his inherent pride. They also mentioned 2 phrases, arrogant due to talent and naturally cold-hearted. Sui Yi briefly browsed through the comments and found that Xiao Ziyuan did indeed have a cool demeanor. But upon interacting with him, one would discover he was very kind to people, unlike what was said about him being arrogant. As expected, this comment was quickly attacked, with many people supporting Xiao Ziyuan. Sui Yi laughed, surprised that Xiao Ziyuan's cool and aloof demeanor actually made him popular among the boys. Having a solid base of support was indeed crucial. Later, a veteran ID on the forum stood up and said, a person from a prestigious family, raised in such a favorable environment like a star, should he not have a noble heart? Should he not have a proud spirit? Upon hearing this, many people sighed in agreement. Then, some gossipers mocked the original poster for overestimating herself, asking if she could chase a man that even Yu Qinxia couldn't pursue. Suddenly, everyone became interested in the rumors between Yu Qinxia and Xiao Ziyuan. Sam Bao looked excited. Sister Yu is getting involved even when she's lying down. Sui Yi thought the public's ability to dig up gossip was limitless. What she didn't expect was that after just going next door to say a couple of words, The situation had completely changed when she returned. Higu, Sanbao, and the vixen were huddled around the computer, laughing in a rather lewd manner as they watched her. Sui Yi was startled. "What are you doing?" Sanbao waved at her. "You're in the spotlight too." Sui Yi leaned in to take a look and was stunned. An ID named Truth Emperor had posted a photo of Xiao Ziyuan standing next to Sui Yi. Whether intentional or not, he slightly leaned to the side, and from this angle, it seemed as if he was embracing Sui Yi. The two were nestled together. Sui Yi was blushing and smiling at the camera, while surprisingly, Xiao Ziyuan was also wearing a warm smile. Sui Yi recalled that this was a group photo from last year's Student Council annual meeting. She had been fed a few drinks and was a bit tipsy, which explained her expression. She also had a copy of this photo, but the key was that there were other people in it. Now, having been cropped, it indeed gave a sense of ambiguous intimacy. The Truth Emperor also posted a few more group photos of Xiao Ziyuan with others, including Yu Qinxia, but everyone wore polite smiles that felt warm yet distant. Except for this one, which seemed genuinely heartfelt. Everyone was curious about who this girl was. "Aye," the vixen called out with a teasing tone. Sui frowned. Maybe senior brother was drunk at the time and couldn't control his expression. The vixen hummed. "I remember senior brother always drinks juice at gatherings." Sui raised her hands in surrender. Okay, I'm not sure either." Lin Shun rushed over to Xiao Ziyuan with the computer, pointing at the photo and asking, "Main character, do you have anything to say in your defense?" Lin Shun thought Xiao Ziyuan would ignore it, but to his surprise, he seriously looked at it for a while and commented, "The photo turned out quite well." Lin Shun tentatively asked, "So should I post it?" "Sure." Xiao Ziyuan replied, casually, while flipping a page of his book. Then a reply came in saying, "The main character said this photo turned out quite well." The crowd seemed stunned by this news, and for a long time, no one added any more replies. A minute later, comments flooded in. The great deity spoke. Wow. Can the deity say a few more words? Does this mean the deity is admitting it?" Many boys chimed in, lamenting, "Sigh, a flower from the medical school has been taken by another college." The comments on the screen kept refreshing. Sui opened her computer, staring at the words on the screen, her face turning red. The main character said this photo turned out quite well. After a long time, she finally closed the computer and rolled under the blanket on the bed. The three people under the bed were gleeful. Just give up already." The next day, many people she knew and didn't know came to watch her for various reasons. Sui sighed. She wasn't troubled by this, but worried about whether it would be awkward to see Xiao Ziyuan again. In the morning, the vixen went to class while the three of them arranged to have lunch together at the cafeteria. As soon as they stepped in, they saw the vixen in the corner waving at them. There was a girl sitting next to her, and the vixen was winking at them while calling them over. And the three understood immediately. Sanbao glanced and casually asked, "Oh, is this a new girlfriend?" The girl looked taken aback, glancing between Sanbao and the vixen. Higu slapped Sanbao. "What are you talking about? How is she new? Isn't this the same one from last time? Just because she changed clothes, you don't recognize her?" Sui watched the girl's face go from red to white, completely breaking down, and kindly comforted her, "Don't worry. Although the vixen has some unusual preferences, she is very loyal to her girlfriend and won't abandon you." The girl's chopsticks fell to the ground instantly. When they went to get food, the four of them huddled together. "Who is this girl?" "A classmate from the architecture department. Let me tell you, I can't stand her. She's so obsessed with foreign things, determined to marry a foreigner, and spends all day like a search engine looking for foreigners on campus. Once she finds one, she sticks to them like glue. Today, she insisted on having lunch with me. It's so annoying, I can't shake her off. I specifically saved her for you to educate her." Sui looked disapproving. "We usually support each other as classmates." The enchantress leaned over and smiled wickedly at Sui Yi. Don't be modest. I know you're in a bad mood today, and your aggression is at an all-time high." After finishing their meal and starting to eat, just a few bites in, the girl indeed started talking. "I ran into a European guy on campus today, tall and strong, and he even smiled and greeted me." The four of them looked helplessly at each other amidst the pink bubbles of excitement. The enchantress grinned and winked at the three. Sui Yi sighed, feeling regretful. "No matter how good he is, it's useless. Unfortunately, you can't accommodate him." "Can't accommodate him. Can't accommodate." The foreign-obsessed girl looked shocked, while the others suppressed their laughter and continued eating. Sui Yi added, "Enchantress, you've been in medical school for so long. Haven't you told your girlfriend about the consequences of not accommodating? The Hong Kong Stars golf incident is a cautionary tale." The foreign-obsessed girl quickly made an excuse to leave, and the four of them sighed in relief, feeling refreshed. After a while, San Bao flipped the food in her plate from the top to the bottom, angrily tapping her chopsticks on the plate. "Isn't this supposed to be stir-fried meat with green peppers? Where's the meat? Where's the meat? Why is there only green peppers?" The enchantress glanced over and leisurely replied, "Maybe it eloped with the tomatoes on a neighboring plate?" Higa looked at her and said, "Well, today you're lucky. At least there are no worms in the green peppers." San Bao became even more furious, shoveling rice in her mouth, and ended up choking and burping. Sui Yi handed her the soup, comforting her, "Don't be angry. Tomatoes and pork 1 tea be happy together." Puffed. San Bao spat out a mouthful of soup. Laughter erupted from behind. When Sui Yi turned around, she saw Yu Qianxia's smiling face and smiled back. "Sister Yu." Yu Qianxia was a classmate of Xiao Ziyuan, a girl from the engineering department who was not only pretty but also efficient in her work, embodying the spirit of a strong woman. Sui Yi always admired girls who excel in engineering, and with Yu Qianxia's good personality, they had always gotten along well. "You four are bullying people again." Where? San Bao waved her chopsticks dramatically. "Sister Yu, come sit and eat with us." "No need," Yu Qianxia smiled. "I've finished eating and I have to leave." "Goodbye, sister." "Goodbye." The enchantress tilted her head and leaned on Sui Yi, asking with a smile, "Hey, do you think Sister Yu's seen that post?" Sui Yi was taken aback for a moment. She had forgotten about it until the enchantress mentioned it. However, just now, Yu Qianxia didn't seem to show any abnormalities. Lowering her head to eat in silence, Sui Yi thought, "Enchantress, I hate you. I almost forgot until you brought it up." The other three laughed quietly while holding their bowls. After a nap, Sui Yi woke up to see San Bao sitting in front of the computer, flipping through a few pictures. "Yi, I'm planning to change my hairstyle later. Which one do you think looks better, this one or that one?" Sui Yi looked at the screen, one with long straight hair and the other with long curly hair, then glanced at San Bao's short hair that just reached her ears, sighed, and patted San Bao's head. "San Bao, don't make it hard for the hairdresser." In the afternoon, with no classes, Sui Yi, Higa, and the enchantress accompanied San Bao to get a haircut. The barbershop at the school gate was always busy, and the hairdressers never understood that just a little trim means to cut it shorter. After everything settled, San Bao looked at herself in the mirror. On the verge of tears, the hairdresser behind her wore a smug expression. "Looks good, right?" San Bao's face was bitter as she gritted her teeth and replied, "Looks good." After leaving the barbershop, San Bao pitifully asked, "Is it really ugly?" Sui Yi and Higa just smiled in silence, while the enchantress tugged at San Bao's hair and said with a sharp tongue, "Not just ugly, it's downright hideous." San Bao returned to the dormitory gloomily and didn't stay for long before running out again. The enchantress asked, "Where's she going?" Higa didn't lift his head. "Probably going to find some comfort." Sure enough, San Bao left with a long face and returned singing and dancing. This was her magic trick. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she would go chat with the gossiping aunt downstairs in the dormitory, and usually within 10 minutes, she would learn about someone in another college, major, or dorm who was worse off than her, which instantly healed her spirit. Sui Yi's phone rang with a message. "The student council is recruiting new members tonight. Meet at 7 in the office," notified GC Xuan. Xiao Ziyuan. Every time Sui Yi sees the three characters Xiao Ziyuan, she feels a bit uneasy. "Who is that?" San Bao asked. "Brother Xiao. Let me and the demon girl go for the new student interview tonight." The demon girl touched her chin with a curious expression. "Why does Brother Xiao only text you every time?" The three of them looked at Sui Yi with mischievous smiles. Sui Yi tilted her head and asked, "What do you want to say?" San Bao affectionately put her arm around Sui Yi and said, Yi, I really think Brother Xiao seems to." "Sui similit at her. Hememe." "Nothing." San Bao didn't dare to tease her and cheerfully changed the subject. Many more people signed up for the student council than they had imagined. By the time it was not yet time, the hallway was already full of people. When Sui Yi and the demon girl squeezed in, they saw a certain infatuated girl from the student council surrounded by a group of freshmen doing outreach work. Actually, the student council. The president is just a puppet governed jointly by the four major princes of the Tianlong 8 parts. The four major princes? Tianlong 8 parts? The Tianlong 8 parts refers to the organization department, study department, life department, sports department, external relations department, health department, work-study department, and club department. As for the four major princes, they refer to four of the vice presidents. Make sure to watch closely later. It's rare for them to all appear together. Who are the four major princes? Xiao Ziyuan from the mechanical engineering department, Wen Xiaoqing from the medical school, Xiao Yu from the architecture school, and Lin Shun from the law school. Sui Yi smiled. The term four major princes is really vivid. After squeezing in, most people had arrived, and a short meeting for new recruits was about to start. The demon girl stepped into the office with a cheerful greeting. Brother Xiao, you're here? Xiao Yu was moving a table and stumbled when he heard the demon girl's voice. The demon girl leaned in closely to scrutinize him. What brand of facial cleanser do you usually use? Your skin looks really good. The demon girl seemed to particularly enjoy teasing Xiao Yu, always making jokes with him. Xiao Yu rubbed his forehead, looking troubled. As most people had arrived, they were just waiting for one minister. But after waiting for a long time with no sign of them, some people began to lose patience. The person sitting next to Sui, he had a good relationship with that minister and had called 5 or 6 times without a response. When he was about to take out his phone to call again, Sui Yi pressed his hand down, calmly speaking. If the call wasn't he answered the first time, don't call again. It's better to let it go stale than to cling to it until you go crazy. If he truly loves you, he will definitely call you back. Everyone burst into laughter, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. The boy's face turned a bit red. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Sui Yi still smiled. It's a popular joke online. Haven't you heard it? Everyone knew it was a popular joke online, but only she would think to use it here. Xiao Ziyuan smirked at the girl, finding her quite interesting. In the end, they didn't wait for the absent minister, and a brief meeting was held to kick off the recruitment. The so-called interview was just asking some boring questions. When asked why they wanted to join the student council, the answers varied widely. Sui Yi recalled being asked the same question before, and she remembered her answer was to gain extra credit and take fewer courses. As Sui Yi came back to her senses, she realized the boy across from her was still waiting for her to ask a question. So, she asked, "What are your hobbies?" The boy suddenly spoke with deep emotion, as if reciting poetry. I like to breathe the fragrant air with the scent of earth after rain. I enjoy the smell of sun-dried blankets. I like. Sui Yi shivered and looked down at his application form. He was indeed from the Chinese department, as sour as old pickle cabbage. After thinking for a moment, Sui Yi cleared her throat to interrupt him. Classmate, don't you know? The so-called fragrant scent of earth after rain actually comes from the excretions of actinomycetes. The smell of sun-dried blankets is actually the aroma of roasted mites. The girls nearby heard the conversation and laughed uncontrollably. The boy across from Sui Yi looked at her with a face full of deep resentment. Sui Yi coughed lightly again. Sorry, let us continue. We're just chatting casually. What do you usually like to eat? Ramen. Well, actually, ramen is quite similar to roundworms. At this point, the boy completely fell silent. Sui Yi felt that the awkwardness was not good, so she took the initiative to bring up another topic. Have you ever eaten clams? Actually, you're eating their gonads. Sui Yi continued without caring about the boy's expression. You must have been to that home-style restaurant at the back gate of the school, right? You must have tried their signature dish, tuduanjun, a dish made from type of worm. The girl looked at the poor boy, took his application form, and angrily left, laughing uncontrollably as she patted Sui Yi's shoulder. Yi, you bullied the freshman again. Sui Yi sighed next. Wen Xiaoqing and Xiao Ziyuan had been observing from a corner. Wen Xiaoqing tilted his head and asked, Don't you think you two are very similar? The same light and faint smile. The same calmness in the face of praise or blame. The same unruffled demeanor, achieving your goals at a leisurely pace. The same resilience, the same composure and tranquility. Xiao Ziyuan and Wen Xiaoqing looked at each other for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, and then looked at that figure. Still, really? The next interviewee was a lively and cheerful girl, and Sui Yi felt that she couldn't have a normal conversation with her at all. Senior sister. I heard a senior sister mention the 4 great Bale. Are those the 4 handsome guys in that corner? Sui Yi looked at her excited, sparkling eyes, turned her head to take a glance, and saw 4 people leaning against the table talking about something. She turned her head back and said, yes. Senior sister, do they have girlfriends? Sui Yi thought for a moment and whispered, according to rumors within the student council, Senior Xiao is with Senior Yu. Senior Xiao is with that enchanting sister who is interviewing right in front of you, and Senior 1 and Senior Lin are available. Why don't Senior 1 and Senior Lin have girlfriends? Could it be that they... Sui Yi thought to herself, if Sanbao were here, they would definitely have a great chat. Once you enter the gate of corruption, purity becomes worthless. Then tell me about the 4 of them. I really want to hear. Sui Yi looked at the little girl with a sincere expression and couldn't bear to refuse well. Senior Xiao doesn't talk much and has only one way of interacting with unfamiliar people, which is to give you a look and let you figure out yourself. Wow, a shy man. I like it. The girl fantasized excitedly. Sui Yi continued. As for Senior 1, he lives up to his name, gentle and warm, and will smile gently and charm you to death. Wow, a smiling tiger. I like that too. Sui Yi looked at the increasingly excited little girl, feeling somewhat speechless. Senior sister, keep going. Okay, let's continue the interview. All right. It was rare for Xiao Qing to see Xiao Ziyuan smiling so broadly outside. Shy man? Smiling tiger. Xiao Ziyuan retorted with a smile. So that's the image we have in this girl's mind. The 2 of them shook their heads and laughed. The interview work finally ended, and Sui Yi was organizing the retest list while facing the form when Xiao Ziyuan walked over and sat next to her to watch. Sui Yi felt a bit nervous, straightened up, and looked at him. Senior Xiao, are you in a hurry for the list? Not in a hurry. To her surprise, Xiao Ziyuan still sat next to her, the faint mint scent lingering at her nose, and her face gradually started to heat up. Was he sitting a bit too close? Senior Xiao, do you need something from me? Xiao Ziyuan pointed at the pen in her hand with a pure gaze, saying, this pen is mine. Sui Yi's face turned even redder. She had just casually picked up a pen and didn't expect to be so lucky. Moreover, Xiao Ziyuan suddenly spoke again. His voice filled with laughter. You really did poorly on that question in the last class. Sui Yi's hand shook violently, leaving a mark on the white paper. With a sorrowful expression, she admitted defeat. Senior, I was wrong. I won't play games in class anymore. Xiao Ziyuan smiled, his lips curling up. This girl looked gentle and quiet, but every time she faced him, her expressions were quite rich, which was nice. Sui Yi lost her train of thought while copying notes, observing Xiao Ziyuan's natural demeanor. The comments in the post were probably just someone messing around, or he simply didn't care about such gossip and was unaware of the post's existence. With this thought, Sui Yi felt relieved and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her, pointing at the tip of her pen, indicating that she had copied the wrong line. Sui Yi felt like banging her head against a wall. Familiar faces make things easier. After the follow-up work was done, everyone cheerfully suggested going out for a late-night snack. Xiao Ziyuan agreed with a smile. All right, let's all go. I'll treat. Upon arriving at the back gate of the school, they unexpectedly ran into Sanbao and he go and decided to eat together. Sanbao bounced over and asked, are there any pure and cute little brothers? The seductive girl looked unwholesome. How can we see someone else's little brother? Sanbao scoffed. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hey, you say. Sui thought for a moment. I haven't seen anyone's little brother either. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter around a large table, chatting and joking, creating a lively atmosphere. While waiting for the food, 2 girls at the next table were discussing Korean stars, their voices getting louder as they gushed. Tell me, why do so many people like Jang Gun-suk? Why? Sanbao slammed the table, as she usually didn't like Korean male idols. Someone answered, maybe it's because he looks good. Another said, maybe it's because he acts well. Sui thought for a moment, tilted her head, and replied, maybe it's because of his name? Everyone fell silent. Sanbao chuckled, you're too evil. I like you. Xiao Ziyuan's expression remained calm, but there was a smile in his eyes. Yu Qinxiao looked at him and tentatively asked, Sui Yi is quite interesting. Xiao Ziyuan did not respond, but in his heart, he agreed. It was rare to see such a calm and gentle girl talking about such profound innuendos. Later, Sui Yi encountered that oddly sour boy from the Chinese department a few times on campus. Every time he saw her, he would walk away with a horrified expression. San Bao and Higo were always curious. What did you do to him? The enchantress laughed until she was in stitches. Sui Yi could only express her helplessness, probably because of their gender incompatibility. In the first class of the afternoon, which was supposed to be nap time, the classroom full of students was dozing off amidst a pile of organ names. Suddenly, the teacher said, "We will participate in the technology innovation competition organized by the Mechanical Engineering College. Every department must participate. Is there anyone willing to sign up?" The crowd was jolted awake from their dreams and quickly lowered their heads, pretending it had nothing to do with them. The teacher smiled at the podium. "Since that's the case, I believe our professional students are all excellent, so I will randomly call names to participate. Don't call me, don't call me, don't call me." Sui Yi listened to San Bao chanting beside her and told her it said that when you're praying not to be called, you're actually creating an attraction towards the teacher. But God can't distinguish whether this attraction is positive or negative. So the teacher is very likely to feel that attraction and call your name. San Bao thought for a moment and changed her chant. "Call Sui Yi, call Sui Yi, call Sui Yi." Before Sui Yi could stop her, she heard the teacher call out, "Sui Yi." Sui Yi shot a glare at San Bao and slowly stood up. The teacher had a deep impression of this girl. "Let me find two more, Rin Shun." San Bao stood up with a bitter face. "Teacher, you know my major courses are really bad. Knowing it's bad, you still don't pay attention in class. Do you even want to graduate?" "Teacher, I really don't want to graduate." "You." "Teacher, you don't know, I originally wanted to study traditional Chinese medicine, and then go home to plant medicinal herbs on our land, and then I'd be rich." San Bao said, her face full of longing. "Sit down." He Wenjing. Higo bowed his head in submission. "Teacher, if you want me to help move some equipment or buy some water, that's fine. But please don't look for me for anything else." In the end, the teacher found two boys from another class. The teacher waved his hand in satisfaction. "All right, after class, you all come with me to the Mechanical Engineering College." In the office of the Mechanical Engineering College, two teachers were making half-serious small talk. Sui Yi glanced at the two unfortunate souls next to her, who looked just as unwilling, and sighed silently. They were all in the same boat. Several more teachers and students came in, and after listening for a while, Sui Yi learned that this was a major project proposed by the school, with the theme of innovative medical devices. The team included students from the medical school, mechanical engineering, electronics department, and also students responsible for writing development plans and marketing the product. The more Sui Yi listened, the more complicated it became. Fortunately, she was only responsible for the medical functionality part, but the person in charge would probably have a headache. Just as she was thinking this, she heard one teacher say, "By the way, I specifically invited Professor Zhang Qing's prize student to guide you. He will come over soon, and you can get to know each other." When Sui Yi heard the name Zhang Qing, her eyebrows twitched, but soon her premonition turned into reality. Another teacher echoed, "Xiao Ziyuan, right? This big shot from the Mechanical Engineering College has quite a reputation. I've heard he has participated in the technology innovation competition twice, and won first prize both times. And he has applied for patents. Truly a talent. No wonder Professor Zhang treasures him so much." Sui Yi's brain took a moment to process this. "Oh, an acquaintance. That's great. It's easier to work with acquaintances." Soon, Xiao Ziyuan stood in front of them, greeted them with a smile after listening to the teacher's introduction, chatted briefly, and agreed to meet tomorrow morning at the library for a detailed discussion before leaving quickly. Before going to bed, Sui Yi received a text from Xiao Ziyuan. "Why didn't you tell me about participating in the competition?" Xiao Ziyuan sent the text message without knowing in advance that she would also attend. When the teacher in the courtyard told him, he almost canceled it. Sui Yi stared at her phone for a long time. Xiao Ziyuan had never texted her for personal matters before. So, was it a mistake? After thinking it over, it should be a mistake. Sui Yi didn't reply, turned off her phone, and went to sleep. The next day, after having breakfast, Sui Yi went to the library. As soon as she entered, she received a message from the temptress. The temptress, having nothing to do recently, attended a course titled College Students' Love and Mental Health, and was confused by the psychology teacher, often asking all sorts of random questions, i.e., what kind of woman do men really like? Sui Yi thought for a moment and replied succinctly with a few words, "Beauty has a broad heart." She thought that would be the end of it, but a few seconds later, Another message came in. What kind of man do women like? This time, Sui Yi answered without hesitation, wealthy and well-endowed. The temptress took a few seconds to respond, saying, "I.e., you're a rogue." Sui Yi smiled and put away her phone. Xiao Ziyuan stood by the bookshelf on the second floor of the library, looking for a book. As he casually tilted his head, he caught sight of Sui Yi. She was coming up from the escalator on the first floor, and the autumn sunlight filtered through the transparent glass roof, illuminating her. She was enveloped in a dazzling glow, her outline somewhat unreal and blurred. A serene smile graced her lips as she looked down at her phone, radiating a light that was almost too brilliant to behold. Xiao Ziyuan squinted his eyes, deep in thought. This girl was undoubtedly beautiful, elegant and independent, graceful yet understated, already knowing how to appropriately conceal her beauty at such a young age. Standing or sitting quietly, her soft and slender figure exuded calmness and composure. When she realized you were looking at her, she would respond with a gentle smile, but when you tried to get closer, it was impossible. You moved forward. She stepped back, always maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. She would never, and you shouldn't expect to get close to her heart. She could see the problem at a glance, then skillfully avoided or solved it without a word. Lin Chen always praised her intelligence, but she was more than just smart. When Xiao Qing said she was very much like him, at first he didn't feel it, but the longer he interacted with her, he began to feel that she was like another version of himself. However, sometimes she seemed a bit confused. Sui Yi reached the second floor and immediately spotted Xiao Ziyuan, surprised that he had come so early, and walked over to greet him. "Senior Xiao, good morning." Xiao Ziyuan was calculating something on paper. The characters on the white sheet were free and powerful, subtly carrying the aura he possessed. It wasn't until he finished the last stroke that he looked up at her, his expression somewhat serious as he spoke. "I have a question to ask you." Sui Yi immediately tensed up. "Senior, I've seriously thought about the topic you mentioned yesterday, and I'll organize it and hand it to you shortly." Xiao Ziyuan paused for a moment, then slowly replied, That's not what I wanted to ask. Why didn't you reply to my text last night?" Sui Yi hesitated. "I thought you sent it to the wrong person." Xiao Ziyuan let out a light sigh, bent his index finger to touch his forehead, and his expression seemed quite helpless. Sui Yi blinked her eyes, wondering if she had said something wrong. It seemed to have quieted down a bit, so Sui Yi tried to change the subject, saying that her senior's calligraphy was beautiful. "I remember your writing was even more beautiful. I saw it once during the school's calligraphy competition. Why haven't I seen you write since?" Sui Yi laughed and joked. "Xiao Xixiang is teasing me again. I just scribble. I won't bring it out to embarrass myself." Xiao Ziyuan suddenly said seriously, "I really like it." Sui Yi was taken aback and instinctively looked up at him. He was slightly bowing his head, looking at her, his thin lips pressed together, and at that moment, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his usually indifferent eyes. Just as she was unsure how to respond, she heard someone calling Xiao Ziyuan's name. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her for a few seconds before his gaze moved past her to someone behind her. He then raised his hand to greet and stood up to walk over. It had been a long time since they last met. As the person approached, they began to complain, "Oh, I've been tortured lately. By the way, there are a few features in SolidWorks that I don't quite understand. Do you have time to teach me?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled and replied, "Sure, come find me this afternoon. I'll be in my dorm." "Really? That's great. With you around. I won't need to borrow these books," the boy said as he glanced back at Xiao Ziyuan. "Oh, isn't that?" He suddenly laughed midway through his sentence. "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be on my way." Xiao Ziyuan smiled as he said goodbye, turned around to look at the person who was pretending to be very busy, and began to laugh inwardly. He couldn't help but despise his own previous wicked interest. He had noticed long ago that this seemingly composed girl never dared to look him in the eye. The more she avoided his gaze, the more he wanted to tease her. The members of the hidden illness group arrived one after another, and as the time approached, they entered the conference room on the second floor. After taking attendance, they realized that 2 people were missing. Xiao Ziyuan sat at the center of the conference table, expressionless, watching the hands of the clock move to that number. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that those 2 finally arrived, fashionably late. Xiao Ziyuan glanced at the 2 people lightly, appearing indifferent, yet exuding a compelling sense of pressure. Sui Yi felt that this man's aura was extraordinarily powerful. Even as an observer, she felt a chill, let alone the parties involved. I don't like people who are not punctual. This casually spoken sentence made the two latecomers blush as they stood up to apologize to everyone. We're sorry. We were wrong. It won't happen again. Xiao Ziyuan nodded, his tone softened a bit. Sit down. We will start soon. Sui Yi smiled with her eyes downcast, combining both kindness and authority. Truly impressive. During the free discussion, Sui Yi overheard two boys nearby whispering. Isn't this conference room supposed to be off limits for borrowing? Last time our department wanted to borrow it, and they wouldn't let us. Well, you should see who is borrowing it. Someone immediately chimed in. Who is borrowing it? Sui Yi laughed. So men are also this gossipy. It's Senior Xiao. Hey, who is Senior Xiao exactly? You don't know the big shot from the mechanical engineering department? I don't know. Well, that's understandable. Senior Xiao usually keeps a low profile. Hey, isn't he about to graduate? Yeah, he got a full scholarship to a prestigious university abroad. He'll go after graduation. So don't be envious. There's no comparison. I heard he has published several SCI papers with high impact factors. Sui paused in her writing. He is going abroad. How enviable. The morning passed quickly with high efficiency. Sui initially thought it would be hard to collaborate with so many people, but at this moment, she had to admit that under Xiao Ziyuan's outstanding appearance and temperament, his abilities were equally impressive. She dawdled a bit, and when she was leaving, it just happened to be only her and Xiao Ziyuan. While going downstairs, Sui Yi casually asked, is Senior Xiao going abroad after graduation? Xiao Ziyuan nodded, yes. It was decided a long time ago. Oh, then congratulations. Sui Yi seemed to respond with excitement very quickly. Xiao Ziyuan glanced at her and asked, what about you? Do you have any plans? If you want to go abroad, you can find me. Sui Yi fell silent for a moment and only spoke after leaving the library. After graduation, I'm going back home to work, which I decided a long time ago. Okay, Xiao Ziyuan replied ly. After that, the two of them remained silent. Sui Yi returned to the dormitory, feeling a bit indescribably frustrated. Sam Bao was busy writing a medical report, typing away on the keyboard while complaining, damn, studying medicine is so hard. If I had known, I would have learned to farm. Can I change fields? Sui Yi passed by her and absent-mindedly replied, sure, while hitting the enter key. Gu and the enchantress were snickering in front of the computer, and Sam Bao immediately sat up straight. I was wrong. Sui Yi looked confused. What happened? Sam Bao anxiously asked. Are you in a bad mood? Sui Yi collapsed onto the bed and replied gloomily, no. Gu whispered, what's wrong with her? The enchantress and Sam Bao shook their heads. In their eyes, Sui Yi was the kind of open-minded girl who rarely appeared troubled. Always smiling and calmly solving any problems, even when silent, she still had a smile. They had never seen her looking so frowny. A few days later, when they went to a meeting again, Sui Yi was still not in high spirits and sat in her seat unusually silent. Xiao Ziyuan was halfway through his sentence when he noticed Sui Yi suddenly widen her eyes. Immediately after, she frowned and began to fidget slightly with a worried expression. He stopped and asked, what's wrong? Sui Yi was startled and replied, it's nothing. Senior brother, you can continue. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her for a few seconds, and although he found her strange, he did not ask any further. Little did he know about Sui Yi's hidden illness. She only felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen and had a bad premonition. After thinking for a moment, she felt that something was off and could only hope that her premonition was wrong. However, within a few minutes, she felt a warm flow coming from her lower abdomen, and in an instant, she felt like she wanted to die. Xiao Ziyuan seemed to intend to take care of her and ended things early. But Sui Yi still felt that her pants were already stained with blood, damp and cold. She sat there, not daring to move, and sent a text message to Sam Bao. Halfway through, she remembered that the three of them had gone to the city center to watch a movie. By the time they returned, it would be dark, so it might be better for her to wait until it was dark and go back on her own. People nearby were calling her one after another. Sui, aren't you leaving? Sui Yi smiled and responded, you guys go ahead, I'll be leaving soon, goodbye. Then we'll go first, goodbye. Xiao Ziyuan went out to take a phone call. When he came back, he saw that she was still there. Why hasn't she left yet? Sui Yi sat upright. I'll wait a little longer. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her originally rosy face, now somewhat pale, and walked over to ask, are you not feeling well? Why does your face look so bad? Sui Yi smiled bitterly and replied, I have a stomachache, but I can't tell you that. I'm really fine, senior brother. You all go ahead. Sui Yi saw that someone was still waiting for Xiao Ziyuan at the door and smiled as she answered. You all go ahead. I still need to find some materials. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her for a few seconds, then suddenly turned to speak to the others. Then, senior brother, we'll leave first. Okay. When only the two of them were left in the conference room, Xiao Ziyuan took off his coat and handed it to Sui Yi. Put this on. I'll take you home. Sui Yi's face flushed. He had noticed after all. When she looked up, she met his deep-set eyes. The corners of his lips slightly raised, as if holding a smile. It was just at the time when the sky was getting darker and the room had not yet been lit. The light inside was somewhat dim. Sui Yi took a glance and felt that Xiao Ziyuan had an enchanting quality. Perhaps it was because he always wore an indifferent expression. At this moment, his long eyes, smiling and slightly slanted, along with the clear and beautiful lines of his face, left her a bit dazed and somewhat moved. She had always thought that boys didn't need to look too handsome, and that good-looking boys were just like that. Now, she was actually blushing and her heart racing in front of Xiao Ziyuan. She and Xiao Ziyuan were not strangers. She always felt that his imposing aura was something she couldn't handle, so she had never dared to look at him closely. Now, with this unintentional glance, she found him stunning and regretted looking in the first place. Xiao Ziyuan did not call her. His thin lips slightly pursed as he patiently waited for her to regain her composure. When Sui Yi finally reacted, her face turned even redder. Flustered, she hurriedly put on her long coat and stood up abruptly, but stood up too suddenly and felt lightheaded. In the next second, she fell into Xiao Ziyuan's arms. This was the first time they were so close to each other. Sui Yi tightly grasped Xiao Ziyuan's arm, and with everything in front of her still black, she could only feel the solid and strong support of his arm beneath her, along with the clear and refreshing scent of mint in her nose. When the darkness in front of her gradually faded, Sui Yi finally lifted her head, a bit dazed, and said, Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Ziyuan retracted his arm and naturally took her hand. Let's go. Sui Yi's fingers were pressed against his palm, his fingertips touching the back of her hand. Cool to the touch, while his palm was warm. She was wearing his clothes, and the familiar scent of mint lingered around her, suddenly stirring her heart. Once they left the library, the evening breeze picked up. Xiao Ziyuan was only wearing a shirt, and Sui Yi felt a bit guilty. Senior brother Xiao, are you cold? Xiao Ziyuan smiled with a hint of teasing and replied, It's cold. Are you going to return my clothes to me? Sui Yi was taken aback, chuckling. She scolded herself in her heart. You fool. Why are you saying unnecessary things? Along the way, Xiao Ziyuan bought her a cup of hot milk, which Sui Yi held in her hands, sipping it occasionally. On an autumn evening, as the cold wind suddenly picked up, he held her hand, walking together through the campus covered in fallen leaves. Sui Yi felt the warm, sweet milk flowing to her heart, a feeling that lingered for a long time. When they parted downstairs, Xiao Ziyuan said something that left Sui Yi in a daze for the rest of the night. Xiao Ziyuan said, You're too thin. You should eat more. It will feel better to hold you. Sui Yi turned mechanically and stiffly walked upstairs with a smile from Xiao Ziyuan, seemingly forgetting to say goodbye. When she returned to the dormitory, Sanbao, who was busy playing games, looked up at her and said, Ai, your smile is so strange. Sui Yi touched her face and asked, Did I smile? Just then Higo walked in with a conflicted expression, deep in thought. Sui Yi asked as usual, What's wrong? She frowned and said, Everything was fine today, but Sanbao insisted on telling me a joke, and after hearing it, it felt so weird. What did Sanbao say? Sui Yi inquired. She said, after Liang Qichao married at 17, he thought life would pass quietly until he met Kong Yue. She started laughing and rolling on the ground before finishing the story. I didn't hear the rest, and she wouldn't tell me, but it felt strange. Sui Yi nodded to show she understood, looking in Sanbao's direction. Corruption is contagious. The enchantress poked her head out from the bed and commented, Higa, you can't hang out with Sanbao anymore. She's leading you astray. Sanbao suddenly stood up and shouted, Revolution has no crime, rebellion is justified, and love is in the air. After shouting the slogan, she leaned back towards the computer to continue gaming, mumbling, Liang Qichao ended up with kidney problems because of being with Kong Yue, and when he had a kidney removal surgery, they mistakenly removed the healthy kidney, leading to his death. This shows that Liang Qichao's life was extremely unreliable. What they say online is true: the wind is bleak and the waters of the Yi River are cold. It's hard to find a straight man in life. Everyone rolled their eyes again, feeling conflicted. Since that night, when Xiao Ziyuan stunned everyone with his words to Sui Yi, he suddenly disappeared. A few days later, after Sui Yi washed his trench coat, she couldn't find him. After thinking for a moment, she went to Lin Chen's dormitory to look for him. Sui Yi entered the room, looking around. Is Senior Xiao not here? Lin Chen had a strange smile on his face. You came to find him, right? Sui Yi lifted a bag in her hand and showed it to him. I have something to return to him. Lin Chen took it. Oh, isn't this his? How come it's with you? His mother is sick. He went home, and he might not be back for a few days. You can leave it here, and I'll give it to him later. Sui Yi didn't let go, hesitatingly said with a strange expression, I'd rather hand it to him personally. And thank you, by the way. I'll come again next time. By the way, when did he leave? Wednesday night. He got a call and then left. Lin Chen recalled. Oh, Sui Yi absent-mindedly responded. Then I'll leave first. Wednesday night. That should be the night. As she reached the door, Lin Chen called out to her. Sui Yi turned around. Lin Chen hesitated for a long time before speaking. You can tell. Xiao Ziyuan is not a child from an ordinary family. He is the heir of the Xiao family, and after graduation, he will go abroad. When he comes back, he will enter politics. Every step of his future is planned out, perhaps including marriage. I'm afraid you. Sui Yi's smile remained as she slowly replied. Brother Lin Chen, don't worry, I want tea like Senior Xiao. Lin Chen remembered that Sui Yi called him that in many years, and suddenly hearing it startled him. He feared this version of Sui Yi, gentle and mild, yet her heart was already set. Lin Chen looked at her for a long time, seeing no signs of reluctance or flaws, and waved his hand. Then I'll be relieved. As Xiao Ziyuan reached the door, he overheard the conversation and raised an eyebrow slightly, pushing the door open without any hesitation. Seeing him with a cold expression, Sui Yi blinked and gave an awkward smile. Xiao Xixiang, I came to return your. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Xiao Ziyuan's indifferent voice. Just leave it there. After saying that, he walked past her into the dormitory without looking back. Sui Yi watched his retreating figure, realizing that this was the real Xiao Ziyuan, calm and composed, just as he should be towards her. She quickly put down her things and left. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward as well, and smiled as he explained, I intended to test this girl for you, but I didn't expect. Xiao Ziyuan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, raising his arm to shield his forehead, his face full of fatigue and weariness, not responding. Lin Chen seemed to suddenly realize something. Forget it. This girl may seem light and simple, but she is very resolute. When she says she doesn't like something, she truly doesn't like it. You. Xiao Ziyuan remained silent, his expression showing no signs of change. But Lin Chen knew he was angry and sighed before turning to leave. The next night, Sui Yi went to take an elective class and saw Xiao Ziyuan. He didn't look well. His voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke, and he coughed occasionally. Sui Yi knew he was upset, but didn't understand why. She didn't think Xiao Ziyuan liked her that much. After all, there were so many outstanding girls around him, and she was just the most ordinary one. Xiao Ziyuan has been preparing experiments in the lab to publish a paper in the past few days. When he returned to his dormitory, he saw his desk filled with medicine. When Xiaoqing was studying the instruction manuals while holding a few boxes, when she saw Xiao Ziyuan come in, she threw one at him and said, These girls are really something. They're not going to your class, are they? The school hospital is going to be busy now. Unfortunately, they don't know that you are allergic to Western medicine. You can't touch these things. Xiao Ziyuan took it with one hand and casually placed it aside, asking in a hoarse voice, What about the throat lozenge you gave Xiaoyu last time? Do you have any left? When Xiaoqing found it and handed it over, teasing him with a smile, There are some on the table that you can still eat. Xiao Ziyuan frowned. Too much nonsense. Lin Chen rushed in, saw Xiao Ziyuan suddenly stop, and quietly turned to walk out. When Xiaoqing called out to him, Lawyer Lin, where are you going? Lin Chen had provoked Xiao Ziyuan that day and now avoided him, turning stiffly around. I'm going next door to find someone. While speaking, he hurriedly turned to walk out, but as soon as he took a step, he bumped into someone coming in. The boy coming in steadied himself while holding a notebook, apologized to Lin Chen, and then walked toward Xiao Ziyuan. Boss, I imported the data, but the software is showing an error. I can't analyze it at all. Could you help me see what went wrong? Xiao Ziyuan took the paper and sat down at the table to examine it closely, taking advantage of the moment. The boy started chatting with Wen Xiaoqing. I heard something happened at the medical school today. When Xiaoqing was taken aback, unsure. I just came back from the hospital. What happened? The boy immediately became excited and began to speak animatedly. You don't know yet? They say that the exhibitionist pervert who appeared over a year ago has shown up again, harassing girls in front of the teaching building at the medical school. The class monitor from the neighboring class happened to pass by at that moment and said the girl seemed to be Lin Chen's beautiful younger sister. That beauty from the medical school, but he wasn't sure. Xiao Ziyuan suddenly stopped, pointing at the complex graph on the screen to show him. Here, these two lines are not connected. Just connect them and run it again. The boy tilted his head to look, and Xiao Ziyuan stood up to give him his seat. He walked to the side and took a sip from his cup. The cold liquid slid down his throat, providing slight relief from the hot, painful sensation. He slowly put down the cup and suddenly put on his coat to go out. Hey, senior, where are you going? I still have questions. The boy shouted from behind. Wen Xiaoqing sat there with a smile. The boy looked at Wen Xiaoqing, puzzled. Hey, speaking of your junior sister, why aren't you anxious at all? Wen Xiaoqing looked at Lin Chen, thinking that if he wasn't anxious about his sister, why should he be anxious? Lin Chen watched the figure that had gone out, feeling anxious himself, wondering what there was to be anxious about. The boy was left confused. A few minutes later, Xiao Ziyuan and Sui Yi stood silently in front of the girls' dormitory. At this time, many couples were hugging and cuddling in front of the dormitory, making it quite lively. So the two quiet individuals standing there felt somewhat awkward. After a long while, Xiao Ziyuan sighed. Are you scared? Sui Yi's eyes suddenly felt warm. She didn't know how he could tell. She then lifted her face and smiled, her voice light and cheerful. Not scared. Senior, you forgot. I'm studying medicine. What haven't I seen? To me, those are just organs. I'm fine. Xiao Ziyuan lowered his head to look at her and softly said, experts say that on average, a person tells eight lies in their lifetime, and the easiest lie to utter is I'm fine, I'm not afraid. Sui didn't expect Xiao Ziyuan to tell such a cold joke. She restrained her smile and was startled at the time. But now it's fine. Xiao Ziyuan took out a peace charm and handed it to her, saying to keep it and carry it with her to calm her nerves. Sui Yi took a glance at it. It was somewhat worn, indicating that it had been kept nearby for many years. She didn't expect Xiao Ziyuan to believe in such things. Thinking this, Sui Yi couldn't help but smile. Xiao Ziyuan saw that she didn't take it, so he stuffed it into her hand. The two were talking when suddenly it started to rain. Xiao Zin tightened his collar and said, you should go back quickly. I'll leave first. After saying that, he prepared to walk away. Sui Yi suddenly grabbed him and walked a few steps toward the building entrance, saying you caught a cold. Don't get caught in the rain again. Let's take shelter here. I'll go upstairs to get an umbrella. After finishing, she didn't pay much attention, holding the thing in her hand and running upstairs. A few minutes later, Xiao Ziyuan's expression softened slightly as he looked at the umbrella Sui Yi handed over. He hesitated for a moment before taking it and asked, what's wrong with this umbrella? Sui Yi replied with a puzzled expression, all right. This is the mint leaves I brought from home. Take them back and brew them in water. It will help your throat feel better. Xiao Ziyuan looked down with his eyes and did not respond. He focused on her eyes again. She was running up and down, her small face flushed, pink and crystal clear, exceptionally charming. Are you concerned about your senior brother, or are you concerned about me? Xiao Ziyuan turned back while Sui Yi was furrowing her small face in confusion. The dim yellow light reflected the gentle drizzle, resembling a misty night in the Jiangnan region. Xiao Ziyuan, holding a paper bag in one hand and an umbrella in the other, walked contentedly among the panicked crowd seeking shelter from the rain. She had always called him senior brother Xiao, never addressing him by his name directly, as if he were merely a respected senior to her, nothing more. Sui Yi stood in front of the building for a long time, her mind in a tangle. Was she concerned about the senior brother or about herself? Was there a difference? When she regained her senses and looked again, there was no trace of Xiao Ziyuan left. It was only when she returned to her dormitory that she realized she was still clutching the amulet in her hand. Should she return it? Xiao Ziyuan would probably be angry, right? When Xiao Ziyuan was angry, he wouldn't express it like others do with harsh words. His expression wouldn't change. not even his breathing rate, and he might not do anything at all, yet one could still feel that he was angry. Sui Yi weighed her options and decided to just hold on to it. Xiao Ziyuan entered the dormitory, and when Xiaoqing looked at him curiously, "You brought an umbrella? Lin Shen called you, but you didn't answer, so he went to the girls' dormitory to bring you an umbrella. By the way, what's up with him lately? Why is he being so attentive to you?" Xiao Ziyuan took some mint leaves to brew tea while smiling helplessly. "I was a bit tired that day, and my complexion wasn't very good, so he might have thought I was angry with him." When Xiaoqing suddenly remembered something. "How was your mother's illness?" "This Friday is old Chen's expert consultation. Want to go take a look?" Xiao Ziyuan lifted the cup and took a sniff. The cool and refreshing sensation spread from his nostrils to his throat. No need for that, he thought. He had seen so much over the years. It was an old habit. They all said there was no other way, only to rest and recuperate. He had caught a cold recently due to the changing seasons, which had caused a relapse. When Xiaoqing patted Xiao Ziyuan on the shoulder, "Don't worry too much." Xiao Ziyuan smiled at him. "Okay." Just as he was speaking, Lin Shen rushed into the dormitory with 2 umbrellas. Seeing the dry and neat Xiao Ziyuan, he said, "You." Xiao Ziyuan smiled at him, and Lin Shen scratched his head and smiled shyly. After the lights went out, the dormitory was very quiet. Sui Yi lay in bed, her eyes wide open in the darkness. When she came back in the afternoon, she hadn't mentioned this matter to anyone. Although she was studying medicine, she was still a girl and always felt a bit scared. She didn't expect that Xiao Ziyuan would come to find her about this matter at night. She smiled slightly, turned over, and prepared to sleep. She thought she would either have insomnia or have nightmares, but to her surprise, she slept soundly until dawn. When she got up, she felt refreshed and thought that the safety talisman must really be effective. It had rained all night, and the next day, Xiao Ziyuan took an umbrella and prepared to go out. Lin Shen stared at him and the umbrella for a long time. "Hey, your umbrella." Xiao Ziyuan asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Lin Shen waved his hand. "It's nothing, nothing." Xiao Ziyuan just finished breakfast at the restaurant and walked out, encountering some classmates from the same department. They looked at Xiao Ziyuan in surprise and said, "Oh, senior, your umbrella." Xiao Ziyuan responded with a calm question. "What's wrong?" A few boys immediately put away their smiles and shook their heads, saying, "It's nothing, nothing." Xiao Ziyuan stepped into the laboratory, splashing through the puddles, and ran into Professor Zhang Qing at the entrance. After greeting him, the professor said, "Xin, your umbrella." Xiao Ziyuan had a polite smile on his face. Professor Zhang also liked it. Zhang Qing looked at the milky white umbrella adorned with big and small ladybugs and laughed. "Huh, you little rascal, are you in love?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled and didn't answer. Zhang Qing chuckled and patted Xiao Ziyuan on the shoulder, saying, "Not bad. Bring me to see it when you have time." Suddenly, he asked again, "It wouldn't be you, Qin Xiao, would it?" Xiao Ziyuan put away his smile and answered seriously, "No." How could the professor ask such a question? Zhang Qing waved her hand. "She assisted you with the experiments, and every time a paper is published, my name is between the two of you. You guys all say behind my back that Ziyuan Xiao and Qin Xiao are a perfect match in SCI, and I've ruined it as Qin Zhang. Do you think I don't know?" Xiao Ziyuan answered calmly and openly, while Professor Zhang seemed to overthink it. Zhang Qing seemed to understand something and said, all right, you go ahead and get busy." Xiao Ziyuan took a few steps before being called back. "The new project application has been approved, and the project team will come for an inspection in a couple of days. You should come with me then." "Okay." The next day, Sui Yi went to the student council meeting with the demon girl. It was said that a former student from their school had become a famous singer and was planning to hold a fan meeting back at school, which caused quite a commotion in the student council. Sui Yi had some impression of this popular singer. She always thought he was professionally trained, but she didn't expect him to be from her own school. After arranging her work, those who were in the know started gossiping. "Do you know what he studied?" "What did he study?" "Our school doesn't have a strong music program. He studied mechanical engineering." "What? No way. How is that possible?" "Really? He was a big deal in the mechanical engineering department back then, and who would have thought he suddenly dropped out to pursue singing?" Really, looking at it this way, the mechanical engineering department really produces some unusual characters. Quick, tell me more. Sui Yi was enjoying the gossip and agreed with the last statement. The mechanical engineering department really does produce unusual characters. The demon girl turned her head and saw the red string around Sui Yi's neck. Reaching out to touch it, she said, "Huh? What are you wearing around your neck?" Before Sui Yi could react, the demon girl pulled out the talisman she was wearing. I've never seen you wear this before. Where did it come from? Yu Qinxia, sitting diagonally across from Sui, suddenly changed her expression when she saw the end of the red string, quickly turning her head to look at Sui Yi in disbelief. Sui Yi felt awkward under her gaze and exchanged a glance with the demon girl before tentatively asking, "What's wrong, Sister Yu?" The astonishment on Yu Qianxia's face flickered and quickly returned to normal. "It's nothing." Sui Yi noticed Yu Qianxia's expression seemed to suggest something, and she quietly took back the talisman from the demon girl and hid it back in her clothes. The demon girl leaned in and whispered, "Hey, don't you think Yu Qianxia is acting strange?" Sui Yi shot a glance at the demon girl, who stuck out her tongue and soon joined in the gossip again. When the meeting ended, as soon as Sui Yi reached the door, she was called back by Yu Qianxia. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to speak. "Sui Yi, wait a moment, I have something to tell you." Sui Yi had already noticed Yu Qianxia's hesitation earlier, probably feeling it was not appropriate to talk with so many people around. She turned to the demon girl and said, "You go back first." The demon girl understood and left. Sui Yi and Yu Qianxia walked out of the activity room in silence for a long time before Yu Qianxia finally broke the silence. In just a few days, it seemed like winter had suddenly arrived. The sun was about to set, and walking on campus at this time, Sui Yi felt she should take out her winter clothes to air them out, waiting to wrap herself in them at any moment. It was at this moment, when Sui Yi was lost in thought, that Yu Qianxia began to speak. You might not know this, but Xiao Ziyuan was a premature baby. He was often sick when he was little and saw many doctors, both Chinese and Western, but nothing worked. That talisman was sought after by his grandparents. It's hard to imagine, right? Those two old revolutionaries would actually do that. Maybe it was a psychological effect, but since then, he rarely got sick. He's been wearing it close to him all these years, not because he believed in it that much, but because it meant a lot to the person who gave it to him. He had a very good relationship with his grandparents and cherishes it a lot. I've known him for so many years, and I've asked him about it many times, but he has never answered. I didn't expect, haha. He actually gave it to you, by the way. Do you know who his grandparents are? Sui Yi's mood suddenly plummeted, and it didn't seem so cold anymore. So many people knew that Xiao Ziyuan came from a prominent family. She had heard of it, but since he kept a low profile, she almost forgot about it. That day, Lin Chen told her that Xiao Ziyuan was the heir of the Xiao family, with a bright future. Today, Yu Qianxia asked her, "Do you know who his grandparents are?" How could she not know who his grandmother was? She was a remarkable woman who stood out during the tumultuous times of war. Although she was old now, she still appeared energetic and graceful whenever she showed up, and one could still vaguely see the heroic demeanor she had in her youth. It was easy to imagine how outstanding Xiao Ziyuan's grandfather was to match such a remarkable woman. And what about his parents? They must also be extraordinary people. Sui Yi sighed. She and he were not from the same world. The demon girl nudged Sui Yi. "This is the third time you've sighed at the dinner table. Is the food not good?" Sui Yi forced a smile and replied, "No, it's delicious." She suddenly felt a bit envious of the demon girl beside her, who loved boldly and hated fiercely, always confident in pursuing what she wanted. San Bao was happily eating. "Yi, try this fish, it's really delicious. No wonder it's a 5-star hotel." Tonight was a birthday celebration for one of their male classmates. An entire class had booked 3 tables at this 5-star hotel. It was said that this classmate's family was wealthy from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang area. And ever since he entered school, he had been showing off his affluence. The classmates in the class didn't particularly like him, but it was hard to refuse because of the face of being classmates. At the beginning of their freshman year, this rich second generation was exceptionally attentive to the 4 of them, and everyone thought he had his eyes on the demon girl, only to later find out he liked Sui. It was rumored that his exact words were, "Only a woman as elegant and graceful as her is worthy to enter my family's door." When Sui Yi heard this gossip, she merely smiled faintly. "San Bao, he go." And the demon girl looked at the smile on Sui Yi's face and began to tremble with sympathy for the rich second generation, eager to see how he would end up. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the birthday boy came over, wearing a sentimental expression. "Sui Yi, it's my birthday today. Do you have anything to say to me?" Sui Yi picked up her juice and clinked glasses with him, saying lightly, "Happy birthday." The birthday boy seemed dissatisfied with this response. "I remember you haven't given me a gift yet. Why don't you make it up to me another day? The crowd cheered. Hey, Qin Ming, is this how you ask for gifts? The birthday boy waved his hand. What does it have to do with you? Sui Yi sat up straight, lowering her gaze to focus on her cup. I did give a gift. The birthday boy's face lit up. Really? Maybe I didn't look closely. What did you give? San Bao. Ego? And the demon girl burst into laughter. This time, Sui Yi finally looked up, revealing a smile, and slowly said, at the far corner of the table for receiving gifts, there's a red envelope with 500 yuan inside. That's my gift to you. If that's not enough, bring the receipt, and I can reimburse you. Everyone finally understood why the three were laughing and burst into laughter, calling it a great time. Sui Yi watched the birthday boy's expression deflate, quickly stood up. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. She left gracefully amidst his astonished expression. Sui Yi was absent-mindedly looking down when she turned a corner and bumped into someone. She apologized, sorry, intending to walk around, but was stopped by a familiar voice. Sui Yi hesitated. She shouldn't meet acquaintances here, and only then did she look up at the person. Xiao Ziyuan was wearing a fitted gray suit, exuding the charm of a young talent. His face was a bit flushed, and as they stood close, she could clearly smell the rich scent of alcohol on him. What are you doing here? A classmate from our class is having a birthday and invited everyone to dinner here. Xiao Ziyuan thought for a moment, smiled, and asked, is it Qin Ming? The hotel corridor was decorated in a resplendent manner, with the crystal chandelier above refracting a charming and bright light. Under such lighting, his brows and eyes appeared even more handsome and dashing, with a touch less of the usual indifference and a bit more warmth, making him even more captivating. The way he smiled and pronounced that name seemed to carry a hint of teasing, as if implying that Qin Ming was a nouveau riche. Sui Yi couldn't help but smile along with him and nodded, asking, how come you, Senior Xiao, are here? Xiao Ziyuan rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. The essential process for applying for project funding, socializing. While the two were talking, someone over there was already calling for Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan responded and followed Yi to say goodbye. The two passed each other, casually walked a few steps, and suddenly remembered to call out to Xiao Ziyuan. Turning around, they ran back, stuffed the peace talisman into his hand, eyes downcast, and not daring to look at him. Finally, gathering the courage to speak, but lacking confidence, they said, Senior brother, I heard that this is very important to you. I can't keep it. Xiao Ziyuan's hand remained outstretched, not retracting. Sui Yi felt his gaze on her, and her head nearly smoked from embarrassment. After a long pause, a clear voice sounded above her. Who did you hear that from? Such a clear voice. Where's the drunkenness from earlier? Sui Yi bit her lip in silence. The person seemed unable to wait any longer and called out to Xiao Ziyuan again. This time, Xiao Ziyuan did not respond. He took Sui Yi's hand, placed the amulet back in her palm, then enveloped her hand, repeating the words from before, take it. Sui Yi struggled a bit, but he gently stopped her and added, eat and go back early. Don't sleep too early. Wait for me to find you when I get back. After saying that, he turned and left. Sui Yi looked up at his back, tall and handsome, his words filled with ambiguity, but suddenly she furrowed her brows tightly, exhaling in frustration. On the way back, in the taxi, Sui Yi sat by the window, opened it, and let the slightly cold wind hit her face, which was a bit painful, yet also somewhat exhilarating. Just as they were nearing the school, she received a text from Qin Ming. What are you doing? She was feeling troubled and had nowhere to vent, so she coldly replied, working. What are you doing? Working. San Bao curiously leaned over to see, mumbling it out loud before falling silent. Hegi, the seductive girl, and the usually noisy taxi driver also fell silent, including the person on the other end of the text. A few seconds later, San Bao hugged Sui Yi tightly, looking horrified. I feel your hidden little universe. I swear, I will never invade your space again. Sui Yi patted San Bao's mushroom-shaped head, as if comforting a pet. Good. Hegi nudged the seductive girl and whispered, what's wrong with her? Isn't she usually the type to smile while slowly torturing her opponent? Why is she suddenly cold and lethal today? The seductive girl recalled what happened earlier and smiled knowingly. Maybe her heart is in turmoil. Why? Because she fears wanting something and not getting it. Does Ai also have times when she wants something and can't get it? When have you seen her ever wanting anything? True, she's always so indifferent. So, the more indifferent she is, the more afraid she becomes. Hegi was increasingly confused by the seductive girl's words and chose not to ask further. Just past 10 o'clock, everyone noticed that Sui, who usually went to bed early, was sitting in a chair, restless. Hegi asked Sanbao, who was hiding under the blanket, "Hey, doesn't I look like a little white mouse about to be experimented on in the lab?" Sanbao peeked out and innocently replied, "Is her period coming soon?" The seductive girl wickedly added, "Or perhaps the period that should have come hasn't arrived?" 2 pillows and a magazine flew simultaneously toward the seductive girl's bed, and she quickly ducked under the covers to avoid disaster. A few minutes later, Sui Yi received a text, threw on a jacket, and rushed downstairs. The three who had originally been ready for bed all moved in unison to get dressed and leaned over the balcony. A few minutes later, Sanbao's eyes sparkled with pink bubbles. Ah, the handsome guy under the night sky. How can he be so good-looking? He's simply to die for. The seductive girl sighed. They really are a match. Hegi scratched his head and asked, "Should we notify each other that it's time to collect the bride price?" This was the second time the two of them stood under the dark dormitory building. Xiao Ziyuan was slightly tipsy. Even his usually indifferent expression had a hint of color, making him particularly alluring. "Did I bring you trouble?" Xiao Ziyuan's voice was shallow, seemingly carrying a sense of loneliness and melancholy. One sentence shattered Sui Yi's planned indifference. For some reason, a sour feeling rose in her heart, and in a fluster, she shook her head. "No, not at all." Xiao Ziyuan seemed to be lost in thought, and his silence made Sui Yi feel uneasy. She awkwardly tried to change the subject. "Brother Xiao, have you recovered from your cold?" Xiao Ziyuan answered distractedly, "Almost." Sui Yi felt that she was usually quite composed, so why was it that in front of Xiao Ziyuan, her mind always seemed to be lacking? She was a bit annoyed and casually said, "Then, senior brother, you should go back and rest early." Xiao Ziyuan suddenly reached out his hand to her. "Take it." "What?" Sui Yi looked at Xiao Ziyuan's hand, his fingers long and strong, with clear palm lines. But he seemed to have lost some weight. Xiao Ziyuan withdrew his hand and placed it in his pants pocket, tilting his head as he retorted, "What do you think?" Sui Yi couldn't quite grasp what Xiao Ziyuan really meant, so he brought up some grand principles to cover it up, saying, "I don't mean anything else. I think since it was given by an elder, it should be well kept and not casually given to others." Xiao Ziyuan didn't pursue how she knew that the peace talisman was given by an elder. He just asked, and then there was nothing after that. The last few words were spoken so softly that only Sui Yi herself could hear. She was now a bit regretful for provoking Xiao Ziyuan. She was simply not his match. Next time, no matter what he threw at her, she should just accept it properly. "You're not like others." Xiao Ziyuan quickly replied, "I never make things difficult for people. Since you don't want it, I can't force you. Just give back to me." Xiao Ziyuan was recently accompanying someone in the hospital and didn't get enough rest. Suddenly, the weather changed and he caught a cold. After returning to school, he rushed to do experiments. Today, he even drank alcohol, but his complexion didn't look good. His fatigue was evident between his brows. Yet he continued to stand in the wind to shield her from it. Sui Yi suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She lowered her head in self-reflection, realizing that she was being ungrateful. However, now she found herself in a difficult situation. How could she tell Xiao Ziyuan, "Senior brother, I don't want to return it to you anymore"? Although Xiao Ziyuan spoke coldly, the smile on his face grew increasingly radiant as he noticed the guilt on Sui Yi's face. He then casually remarked, "I guess your shock has overshadowed everything. Since you feel that wearing it is a burden, just return it to me." The more he said this, the more ashamed Sui Yi felt, as if she were the kind of person who would destroy the bridge after crossing it or kill the donkey after using it. However, after a moment of reflection, she began to resent Xiao Ziyuan again. Why would he give her something so important? She wasn't anyone special to him. Why give it to her? With this thought, she suddenly looked up and glared at Xiao Ziyuan in anger, her eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Ziyuan didn't expect her mood to change faster than flipping a book. One moment her face was flushed with guilt, and the next she was glaring at him with anger. He had never seen Sui Yi like this. She usually spoke with a calm smile, relaxed and carefree, a bit precocious. Today, it seemed she was pushed a bit too hard, which made her lose her composure. This seemed more like the real her, showing genuine emotions, with a childlike innocence appropriate for her age. You preferred it this way. Sui Yi noticed Xiao Ziyuan's smile becoming brighter, and it seemed she understood that he was teasing her. Blushing with anger, she turned and ran away. Xiao Ziyuan watched her enter the building before lowering his head and chuckling softly. Half of it was for her, and half was for himself, wondering when he had become so mischievous. Xiao Ziyuan returned to the dormitory, and when Xiao Qing looked him up and down, feeling in a good mood? Xiao Ziyuan smiled and nodded. Lin Shun, holding a thick law book, raised his head from under the desk lamp and said, "By the way, you the beautiful lady, has been looking for you all night. Why didn't you answer her calls?" Xiao Ziyuan suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, "Do you guys think that I and you Qianxia?" Xiao Ziyuan hadn't finished speaking when Lin Shun nodded and interrupted him, saying yes. "And many people think so." When Xiao Qing also nodded, "Haven't you heard? They say that among the 4 great princes, Xiao Ziyuan belongs to Yu Qianxia, and Xiao Yu belongs to Ji Xuan." Just then, Xiao Yu came in holding blueprints, and upon hearing this, made a face. "Does this mean I'm getting hit even while lying down?" Lin Chen added, "I still remember how you interviewed her for the student council back then. What did she say?" "Oh right, this classmate sitting on the far right. You look like my type, so you'll be mine from now on." Announcing your belonging in front of everyone. How touching. Lin Chen mimicked her perfectly, while Xiao Yu's face darkened, and the other two couldn't help but laugh. That night, Sui Yi lay in bed tossing and turning. Last time he asked her whether she cared about her senior brother or about him. This time, he said she wasn't someone else. Why was she finding it harder to understand Xiao Ziyuan? Busy decorating the venue and adjusting the sound effects after a few days of hard work. They finally welcomed a popular singer's fan meeting. After the final adjustments on Friday night, everyone in the student council received a front row ticket as a reward. When the meeting ended, Sui Yi felt restless. Remembering the wailing of 2 unidentified creatures in the dormitory before she left, she hesitated but still called out to Xiao Ziyuan. Feeling a bit awkward, Senior Xiao, are there any extra tickets? Can you give me a few more? The 2 in our dorm didn't get tickets, and they also want to go. After that day, Sui Yi started avoiding Xiao Ziyuan. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak to him. Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. For some reason, every time he saw her looking so conflicted, he wanted to laugh. He cleared his throat to cover it up and asked, "How many do you want?" 2. Xiao Ziyuan glanced at the tickets in her hand, took out 2 and handed them to her, saying, "Here, these are next to the ones for you and Ji Xuan." Sui Yi breathed a sigh of relief, finally completing the task. "Thank you, senior brother." "You're welcome. Treat me to a meal another day," Xiao Ziyuan replied slowly. Sui Yi was taken aback. "What did you say?" Xiao Ziyuan feigned a look of confusion as he looked at Sui Yi. "Aren't you thanking me?" Sui Yi blinked her eyes. Is this really the legendary, aloof, and proud genius from the Mechanical Academy? When Xiao Ziyuan returned to the dormitory, Lin Shen reached out his hand to him and asked, "Where's the ticket?" Xiao Ziyuan calmly replied, "What ticket?" "The concert on Saturday night." "Where's my ticket?" "Oh, I gave it to someone else," Xiao Ziyuan answered. Lin Chun looked incredulous, stunned for 2 seconds before starting to roar. "That's my favorite singer. Don't you know? You actually gave it away." Xiao Ziyuan ignored Lin Chen's crazy enthusiasm for a certain pop star over the years and looked at Lin Chen innocently, slowly uttering 2 words, "I don't know." That night, howls of heart-wrenching sorrow occasionally echoed from certain male dormitory, the reason unknown. Some speculated it was probably time for the transformation on the night of the full moon. The great god was questioned. On Saturday night, after Sui Yi and the other 3 had dinner, they went to the auditorium, sitting in their seats waiting for the show to start. Sui Yi usually didn't follow stars, but San Bao was excitedly bouncing around. 2 girls sitting 2 rows away were discussing in voices that were neither too loud nor too soft, probably not minding if they were overheard. How did they get such good seats? We're roommates with the vice president, you know? Yeah. Didn't they say there were no tickets for the front rows? The envy and jealousy were quite obvious. Higu, San Bao, and the enchantress immediately focused on Sui Yi, who was holding her forehead in explanation. "Please don't ask me. I really don't know." "Scandal," the 3 of them said in unison, looking at Sui Yi. Sui Yi frowned. "Probably, Xiao Bail and Vice President, you're not on good terms. I'm just a bystander." Sui Yi was still trying to smooth things over. But the voices behind her grew louder. For such an open provocation, Sui Yi could ignore it, but the other three had already turned to the side. Sanbao, hey, the front row really is the front row. The view is amazing. Higo, what's so great about the vice president? Besides, she's just the roommate of the vice president. Enchantress, jealousy and hate, feeling lonely and empty. Just get lost. The two girls probably didn't expect to encounter such fierce opposition and quickly fell silent. Sui Yi sighed. Three people happily turned back to her. Sanbao looked at Sui Yi and asked, Yi, are you not satisfied with our performance? Satisfied, very satisfied. Sui Yi responded perfunctorily, slowly adding with deep meaning, I really hope you can be this happy every day. Sanbao immediately panicked and rushed over. We were wrong. That night, Sui Yi slept through the loud music and cheers, earning severe disdain from the other three. Sunday morning was the regular meeting for the Technology Innovation Project Group. When Sui Yi arrived, there were only 2 or 3 people. After thinking for a moment, she approached and said to the person who was writing furiously, Last night we went to the fan meeting, and it seems we had a bit of an unpleasantness with Yu Shiji's roommate over the tickets. Xiao Ziyuan didn't even lift his head. Did you suffer a loss? Sui Yi recalled the 3 crabs clawing at each other and felt a bit guilty. No, it was precisely because she hadn't suffered a loss that she felt guilty. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ziyuan seemed somewhat relieved as he replied, That's good. Sui Yi paused for a moment, wondering if she hadn't made herself clear, and spoke again. Senior brother Xiao. We had a direct conflict with Sister Yu's roommate. Xiao Ziyuan finally raised his head to look at her. And then? Sui Yi sighed in frustration and muttered, There's nothing after that. Those 2 tickets are for me and Lin Shun, not extras, so you don't have to worry. Xiao Ziyuan, with a straight face and without missing a beat, said, Anyway, neither Lin Shun nor I are into chasing stars. Sui Yi felt relieved at this. During the halfway point of the meeting, a dispute suddenly arose, which can be summarized as the expert facing doubts. Actually, at this stage of the project, the medical school had little to do with it. Mainly, the mechanical engineering school was responsible for the drawings and prototypes, while the business school handled product promotion and related introductions. Sui Yi only came to play a minor role, acting as part of the crowd. Every team always has 1 or 2 troublemakers who create conflicts to make themselves stand out. Sui Yi neither liked nor disliked the business school boy who was speaking passionately. She listened absent-mindedly. Xiao Ziyuan, I think the dimensions in this area should be reduced. Otherwise, the overall layout looks bulky and is not economical, especially since this material is quite expensive. Xiao Ziyuan glanced at it and casually replied, That dimension has already been reduced to the minimum. Any further reduction would lower the safety factor. We can't only consider safety. We need to consider both safety and economy. Otherwise, it won't be marketable at all. Sometimes, a slight reduction in safety is also a market necessity, you know? Of course, you're studying mechanical engineering, so it's normal that you don't understand this marketing stuff. Xiao Ziyuan remained silent with an expression as usual. The boy, thinking he had the upper hand since Xiao Ziyuan wasn't speaking, smugly asked everyone to share their thoughts, suggesting a collective brainstorming. A boy from the mechanical engineering department sitting next to Xiao Ziyuan looked at him with disdain and said, Honestly, I don't want to tell you, but their SA special display case at the school's technology building for showcasing achievements. You've seen it, right? That was entirely planned by Senior Xiao, and he applied for a patent for it. You're from the business school, right? I remember even your professors praised it highly at the time. Didn't your teachers mention this case in class? The boy felt a bit embarrassed and started to look for support. He scanned the room and, thinking girls might be easier to talk to, turned to Sui Yi and said, Sui Yi, this is about medical devices, what do you think? Sui Yi glanced at him with a hint of sympathy, wanting to tell him he had picked the wrong person. However, seeing his eager expression, she paused and asked, Have you seen Law-Abiding Citizen? The one starring Gerard Butler. The boy looked confused, not understanding how Sui Yi had shifted the topic to a movie, and replied, Yeah, I've seen it. What about it? Sui Yi smiled and said, That movie tells us not to mess with mechanical engineers, or you'll end up in a terrible situation. Engineers can kill without blinking. The crowd burst into laughter, leaving the boy utterly dumbfounded. Someone next to him patted his shoulder, laughing, Just give it up. He is also someone who can kill without shedding blood. Xiao Ziyuan curled his lips and looked at Sui Yi. After sensing his gaze, Sui Yi met his eyes for a second before pretending to be nonchalant and looking away, glancing around. Thus, on a certain day in a certain month, a male student from the business school met a tragic end at the hands of the great Xiao and the heroine Sui. Winter arrived unknowingly, and signs of snow appeared on Christmas Eve, while Sui Yi also faced her annual cold. This was a routine, no matter how careful she was. She would catch a cold once every winter. On her way back to the dorm after class, Sui Yi ran into Lin Chen. Lin Chen stared at her, who was wrapped in a scarf with red eyes, for a long time before speaking. I say, you've been in the north for a few years. How come you still haven't adapted? Sui Yi's entire face was hidden behind the scarf as she replied in a muffled voice. I have adapted, but it's really cold. It's gotten colder again these past 2 days. By the way, let's go out to eat together on Christmas, and invite the 3 beauties from your dorm too. Sui Yi sneezed and rubbed her nose, answering weakly, okay, they'll definitely be happy to know. Why? Because the enchantress has been eyeing senior Xiao for a long time, and San Bao has been coveting her senior brother for quite a while, and Higu doesn't like men. Lin Chen suddenly asked with a mischievous smile, what about you? Who do you like? I hate you. Sui Yi sneezed again. I know you definitely won't like me. So it must be Xiao Ziyuan. Sui Yi smiled slightly at Lin Chen and turned to leave. Lin Chen laughed and shouted behind her, don't be angry. I'll call you later. Sui Yi didn't look back and waved her hand to bid him farewell. The medical school's courses were already numerous, and on Christmas Eve, Sui Yi and her friends had an exam. From a moment they entered the exam room, San Bao was hoping for the exam to end quickly so she could go watch Handsome Guys. She sat in her seat, twisting left and right, mumbling, why haven't they distributed the papers yet? Why haven't they distributed the papers yet? A male classmate who was sitting across the aisle and focused on his studies shot her a resentful glance. San Bao chuckled twice. You continue. He sighed helplessly, having never seen her so enthusiastic about an exam before. Sui Yi twirled her pen, watching San Bao clown around. When the exam finally ended and the papers were collected, the invigilating teacher was still sealing the test papers. San Bao walked past them singing, the sky in the liberated area is bright, the people in the liberated area love. Sui Yi and Higu, who were following behind, clearly saw 2 teachers' hands tremble slightly. When the 3 of them hurried to the hotel, the enchantress was standing at the door waiting. Why are you 3 so slow? San Bao complained angrily. You have no idea how difficult this year's questions were. As soon as the papers were distributed, someone in the class next door turned in a blank sheet. Higu nodded in agreement, empathizing with her. Sui Yi had a stuffy nose from her cold, making it hard to breathe, and, after running over, she was even more breathless, unable to say a word. Just as they were talking, they saw Xiao Ziyuan and Yu Qinxiao walking towards them from the end of the corridor, one with extraordinary temperament, the other beautiful and delicate, attracting many glances along the way. San Bao murmured softly, not a match at all, not a match at all. As they got closer, the 4 of them called out in unison, Senior Xiao, Senior Yu. Xiao Ziyuan looked at Sui Yi, who was struggling to breathe, and originally wanted to call you to say, no rush, take your time, but unexpectedly your phone was off. Sui Yi smiled a little, saying she had turned it off during the exam and forgot to turn it back on after rushing over. Yu Qinxia affectionately wrapped her arm around Sui Yi's shoulder, saying, it's cold outside. Let us go in quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Sui Yi suddenly took a step back, and before Yu Qinxia could be surprised, I have a cold. Don't infect the senior sister. Yu Qinxia smiled nonchalantly, saying, it's okay. Let us go. After saying that, she turned around and walked ahead. Xiao Ziyuan stood still, wondering how she caught a cold again. San Bao, smiling beside her, explained that it was a habitual cold, similar to a habitual miscarriage. The people present were all speechless. Sui Yi almost wanted to strangle San Bao, but she didn't even realize she said something wrong. In the end, it was Xiao Ziyuan who cleared his throat to break the awkwardness. Let's go in. Upon entering the private room, it was already filled with people. The 4 from Xiao Ziyuan's dormitory, along with a few friends from the student council, greeted them as they entered and called for the waiter to serve the dishes. After they sat down, Xiao Yu suddenly turned to the person next to her and said, could you please change seats? Then she waved to the demon girl, Xishuan. Come sit here. The teasing continued. Everyone knew that the demon girl had been teasing Xiao Yu half seriously for a long time, but they had no idea when the two of them had secretly gotten together. The demon girl surprisingly blushed and shyly sat over. Everyone's gaze kept shifting between Xiao Yu and the demon girl, who was usually fierce but now was half hidden behind Xiao Yu with a red face. It was also Xiao Yu's first time dealing with such a situation. Feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed, she exclaimed, "What are you looking at? My girlfriend is not available." Wow. Everyone finally heard the answer they wanted, cheering and celebrating. Xiao Yu held the demon girl's hand, warning the eager crowd, "Just know it. Don't ask another word." The crowd, seeing his protective nature, only got more excited. Tyranny. Sui Yi, Sanbao, and Ego were staring at the demon girl, silently threatening her with their eyes. "You little thing, even we won't tell. Wait until we interrogate you back." The demon girl looked around nervously. Sanbao cleared her throat, mustering her courage to call out, "Sister Qiao's husband." Then she kept a straight face, watching the changes. If Xiao Yu's eyebrows moved even slightly, she would immediately change back to calling him senior. Xiao Yu remained calm. "Sister Qiao's husband?" Sanbao explained, "Yes, I'm a few months older than the demon girl." Xiao Yu glanced at the demon girl and nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." After seeing Xiao Yu's attitude, Sanbao became arrogant. "Sister Qiao's husband, refrigerator, color TV, microwave, sofa, rocking chair, hairdryer. All of these can't be missing." The demon girl immediately glared at Sanbao, while Xiao Yu relaxed, smiling and nodding. "Anything else? Also, although you did a great job keeping it a secret before, considering your good attitude in confessing, just set a table at the seafood restaurant." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. "That's the least I can do. And breakfast delivered in the morning for portions. Oh, and hot water in the evening for pots. Let me think what else." Sanbao was deep in thought when she suddenly heard the demon girl gritting her teeth and calling her Ren Shun. Sanbao dramatically threw herself to the side, crying out for help. "I.e., Higu, the demon girl is threatening me. After all this effort to raise her and marry her off, now she is threatening me for another man. Am I not suffering enough?" Everyone was already used to this lively character and watched the fun with amusement. Sui Yi suddenly remembered she had turned off her phone during the exam and hadn't turned it back on yet. So she rummaged through her bag. Just as she turned it on, a text message came in. "Which rank are you in your dorm?" As soon as Sui Yi saw Xiao Ziyuan's name, her hand went weak and she didn't understand, replying with a question mark. "I want to know if my future will be worse than Xiao Ladras." The words were both obscure and explicit, and indeed, Sui Yi's face turned red as her heart raced. Sui Yi threw her phone back in her bag, doing it with more force than last time. Higa looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Sui Yi smiled calmly, just a slip of the hand. Higa responded with an "oh" and continued eating, but Sui Yi's expression twisted slightly, the words she just saw swirling in her mind. "Not answering? Looks like my situation should be better than Xiao Yu's. I'm very satisfied." Sui Yi still couldn't figure it out and looked up at Xiao Ziyuan again. He was talking to someone next to him, still looking cool and aloof, so why did he enjoy teasing her so much? Sui Yi thought the storm had passed. But little did she know, it was just the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Ziyuan was originally sitting a person away from Yu Qinxia. Halfway through the meal, Yu Qinxia suddenly whispered something to the person next to her, and the two switched seats. As soon as Yu Qinxia sat down, Xiao Ziyuan stood up, his voice warm. "Qinyu, let's change seats. The heating is a bit too much, and you're closer to the door, so I can get some fresh air." Qinyu didn't think much of it, and stood up with a smile. "Sure, boss, you can sit here." Thus, Xiao Ziyuan sat next to Sui, who immediately tensed up, feeling like an unpredictable bomb was sitting next to her. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. The once lively private room fell silent, and Yu Qinxia's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Everyone knew the reason for Yu Qinxia's seat change, but unexpectedly, Xiao Ziyuan, when Xiaoqing, who had been quietly observing and smiling without speaking, finally spoke up, "Quick, eat the dishes before they get cold." The people at the table already had a good relationship, and with their usual respect for Xiao Ziyuan, they intentionally ignored the awkwardness and began chatting and laughing, lightening the mood. Xiao Ziyuan poured a cup of hot water for Sui Yi with a kettle, reminding her to drink more water since she had a cold. Sui Yi accepted it and silently drank. "Have you taken your medicine?" Xiao Ziyuan asked while pouring water without looking at her. I have, Sui Yi replied, her gaze fixed on the plate in front of her. Is it cold? Not cold. The two engaged in a conversation that lacked depth, with Sui Yi reluctantly cooperating without much enthusiasm or resistance. Xiao Ziyuan fell silent for a few seconds, and suddenly, the hand that he had placed under the table was grabbed by someone. She was startled and immediately tried to struggle. Xiao Ziyuan remained expressionless and casually said, It's a bit chilly, let me warm you up. Sui Yi hurriedly spoke, lowering her voice, No need, I'm really not cold. While speaking, she thought about trying to break free. Xiao Ziyuan picked up the cup with his left hand and took a sip, his brows relaxing as he casually threatened. If you move again, others will look this way. Sui Yi froze, losing the ability to act. Later, Sui Yi quietly protested, Senior brother Xiao, aren't you hungry? Let's eat some vegetables. Xiao Ziyuan smiled calmly, picked up his chopsticks with his left hand to start eating the dishes, while his right hand gripped tighter. Sui Yi resigned herself to her fate. She would never be a match for the deity. Her hand was completely enveloped in Xiao Ziyuan's palm, dry and warm. Perhaps due to nervousness, her palm began to sweat, feeling very uncomfortable. Xiao Ziyuan occasionally added water for her, but never let go of her hand. Though his face showed no expression, his heart was stirred. She was from the south. It was rare to see someone so tall. Her hands were small, easily enveloped by his one hand. Thinking this, he felt even less inclined to let go. Their hands were hidden under the tablecloth. And with both of them maintaining their usual demeanor, no one else could tell anything was amiss. As the meal was nearing its end, Sanbao suddenly called for the waiter, asking for another order of pan-fried dumplings. Everyone turned to look at the girl, and Sanbao smiled shyly, saying, I'm still hungry. The enchanting He Gu and others facepalmed, feeling embarrassed for her. Sui softly called out, Sanbao. Sanbao, happily engrossed in her food, replied, Huh? Sui advised, the food belongs to others, but your health is your own. Eat less. If you eat too much at night, it won't digest well. Xiao Ziyuan chuckled softly. After dinner, everyone was still in high spirits and went to sing. Sui just went to the restroom, and when she returned, the scene seemed a bit out of control. Sanbao stood boldly in the center, holding the microphone and shaking her hips, tormenting everyone's ears. Sui Yi and the seductive woman all had a face full of black lines as they quietly sat in the corner. Higo asked curiously, Whose person is this? The seductive woman shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, I don't recognize her. Sui echoed. She probably entered the wrong private room. Everyone nodded yes. It must be like that. After Sanbao finished singing, she rushed over, excitedly asking, Did I sing well? Higo silently drank his beverage. The seductive woman patted Sanbao's shoulder. Sanbao, we don't understand your joy. Don't blame us. Sui smiled and summarized, Being sleazy is a lifestyle. Later, someone pulled out a deck of playing cards, and more than 10 people gathered to draw cards and compare sizes. That night, for some reason, Sui always drew the smallest card when comparing big, and the biggest card when comparing small, and after a few beers, she became even more confused. Having learned from the earlier experience, Sui kept her distance from Xiao Ziyuan from the beginning, while he quietly watched from the corner. In another round, after revealing the cards, Sui sighed and raised her hand in surrender. I can't drink anymore. Let us switch to something else. Everyone had a bit too much to drink and began to fuss and cheer. Switch to something else? Didn't brother Xiao win this round? Just let brother Xiao give you a kiss, and that LL be it, right? Haha, this is good. Sui's brows furrowed even deeper. Thinking it would be better to just drink, wondering whose side they were on, she looked at the 3 people beside her for help. To her surprise, these 3 were even more enthusiastic than the others. The seductive woman and Higa shook bells and cheered, Kiss one, kiss one. Sanbao laughed and called out, One isn't enough. Let us have another. Sui deeply felt that she might have chosen her friends poorly, truly fearing that chaos would reign. Sui held her wine glass. Feeling helpless, I'd rather drink. Hey, no, we just said we wouldn't drink anymore, right? We can't go back on our word. Sui really had no choice but to look at Xiao Ziyuan, who was leisurely sitting there with a faint smile on his face, showing no intention of helping. Everyone watched as Sui sat there, her face flushed and urged Xiao Ziyuan again. Brother Xiao, do you need the girl to take the initiative? Exactly. Brother Xiao, go for it. Xiao Ziyuan lounged lazily on the sofa, with a meaningful smile as he looked at Sui. Sui Yi was so tense that she almost crushed the cup in her hand, not daring to glance at Xiao Ziyuan even once. Xiao Ziyuan quickly composed himself, lightly tapping his fingers on his thigh a few times. If he didn't satisfy them today, these guys probably wouldn't let it go easily. He quickly stood up, picked up a tissue from the table, and walked in front of Sui Yi, who looked up at him with a half-raised face, unsure of what he was about to do. You've had too much to drink. Xiao Ziyuan quickly took a tissue to cover Sui Yi's lower face and then bent down to kiss her. His lips were soft and warm, and his breath passed through the thin tissue, while his deep-set eyes were right in front of her, like dark jade immersed in lake water, clear and enchanting. The noise around them quieted down, and Sui Yi seemed to hear the sound of flowing water. She felt that if she looked at those eyes for one more second, she would drown in them. Just as she was about to push him away, Xiao Ziyuan had already straightened up and turned to the crowd, tilting his head and asking, "Satisfied?" Another round of cheers and applause erupted in her ears, and Xiao Ziyuan calmly walked back to his seat, exhaling softly. His heart was beating like a drum. Probably only he could hear it. How long had it been since he felt this nervous? This was also his first experience between a man and a woman, and he hadn't expected it to be so thrilling. Sui Yi lowered her head, her mind blank. Everything had happened too suddenly. She knew everyone meant no harm, just having fun after drinking too much. But what about Xiao Ziyuan? He was sober, after all. He could have brushed it off with a word. So why did he go along with their teasing? After this incident, the atmosphere suddenly became lively again, and everyone started singing. Sui Yi felt dry and parched, absent-mindedly picking up a cup next to her, not knowing what she was drinking, just mechanically sipping it, her mind a blank, seemingly getting thirstier with each sip. She glanced around. Everyone seemed to take it as a joke, just a bit of fun, and moved on. Sam Bao and He Ge continued their game. While Yan and Xiao Yi were choosing songs, everything seemed normal, except for Yu Qinxia, who appeared unusually silent tonight. As for Xiao Ziyuan's direction, Sui Yi didn't dare to look at all, not even stealing a glance. Her face flushed in the midst of the noise. Xiao Ziyuan just went out to take a phone call, and when he came back, he found Sui Yi had fallen asleep on the sofa, one hand draped over San Bao's arm. Sam Bao was happily playing rock, paper, scissors with a boy next to her, her body swaying with San Bao's movements. Xiao Ziyuan patted Sam Bao and said, "You go sit inside." The noise in the private room was too loud, and Sam Bao didn't hear clearly, looking confused. Xiao Ziyuan made a gesture, and Sam Bao quickly understood, darting over to the other side of the booth to play with someone else. As soon as Sam Bao moved, Sui Yi's body naturally slid down, and Xiao Ziyuan supported her, leaning her against himself. In her daze, Sui Yi mistakenly thought the person beside her was Sam Bao and wrapped her arms around a nearby person's arm. Xiao Ziyuan lowered her head and smiled. After just a few glasses of beer, she actually got drunk. Even when she drank too much, she wasn't noisy or rowdy, not saying a word, just obediently falling asleep. "Let me take care of her." Later, the demoness noticed this scene, walked over, and prepared to help Sui Yi up. "Senior brother, let me handle it. You go have fun." Xiao Ziyuan discreetly held the person in his arms to avoid attention, looking at the well-behaved person sleeping without raising his head, saying, "I'm here, that's enough." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. The enchanting woman smiled and walked away after watching for a few seconds. By 10 o'clock, everyone had played enough and prepared to head back. Sui Yi was groggy when someone called her awake, and she stood up in a daze, following the crowd outside. After taking just a couple of steps, she was stopped by someone. She opened her eyes, feeling dizzy, with everything in front of her appearing as double. Squinting to see clearly, she still couldn't make out who the person in front of her was. That person put on their coat and wrapped a scarf around themselves before pulling her along outside. The crisp breath of the person holding her made Sui Yi feel that the scarf didn't seem to belong to her, but she didn't dislike it. After a few steps, her legs began to weaken, and in a daze, she called out, "Sam Bao, slow down, I can't keep up." The person holding her indeed slowed down, supporting her as they walked slowly forward. After an unknown amount of time, she was placed on a bed. Sui Yi felt that the pillow and blanket were hers, which reassured her, and she quickly fell asleep. below the girls' dormitory. A group of boys turned around to head back when they saw Xiao Ziyuan come down. Having completed their role as flower guardians, they could finally go back to sleep. Xiao Ziyuan stopped at an intersection and explained to the others, "I have something to take care of. I need to go home for a bit. You guys go back first." When Xiaoqing remembered that Xiao Ziyuan received a call in the evening and asked, "Is it?" Xiao Ziyuan knew that he was thoughtful and smiled reassuringly. "No, it's something else. It's my own matter." Lin Shun and Xiao Yu were tired, waved their hands, and said goodbye. Xiao Ziyuan stood still, watching them walk away before turning and heading towards the back door of the school. He entered a small community at the back door of the school, opened the garage, and soon drove out a car. Although it was getting late, due to Christmas Eve, there were still many people and cars on the road, causing significant delays before he finally got home. He asked the security guard at the door before entering. He went up to the second floor, headed straight for a certain room, knocked twice, waited a few seconds, and then pushed the door open. Mom. Zhao's mother was sitting on the bed, reading a book. She was a beauty in her youth, and as time passed, she became even more beautiful and serene. When she saw her son, she smiled and asked, "Why are you back so suddenly? Didn't you go out to play with your classmates today?" While speaking, she beckoned Xiao Ziyuan to sit down, saying, "It's cold outside, right? It's been getting colder these past 2 days, so wear more clothes." Xiao Ziyuan sat on the bed, nodding his head with a big smile on his face, wearing a lot of clothes, which he had just taken off downstairs. "Has your health improved a bit in the past couple of days?" Zhao's mother had a loving expression and said, "It's all right. You don't have to keep worrying. Your father has been coming home early these past few days to keep me company, so you don't need to worry." Xiao Ziyuan was massaging his mother's knees while nodding. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Mom, what kind of daughter-in-law do you like?" Zhao's mother was taken aback. "What are you?" Xiao Ziyuan has been somewhat mature for his age since childhood, and he doesn't talk much. Although many girls like him, he keeps his distance from all of them. Zhao's mother has always been a bit worried, but she didn't expect him to suddenly ask such a question. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Ziyuan realized his impulsiveness, but it was too late to take it back. He smiled in frustration and said, "I was just asking casually." Zhao's mother quietly looked at him. Although her son had been obedient since he was young and was very close to her, ever since he started elementary school, she hadn't seen that childishness on his face. She wondered what kind of girl could make him like this. Xiao Ziyuan felt a bit embarrassed under his mother's gaze, lowering his head and helplessly smiling while supporting his forehead. What happened to him? Zhao's mother patted her son's shoulder, smiling gently. "As long as you like it. Mom trusts your judgment. Bring it to show Mom when the time comes." Xiao Ziyuan smiled and considered an agreement. The mother and son chatted for a while longer, and then Xiao Ziyuan got up to greet his father in the study. "Dad." Xiao Ziyuan entered the study and respectfully called out. Zhao's father, dressed in a shirt and a wool cardigan, exuded a refined yet imposing presence without displaying anger. He sat behind the desk, looking at something, and when he heard a sound, he lifted his head and smiled, asking, "Have you visited your mother?" while gesturing for Xiao Ziyuan to sit down. Xiao Ziyuan answered after sitting down, saying that he had seen it and that his mom was tired and ready to sleep. Zhao's father nodded, took off his reading glasses, and thoughtfully said, "You will go with me to take a look over there tomorrow morning." Xiao Ziyuan was taken aback but remained composed, casually asking, "Isn't it a bit too fast?" Zhao's father hesitated for a moment, saying it was your grandfather's intention. "Actually, it's not urgent. It's just to make a greeting, so that when the time comes, others won't say our family is bullying others with our power. It's nothing much, just a greeting, and when the time comes, you'll still have to rely on your own abilities to get in." Xiao Ziyuan was silent for a few seconds before nodding. "All right. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you." Zhao's father hesitated for a moment. "Actually, you've always been steady, and I trust you, but I still want to say a bit more. Our family has never dealt with businessmen, as you know. Now that you're older, be careful outside, especially with some people who have ulterior motives. Always keep your guard up." After finishing, Zhao's father turned off the desk lamp, stood up, and said, "Get some rest early. I'm going to talk with your mother." Xiao Ziyuan sat there motionless, and after a few seconds, he stood up and returned to his room, a hint of gloom appearing in his brow. After taking a shower and changing into his pajamas, he still felt a bit unsettled. He got up and pushed open the window on the balcony. The cold wind rushed in, sending chills through his body, making him shiver involuntarily, filled with a sense of coldness. After a long silence, he took out his phone. When the call connected, he got straight to the point and asked Lin Shun, "What do you really mean?" Lin Shun had drunk a bit too much that night and was confused, asking, "What do you mean?" Xiao Ziyuan let out a deep breath. He considered himself to have excellent self-restraint and had never been so aggressive before. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps it was the weight of certain matters pressing on his heart for too long. But in that moment, he couldn't hold back any longer, and those words involuntarily slipped from his lips. "When have I, Xiao Ziyuan, ever needed someone else to arrange women for me?" There was a long silence on the other side, and Xiao Ziyuan heard the sound of a door opening and closing. Soon, Lin Chen's voice, mingled with the sound of the wind, slowly came through. "I didn't." The voice was very soft, yet each word was pronounced distinctly. Xiao Ziyuan looked at the pitch-black night sky, white mist rising from his mouth, his tone unfriendly. "Do you dare to say that when you introduced Sui Yi to me, it wasn't with ulterior motives? Do you dare to say that your repeated tests of me were just jokes? The surname Sui is not common. Do you dare to say she has no connection to the Sui family, the richest in Jiangnan? I remember that the Lin family and the Sui family are also longtime friends, right? Should I also be counted in this collusion between officials and businessmen?" Xiao Ziyuan had seen and experienced a lot since childhood, so such matters were not surprising to him. When others had thoughts about him, he could see through it but chose not to expose it. It was inconsequential, so he let it be. However, this time he was angry because he knew it was a setup, yet he had genuinely developed feelings. He thought he had great self-control, but this time he couldn't restrain his heart. He noticed it early on, but he didn't call it out. He remained a bystander, wanted to see what they were up to. This girl was beautiful, gentle, and interesting, but years passed in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that Sui Yi was completely unaware of the situation. She treated him like she did everyone else, showing no special attentiveness, calm and unassuming, with no desires. Instead, he grew more impatient over time, losing his patience, and he became the anxious one. Even though they met, they didn't recognize each other. In the biting cold wind, Lin Shun let out a bitter laugh. Collusion between officials and businessmen? Although the Lin family's status couldn't compare to the Xiao family's. They had maintained a clean reputation in the South all these years, regardless of their position. We both grew up in such families. You know how serious those 4 words, collusion between officials and businessmen, are. If I truly crave power, why would I have gone against my family's wishes to study law back then? After 4 years as brothers, why say such things? Not only does your remark hurt me, but it also hurts Sui Yi. I admit I wanted you and Sui Yi to be together, but she has no idea about my thoughts. This was entirely my own intention. I've known her since she was born. She is the most pure-hearted girl I've ever seen, and she wouldn't covet even a bit from you. I can guarantee that. I just feel that only you can take good care of her, and she deserves you. Although she carries the Sui surname, she has been away from the Sui family for many years, living with her mother, hoping to have no ties to the Sui family for the rest of her life. Xiao Ziyuan is not at all what you think. The more Lin Chun spoke, the angrier he became, and his words carried a hint of recklessness as he gasped for breath while speaking into the phone. Xiao Ziyuan suddenly fell silent, closing his sore eyes. Sui Yi's every gesture and movement displayed excellent upbringing, clearly coming from a prestigious family, but he didn't expect that she had no connection with the Sui family anymore. The two of them had not spoken again, and after a long time, Lin Shin finally spoke up again, the long-buried past floating back. More than 20 years ago, the only son of the Sui family in Jiangnan fell in love at first sight with the only daughter of the scholarly Shin family. The two families were well-matched, and they soon got married. The young lady from a Shin family had a congenital heart condition and did not have children after marriage. Later, she unexpectedly became pregnant, but the young master of the Sui family, cherishing her, did not want her to keep it. However, she couldn't bear to see the Sui family become extinct. So, she ultimately risked her life to give birth, and it was a girl. Everything seemed beautiful at first, but the Sui family had been passing down their lineage for generations, and the elderly Sui couple hoped for a boy to inherit the family business. You know how deeply rooted the preference for boys over girls was in the South during that era, especially among wealthy families. The girl's mother, who already had a weak heart, was severely weakened after giving birth to the girl and had no further signs of pregnancy. The girl began to lose favor at home. Her father resisted family pressure for several years, but eventually had to compromise due to so-called filial piety, with one condition: the girl's mother must not know. It is unclear where the elderly Sui couple found a woman to have several encounters with their only son, but before she could get pregnant, the girl's mother discovered it. Surprisingly, the girl's mother remained calm and asked him if he really wanted a boy. Later, the two went abroad for in vitro fertilization. At that time, the success rate was not high, and the girl's mother endured a lot of suffering before succeeding. She eventually gave birth to a boy, which was very dangerous at the time. On the day she gave birth, she threw the divorce agreement and the child at that man, asking for nothing and leaving empty-handed. That girl was Sui Yi. Although Sui Yi was the young lady of the Sui family, she was not favored there. The Sui family's business was vast, and with so many people eyeing the wealth, if you were not favored, everyone dared to step on you. You must have seen and heard of such things before. She witnessed the coldness of the world from a young age, becoming exceptionally smart and sensible. When her mother left, she resolutely followed her mother and never had any contact with the Sui family again. My aunt liked Sui Yi's father for many years and finally had the chance to marry him, but unfortunately, it was not a happy life. I have met Sui Yi's mother. She was a lady from a scholarly family, well-educated and talented. The temperament cultivated over generations of scholarly heritage was something my aunt could never compare to, and it's no wonder that man continued to hold onto his memories. Just imagine how exceptional a woman of such beauty, raised by a family like the Shuns, would be. Xiao Ziyuan. Sui once asked me, Brother Lin Shun, how much must a woman love a man to be willing to risk her life to bear his child? And how much must a woman hate a man to be willing to risk her life to bear his child again? Xiao Ziyuan, I'm not telling you all this for any other reason. I just want to let you know that Sui Yi is not the girl you think she is. Power and money don't matter to her at all. If she truly likes you, it's not because of your surname Xiao or who you are, but simply because you are Xiao Ziyuan. If she doesn't like you, it doesn't matter who you are. Xiao Ziyuan hung up the phone and stood on the balcony for a long time. His mind was filled with Sui Yi's smiling face, gentle and charming. But he really didn't know what lay behind that smile. His heart began to ache dully. When he couldn't see the truth before, he felt anxious. But now that he knew, it was pain. Lin Shin said that things were not at all as he imagined. In fact, things were not as Lin Shin thought either. There was something buried deep in his heart for many years that he had never told anyone. In fact, he had known Sui Yi for a long time. Or more precisely, he was aware of her existence. It was during the National Olympic Physics competition. Xiao Ziyuan, who was still in middle school, was dominating the national physics group, practically a lone contender, scoring more than 10 points above the second place every year. But that year, when the results were announced, Xiao Ziyuan was again in first place, but the gap between him and the second place was only a few tenths of a point. He didn't know how to feel. Was it the panic of being surpassed at any moment, or the excitement of finally having a rival? He specifically checked the exam paper. It was clear and neatly written. If it weren't for the last question being counted wrong, he might have been in second place. Out of curiosity, he looked at the name, which was neatly written with 2 characters, Sui Yi. He smiled at the time, thinking how casual her parents must have been to give their child such a name. He had never paid much attention to the people around him and had no impression of this girl. He asked the proctor at that time, and the proctor, with a puzzled expression, uttered a few words. You and that girl are the only 2 who finished early and were sleeping during my proctoring all these years. Xiao Ziyuan smiled again. However, the next sentence from the proctor shocked him, and it was such a coincidence that the position was next to him. Xiao Ziyuan was surprised. She was sitting next to him at that time. He looked forward to meeting this girl, but she didn't come to the competition the following year, and she never came again after that. Although he continued to excel in the physics group, he suddenly lost interest. The only thing he had was a photocopy of the exam admission ticket that was stuck to his desk at that time. The photo on the photocopy was very blurry, but you could still see her faint smile and dimples. She still had a bit of baby fat, making people want to reach out and pinch her cheeks. That photocopy and that memory gradually became blurred with time, and Xiao Ziyuan even thought he had long forgotten. Until that year, Lin Shun brought a girl to meet them, and he recognized her at a glance. That smiling face and the memory were still vivid. She had lost her baby fat, but those smiling eyes had not changed. With gentle brows and a sweet smile. At that moment, he suddenly believed that fate like this did exist. The next morning, the Xiao father and son appeared in an office. A middle-aged man in a suit was pouring tea while politely making small talk, saying that he hadn't seen Ziyuan for a few years and was surprised to see how outstanding he had become, resembling the old man in his prime. Xiao's father took the tea and looked at the person opposite him with a smile, but he was still just a child. After what you said, it feels like we should soon make way for these young people. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then quickly laughed, saying, "Not at all, you are in your prime. It's me who should step aside, it's me." After saying that, he burst into laughter. Xiao Ziyuan lowered his head and silently sipped his tea, quietly observing the smoke-free battle that unfolded back and forth. The middle-aged man also knew the purpose of Xiao's father's visit this time. He smiled and said, "By the way, a few young people have recently been promoted in the department. I think they're quite good. Should I call them over for you to take a look with your discerning eye?" Xiao's father smiled inwardly without showing it on his face, but he refused verbally, saying, "This is your business. There's no need for me to watch." The middle-aged man persisted. "What are you afraid of? I'll call them in right away." While speaking, he made a phone call. After hanging up, he walked over and patted Xiao Ziyuan's shoulder while adding water, saying, "Ziyuan, you should take a good look too." Xiao Ziyuan smiled faintly, and after making eye contact with him for a few seconds, naturally shifted his gaze away. The middle-aged man was taken aback. At such a young age, his gaze was already so composed, neither showing off nor hiding anything. He truly felt old and wondered if it was time to step aside. Half an hour later, the Xiao father and son walked out of the office building and got into the car. Xiao's father finally asked, "What do you think of those few people?" The people they met today were all potential competitors for the position that Xiao Ziyuan might secure in the future. If Xiao Ziyuan successfully obtained that position, they would work together with him, being both rivals and allies, so they specifically came to take a closer look. Xiao Ziyuan spoke casually as always, a dragon among people and a pillar of society. Xiao's father frowned and said, "Why are you using such words to brush me off?" Xiao Ziyuan finally smiled. These few people had just entered. In the face of a strange environment, people always tend to be somewhat restrained. Now, what can I observe? In a few years, their true nature will reveal itself. I don't even need to watch for that. Dad, don't worry. Do I really make you so uneasy? Xiao's father shook his head with a smile, saying that I was too anxious. Forget it, forget it. By the way, have you prepared everything for going abroad? Xiao Ziyuan nodded. It's almost time. After graduation, he would leave. Xiao Ziyuan looked out the window. The last few words were spoken softly and slowly, as if he was nostalgic for something. Upon first meeting Zhao's mother, she said, "Go ahead. When you come back, I'll take you to see how much you have grown." Zhao's father also looked out at the gloomy sky and whispered a few words. Xiao Ziyuan nodded and said, "Okay. Mom has a checkup today. You can drop me off at the intersection and go to the meeting. I'll go to the hospital to see Mom." Xiao Ziyuan arrived at the hospital, asked the doctor for the specific situation, then took the medication and accompanied Zhao's mother as they walked out. Zhao's mother looked around while walking, as if she was searching for something. Xiao Ziyuan bent down slightly and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhao's mother had a hint of disappointment on her face. "There is a girl at this hospital who should be a student from a medical school. It seems she comes to help when the teacher has outpatient services. I see her every time I come. She is very nice and patient with the elderly and children. I often see her coaxing little kids with food. Although she wears a mask, her eyes are very beautiful, so she must be very pretty as well. Why does it seem like she didn't come today?" Xiao Ziyuan is rarely lively in front of his mother. The other person is wearing a mask. How can you see her? What if she takes off the mask and scares people to death? You little rascal. Oh, that girl I've seen many times, really very sensible. And kind to others. If only Ziyan were as sensible as her. Zhao's mother sighed as she thought of her little daughter. Xiao Ziyuan supported Zhao's mother and gently comforted her, saying that Ziyan is still young and should be taught slowly. Zhao's mother patted her son's hand, treating her like a child and indulging her, which made her increasingly difficult to manage. Xiao Ziyuan smiled, his brows relaxed. What kind of girl could it be that makes you so disdainful of your own daughter? Zhao's mother suddenly turned her head and pointed at a figure. Hey, it looks like that girl. Xiao Ziyuan looked at the figure, and felt a sense of familiarity. He called out, "Sui Yi." The girl turned her head, revealing only a pair of lively eyes behind her mask. Upon seeing the person calling her, Sui Yi seemed to freeze for a moment. But soon a smile floated out from her eyes as she walked over. Today, she had been called by her teacher to help at the clinic and hadn't expected to run into Xiao Ziyuan here. When she woke up this morning, she surprisingly didn't have the headache and nausea that often followed a night of drinking. However, recalling some fragments from last night made her roll around in bed with the blanket, wishing she would never have to see Xiao Ziyuan again. Sam Bao had specifically told her that she had drunk too much last night and that Xiao Ziyuan had carried her upstairs and placed her on the bed. She even caught a glimpse of a scarf on the bedside that didn't belong to her. Sui Yi's face scrunched up in distress, regretting her earlier thoughts of wanting to die. How could she greet him with a normal expression now? Unexpectedly, what she feared came true. Though she was 1,000 times unwilling, she still walked over, took off her mask, and called out, "Brother Xiao." Her voice was a bit hoarse. Xiao Mu looked at Xiao Ziyuan in disbelief and said, "This is my mom." Xiao Ziyuan introduced, "This is my junior from school, Sui Yi." Sui Yi had long lost the shyness she had when they first met and greeted with a graceful smile. "Hello, Auntie." Zhao's mother carefully examined the girl in front of her. In the past, she could only see her eyes, but today, seeing her in person, she felt that the whole person was fresh and refined, with exquisite features that she liked more and more. Casual? Sui Yi had long liked the reaction of others when they heard her name and patiently explained, "Auntie, it's Yi from Jiangnan." "Oh, Jiangnan. Jiangnan is beautiful. The scenery is familiar from the past. The name is quite special." Zhao's mother smiled and asked, "Are you classmates? You look so young." Xiao Ziyuan smiled slightly and glanced at Sui Yi, explaining to his mother that she was from the south, which made her look younger than her actual age. Xiao Mu gave Xiao Ziyuan a meaningful glance, smiling and nodding. Yes, people from the south are indeed delicate-looking, and their skin is nice. Sui Yi stood quietly there with a smile on her face, but deep down, she was already heartbroken. Xiao Ziyuan seemed to want more, and asked again, "Did you sleep well last night?" He looked embarrassed, unsure whether to nod or shake her head. He always seemed to effortlessly break her composure with just a single sentence. Xiao Ziyuan seemed to particularly enjoy this lowbrow humor, unable to restrain the smile on his face. Seeing her flushed little face, he finally relented and said, "I won't delay you any longer. We'll be leaving now." Sui Yi felt as if she had been granted a great reprieve and eagerly forced a smile as she bid farewell. "Auntie, Brother Xiao, goodbye." After Zhao's mother and Xiao Ziyuan walked for a while, Zhao's mother jokingly said, "This girl is not bad." Xiao Ziyuan turned his head, raised an eyebrow calmly, and said, Zhao's mother smiled happily. "This is the first time you greeted a girl and introduced her to me." Xiao Ziyuan paused for a moment. "Is that so? However, I really like this girl." Xiao Ziyuan felt a bit helpless, Mom. All right, no more talking about it. Next time, can you bring it home for dinner?" Zhao's mother was very satisfied. "Mom." Xiao Ziyuan's mind was filled with the scene from just now when she took off her mask. Perhaps because he had previously viewed her with colored lenses after last night, looking at her again, he surprisingly found that this girl was truly exceptional. Xiao Ziyuan lowered his head and unconsciously curled his lips into a bitter smile. "Xiao Ziyuan, oh Xiao Ziyuan, you are truly trapped." Xiao Mu looked at the corners of the lips of the person beside her that were unconsciously curling up and gradually had an idea in her heart. Sui Yi felt relieved only after watching the person walk far away. Xiao Ziyuan seemed very filial. He smiled more in front of his mother. Well, had she ever seen him smile so much? Sui Yi smiled slightly. Being filial is good. What kind of woman would accompany such a man in the future? After Christmas, the exam week began, and everyone in the school was busy and chaotic, with the library and study rooms packed full of people. Perhaps to match the occasion, the day after Christmas was overcast, although the temperature had risen a bit. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Sui Yi and the others noticed that the sky had turned even darker. Sam Bao looked up at the sky, shook his head, and sighed. Is it because someone is in a relationship with a demon again? The demon girl, laughing, asked, "What's wrong? Have you recently started watching fantasy?" Yigu had a stiff expression. She had recently been studying feng shui. Just as she finished speaking, Sui Yi saw white, unidentified objects falling on his Sam Bao's furry head. She was about to reach out when she noticed that the white, unidentified objects were increasing, and when she looked up, she realized it was snowing. Sanbao also noticed and sighed deeply. Why isn't it red? If a human and demon are in love, it should rain red. This child is obsessed. The three of them helplessly took turns patting Sanbao's head. In the afternoon, Sui Yi and the demon girl were going to attend the student council's semester summary meeting. This was customary. Finishing the summary meeting meant that the student council's work for the semester was over. The so-called summary meeting was just a certain teacher responsible for student affairs talking for nearly an hour, with the student council members below listening dully and mechanically agreeing. After the teacher finally finished talking and wrapped up, he directly skipped the chairperson and asked the four big nobles if they had anything to add. The four of them tacitly shook their heads in silence. Later, a teacher was called away by a phone call. As soon as he stepped out, the activity room changed from its earlier dullness to a lively uproar. "I want to eat meat." A boy, who had probably been cramming for books recently, shouted with bloodshot eyes. This suggestion was soon echoed by everyone. "Yes, the four big nobles treat us to meat. Let's go tonight. I've been looking forward to this for a whole semester." The four of them sat in their seats, smiling but silent, letting them make a fuss. Their calm reaction left everyone at a loss. A girl sitting next to Sui Yi leaned over and said sneakily, "Sui, go tell Xiao Ziyuan to treat us to meat." Sui Yi raised her eyebrows and asked with a natural smile, "Why should I say it?" The people nearby heard and collectively attacked Sui Yi. Yes, Sui should say it. Xiao Ziyuan treats you differently." Sui Yi's eyelids twitched, and she quickly glanced at everyone. She knew they meant well, but it did nothing to soothe the chaos in her heart. Sui Yi quickly composed herself. Jokingly laughed it off. "You all think too much. Xiao Ziyuan treats us all the same. Just give it a try." Unable to withstand the crowd's teasing, Sui Yi had no choice but to get up and ask Xiao Ziyuan. She stood nervously in front of Xiao Ziyuan, who looked at her calmly with a slight smile. Sui Yi lowered her eyes and quickly blurted out, "Xiao Ziyuan, can you treat us to meat tonight?" The activity room suddenly fell silent. Sui Yi felt a gaze lingering above her head. Xiao Ziyuan didn't speak, and she didn't dare to look up at his reaction. At this moment, Xiao Ziyuan's silence seemed to be the best response to her. It indicated he treated everyone equally, and she was innocent. A few seconds later, Sui Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and smiled lightly at everyone, feeling relieved. "See, I told you it wouldn't work." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a low "okay" behind her, a warm and deep voice that seemed to carry an unmistakable hint of laughter. Everyone cheered. However, Sui Yi's first reaction was not to turn around and look at Xiao Ziyuan, but to look at Yu Qianxia in the corner. Yu Qianxia had a faint smile on her face as she quietly watched her. After agreeing to have dinner together that night, the summary meeting ended, and Sui Yi quickly left the activity room. Fortunately, Xiao Ziyuan didn't call her back. Halfway, Sui Yi suddenly remembered the book she borrowed from the library was still in the activity room, so she turned back to get it. When Sui Yi pushed open the door to the activity room, she saw Yu Qianxia standing by the window, quietly looking outside. On such a cold day, the window was wide open, and the cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew into the room. Sui Yi had never seen Yu Qianxia like this, and she was momentarily stunned. Hearing the noise, Yu Qianxia turned her head to look at her, smiled slightly, then turned back, facing away from her, and spoke. "I thought you all had left." As she spoke, Yu Qianxia extended her hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which quickly melted in her palm, leaving only droplets of water. Although she couldn't see it, Sui Yi's face quickly broke into a smile. "Senior Yu, I came to get a book, and I'll leave soon. I won't disturb you." "Sui Yi, do you think I'm a failure?" Just as Sui Yi was about to leave with the book, Yu Qianxia suddenly asked. Sui Yi's heart stirred, and she replied with a light-hearted tone, "No, Senior, I've never seen a girl studying engineering as beautiful as you. You're the most beautiful girl studying engineering I've ever seen. And among the beautiful girls, you're the best at engineering." Yu Qianxia's shoulders shook, seemingly laughing. However, Sui Yi couldn't laugh. She truly felt that Yu Qianxia was a rare girl with a good personality, excelling in her studies and student work, receiving scholarships every year, and being one of the rare female vice presidents of the student council. She looked very much like a senior. After laughing, Yu Qianxia fell silent again. As Sui Yi contemplated whether to stay or leave, Yu Qinxia closed the window, walked to the nearest seat, and sat down, looking dazedly ahead, murmuring to herself. You don't understand. If he loves you, you could be any girl. If he doesn't love you, then you need to be an all-rounder. However, I've forgotten one thing. If he doesn't love you, he just doesn't love you. No matter how capable you are, it won't change anything. No matter how hard you try, it won't help. It's useless. Sui Yi's heart was filled with mixed emotions. It seemed that recent events had really affected Yu Qinxia. She couldn't say anything now because every word she spoke would seem hypocritical to Yu Qinxia. It's better to remain silent than to say too much. Afterward, Yu Qinxia seemed to regain her previous cheerful and capable demeanor, chatting with Sui Yi again. By the way, did you know that Xiao Ziyuan is going abroad after graduation? Sui Yi nodded. I've heard about it. So soon, we are about to graduate. It really feels fast. Yu Qinxia muttered to herself. Sui Yi couldn't bear to see Yu Qinxia so downcast and finally asked, Senior, I don't mean anything else. I've never thought about competing with you for anything. Yu Qinxia smiled bitterly. That's why it makes people hate it. I actively give you what I desire, but you don't want it. Sui Yi pondered for a moment and said, Senior, Xiao Ziyuan is going abroad soon, while I will stay here. After graduation, I will return home. We won't have any further contact. Why don't you go out with him? It shouldn't be difficult for you. Do you think I don't want to? Yu Qinxia forced a smile. She still remembered when Xiao Ziyuan coldly told her, Yu Qinxia, there's no need. All enthusiasm instantly dropped to freezing point. It turned out that for him, these past few years were unnecessary. He even called her by her full name. His feelings towards her could be summed up in 2 words, cold and distant. She thought he was just that kind of person, unable to warm up to anyone. But why did he always show a different kind of affection towards this girl in front of him? It turned out that the proud and aloof Xiao Ziyuan also had a warm side. Previously, he could hide it, but for some reason, he had recently become too lazy to even pretend. Xiao Ziyuan. Yu Qinxia's voice trembled a little, as if that name brought her endless pain. She turned to look at Sui Yi, struggling for a moment before speaking again. He wasn't willing to join the student council back then. He had always been low-key in his work. Later, he was forced to join by the counselor and initially planned to quit in his sophomore year. But he ended up staying until his senior year. They said he was one of the 4 great young masters. But didn't you notice that the other 3 hardly took care of things anymore? Only he was still managing it. Sui Yi, tell me, why did he do this? Why did he do this? Sui Yi lowered her eyes and listened quietly, but couldn't remain calm in her heart. Her hands, hanging by her side, unconsciously clenched into fists, and the question kept swirling in her mind. She quickly lifted her head and smiled as if nothing had happened, saying, Senior Yu, I'm leaving now. Yu Qinxia seemed surprised by her calm reaction and smiled meaningfully. I've been classmates with him for many years, and so many girls like Xiao Ziyuan. But he treats every girl with a light touch. Sometimes over the years, I've wished to see him stumble. Perhaps this wish can be fulfilled with you. Just as Sui Yi was closing the door, she heard Yu Qinxia murmuring. She said, he only lets his guard down around you, only shows you tenderness. You're really lucky. Sui Yi frowned. In the eyes of others, she and Yu Qinxia should be rivals in love. Shouldn't they be at odds? How could they have such a conversation? Was Yu Qinxia trying to tell her something? Or did she just want to vent her feelings after holding them in for so long and happen to run into her? That night, Sui Yi did not attend the gathering, and Xiao Ziyuan did not ask about it. After that, Sui Yi became completely absorbed in her studies, ignoring everything else. By the time she had some free time again, it was already the eve of the holiday, and the technology innovation project was coming to an end. They were conducting the final review in the library's conference room. Sui Yi sat in her seat, watching Xiao Ziyuan confidently and fluently present the project from start to finish. An admiration arose in her heart. Proud people indeed have the capital to be proud. In the end, there was a misunderstanding about who would deliver the materials to the school office. As everyone knows, the teacher in charge of technology innovation at the school office is notoriously difficult to deal with, and no one wanted to go, so they had to draw lots to decide. Unexpectedly, the boy who drew the short straw started to play tricks. We need to deliver it this afternoon. Can we do another day? The crowd objected. We already made an appointment with the teacher. I really don't want to go. How about I just tell the teacher that I'm sick or that I broke a bone playing basketball? The crowd looked down on him. Sui Yi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Senior, have you heard of the 22 rules of abnormal phenomena? No, the boy shook his head. Sui Yi smiled and explained. One of them says that if you use illness as an excuse to dodge someone's date or skip class, then after a while, you will definitely get sick. And whatever excuse you made, that's what kind of illness you'll get. Then I might as well go. The boy swallowed hard, fearfully conceding. Sui Yi smiled brightly and praised. You're really a good person, Senior. I don't dare not to go. The crowd burst into laughter, and the meeting quickly dispersed. As Sui Yi packed her things and prepared to leave, Xiao Ziyuan, playing with a pen in his hand, asked as he brushed past her. What else did the rules of abnormal phenomena say? By then, it was almost dusk, and the blood-red sunset shone into the room, leaving only the two of them inside. Sui Yi thought for a moment, her expression serious, as she spoke. People born in the year of the sheep, if born in winter, have a hard life. Xiao Ziyuan frowned. What does that mean? After a while, Sui Yi's voice slowly sounded again. A December sheep, guarding an empty house, strong fate, harming father and husband. After saying this, she opened the door and walked out. Xiao Ziyuan's expression remained calm as he took a long time to stand up and make a phone call by the window. Lin Chen answered, Boss, you looking for me? Is Sui Yi a sheep? Yeah, why? Born in the 12th lunar month? How did you know? What for? Nothing, just that her birthday is coming up soon. Lin Chen hesitated. She doesn't celebrate her birthday. Why not? After a long moment of thought, Lin Chen recalled that the elders believed boys shouldn't be born in the year of the rooster and girls shouldn't be born in the year of the sheep, especially if it's a 12th lunar month sheep. At that time, Sui Yi's grandparents were disappointed she was a girl and unable to find another reason. They claimed she was cursed. This had a significant impact on her. After hanging up, Xiao Ziyuan leaned against the railing and smiled faintly. 12th lunar month sheep, very good. There was only one class left for the elective course in the mechanical engineering department. When Sui Yi was about to attend class, she hesitated about whether to go or not. Recently, she felt that Xiao Ziyuan had changed towards her, and people around them had started making jokes about her and Xiao Ziyuan. Although they were all in good fun, he was about to go abroad, and even if he came back, his family background meant they wouldn't be on the same path. Moreover, there was also Yu Qianxian in the mix. Since that was the case, it might be better to see each other less. While sitting in the classroom, Sui Yi occasionally glanced at the door, afraid to see that figure. When she looked up again, she unexpectedly saw a plump old professor walking in with the textbook, and the discussion in the classroom suddenly filled the air. A girl in the front row bravely asked, Where's Brother Xiao? Zhang Qing placed the textbook on the desk and asked with interest, What's the matter? Are you all disappointed that I'm here? The girls below responded in unison without giving him face, disappointed. The chubby old man grinned. If you're disappointed, then I'm relieved. All of this was within Zhang Qing's expectations. He lazily explained, Your brother Xiao is graduating, and his graduation project is too difficult. So he doesn't have time to play with you anymore and won't be attending class. Sui Yi looked at the energetic old professor on the podium, who seemed to have a serious old scholar's demeanor. But why did she feel that there was a hint of gloating mischief in his eyes? Suddenly she thought, no wonder Xiao Ziyuan had been so quiet recently. If he couldn't complete his graduation project, he wouldn't be able to graduate smoothly. Sui Yi unconsciously curved her eyes and smiled at her own mischievous thought. By the way, Zhang Qing was looking through the attendance sheet. Is there a student named Sui Yi? Sui Yi stood up in confusion. Zhang Qing examined her up and down, smiling and nodding as if he were looking at a daughter-in-law. Ziyuan asked me to tell you something. He said, just leave the scarf with you. No need to return it. The classroom erupted with a loud commotion. Sui Yi lowered her head and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Xiao Ziyuan, you are ruthless. She would never again say that Xiao Ziyuan was a low-key, gentle gentleman. Zhang Qing waved his hand, signaling her to sit down. The discussions in the classroom continued, with some people occasionally glancing at Sui Yi. Benefactor, you better take care of yourself. The girls in front won't let you off easily, but I can help you, as long as you give a little more offering. Sam Bao was still chattering about something, with a borrowed copy of the Diamond Sutra in front of him. Sui Yi pursed her lips, wondering what was going on with her. Higa replied, Oh, You missed the press conference of the new abbot last night because you came back late from self-study. This is her new obsession, called cramming before exams. Sui Yi asked in confusion. What does that have to do with it? Cramming isn't just about studying hard. Why read the Diamond Sutra? The enchantress put her arm around Sui Yi's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Our treasure said that since you're cramming, of course, you have to read scriptures. What use is a textbook? The Buddha won't pay attention to that. Reading Buddhist scriptures before exams is the essence of cramming. Those who crammed before but still failed didn't understand this. San Bao clasped his hands together, bowed his head. Amipa, benefactor, you understand my joy. Sui shook her head with a smile, insightful, and then fled in embarrassment. Finally, the exam week ended, and Sui really hadn't seen Xiao Ziyuan again. Probably because his graduation project was indeed difficult. She booked a ticket home for the next day. On the night after the exams, Sui was packing her luggage in the dormitory. When the enchantress came in, she saw Sui staring blankly at a scarf in her hand. Why are you leaving so early this year? Sui was unsure how to deal with the scarf and was startled by the voice, tossing it into the box. There's nothing much to do at school. I want to go home early to spend time with my mom. San Bao Lauget Lu Li. Shifting her gaze from the computer screen to the enchantress's face. Oh, back from a romantic getaway? The enchantress blushed slightly and narrowed her eyes, shouting fiercely. Shut up and play your boss, your quests. San Bao, with a mischievous smile, began to sing. First touch, shyly touched the second string of the eru. The second string lingers in the fingers, covering the face. Second touch, please smile, and touch the sweet lychee by the lips. Third touch, circle the neck and touch towards the collarbone. San Bao, go to hell. The enchantress was furious, her face twisted. Sui teased her, Abbot, this isn't good. Singing such lewd tunes, the Buddha will be displeased. San Bao grinned. The Buddha is on vacation today, not working. As she spoke, she turned her head, and when her gaze returned to the computer screen, she suddenly shouted, Higu, where did you go again? Higu was curled up in a corner, trembling slightly. I don't know where I am. I seem to be lost. Sui burst into laughter. Higu had bet with San Bao lost, and she insisted on dragging him to play games, guaranteeing to help him level up. However, Higu was directionally challenged and often ended up in the wrong map. As soon as San Bao couldn't see him, he was lost. Higu leaned towards San Bao. Treasure, you see I have no talent for gaming. Why don't I just not play? San Bao waggled a finger, squinting her eyes in threat. Don't even think about it. Higu suddenly took on a rogue expression, slumping into a chair. What can you do if I don't play? San Bao was furious, her face contorted. He win Jing. You don't keep your word. Higu shouted back defiantly. Ren Shun. What if I don't keep my word? San Bao suddenly leaned towards Higu, blushing. Nothing. I just like you like this, so domineering. I really like it. While saying this, she rubbed against Hiji's chest, muttering, so big, so soft. The room instantly fell silent, with Sui Yi, the enchantress, and Higu all wearing dark expressions. Higu pushed away the clingy entity and howled to the sky. Heavens, take this monster away. The enchantress looked at Sui Yi in despair. When will our family-esque creature be normal? Sui Yi patted the enchantress's hand. Children have their own blessings. We shouldn't worry. The enchantress immediately felt relieved. That makes sense. In the end, San Bao was forcefully subdued by Higu and, with tears in her eyes, continued to fight monsters. Higu leaned over and asked, what was the scientific name of Du Lintang this afternoon? I couldn't remember it all. Papaverine. Higu looked dejected. Then I wrote it wrong. San Bao, did you get it right? San Bao was in the excitement of the holiday, and she had a deep and accurate understanding of her own IQ. How could I possibly write it correctly? No matter how hard I tried to think, I couldn't come up with it. I just remembered it was 3 characters, so I casually wrote down 3 characters. What did you write? Sui had a bad premonition. San Bao smirked and answered clearly, Semaida. The two of them collapsed. One could imagine how this joke would be elaborated on by the examiners. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Sui was pulling her suitcase through the campus. She left early and didn't let those 3 see her off. On the winter morning, just as the sky was getting bright, with the biting cold wind and the end of exams, there weren't many people on the campus, making it feel a bit desolate. Sui originally thought she wouldn't encounter anyone. But as soon as she stepped onto the main road of the campus, she spotted Xiao Ziyuan from a distance. The fiery red sun had just risen, and he stood tall at the entrance of the experimental building, surrounded by Yuqianxia and a few others, seemingly discussing something. Sui Yi didn't have time to look away before she saw Xiao Ziyuan looking over here. She panicked in her heart, nodded at him from afar, and turned to leave. Xiao Ziyuan casually shifted his gaze and continued the previous topic with the person next to him. After about 10 minutes, he returned to the dormitory, sat down at the desk, and tapped his forehead with his index finger. When Xiao Qing turned to look at him, "Are you this tired?" Xiao Ziyuan responded with a tired mm. "Is it all sorted out?" When Xiao Qing asked as he closed the book, Xiao Ziyuan shook his head, feeling a rare sense of frustration. It was all wasted, all of it. Professor Zhang Qing was already strict with him on a regular basis. He should have graduated easily. However, since he was going abroad after graduation, the quality of his graduation project was crucial. The supervisor at the foreign university, Enkaid, was introduced by Zhang Qing. The two old scholars hit it off, but the consequence was that his graduation topic turned out to be unusually difficult at the forefront internationally, with hardly anyone else working on it. He had been struggling for half a month, staying overnight in the lab yesterday, and only returned this morning, only to find it all in vain. It is said that Enkaid and Zhang Qing were both rivals and friends. Years ago, Zhang Qing had a crush on a girl in the same class. Later, the two fell out over a disagreement during an academic discussion, and it ended without resolution, earning the title of the tragedy of among the students at X university. Eventually, the girl went abroad for further studies, stayed overseas, and married Enkaid. Zhang Qing was indignant about this, and Enkaid harbored resentment towards Zhang Qing regarding this ex. Although they had a strong academic rapport, they could not stand each other personally, and the two old men would glare at each other whenever they met. Xiao Ziyuan now completely doubts that Enkaid is using him to take revenge on Zhang Qing, while Zhang Qing wants to prove to Enkaid how excellent his student is through him. Thus, he has naturally become a scapegoat. Xiao Ziyuan sighed and recalled the panicked look on Sui Yi's face from earlier, letting out another helpless sigh. Did he scare her by being too eager? Or did she simply not like him at all? Was he overthinking it? When Xiao Qing poured him a glass of water, asking if he was staying here to redo things for the new year, Xiao Ziyuan took a sip of water. Although he felt frustrated, his eyes still held confidence. "Well, today is a holiday. Can you still find your junior brother to help you? I told them today that they don't need to come anymore starting from today, and I sent them home. I should be able to manage on my own." When Xiao Qing asked meaningfully, "What about you, Yuqianxia? She is not staying?" Xiao Ziyuan slightly frowned, thinking that he had already made himself very clear. Just as he was speaking, he saw Lin Chen storming in with anger, followed by Qiao Yu, who walked in leisurely. Xiao Ziyuan and Wen Xiaoqing exchanged glances. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen panted heavily. "This dead girl. I was planning to wait for her to leave together. How could she have already left?" Xiao Ziyuan suddenly understood and lowered his gaze to the glass cup in his hand. When Xiaoqing, confused, asked Qiao Yu what he was talking about, Qiao Yu shrugged and said, "It's none of my business. When I was having breakfast with Sichuan, I heard her mention that Sui Yi was going home on the morning bus today. I was curious because doesn't she always leave with Lin Chen every year? When I ran into Lin Chen at the entrance of the building, I casually asked him about it, and to my surprise, he got angry right away. After calling Sui Yi, he became even more upset. Once Lin Chen calmed down, he asked Xiao Ziyuan, 'Do you know about this?' Xiao Ziyuan shook the water in his cup. No matter how he moved it, the water in the glass maintained the shape of the container. Xiao Ziyuan suddenly remembered a piece of calligraphy hanging in the old house. Nothing in the world is softer than water, yet no one can withstand a strong attack. There is nothing that can replace it. Xiao Ziyuan felt that Sui Yi was like water, looking weak and gentle, yet impossible to grasp. He had been busy for so long that he hadn't had the chance to see her, actually wanting to see if she would take the initiative to find him. To his surprise, not only did she not look for him, but she also hurriedly ran away. Xiao Ziyuan regained his senses after a while and spoke, saying that he didn't know before, but he realized it when he saw her dragging her suitcase in the morning. When Xiaoqing laughed upon hearing this, glancing at Xiao Ziyuan, whose smile deepened, and seemingly unconcerned, said to Lin Chen, "What is the big deal? Maybe she is going home with her boyfriend. Are you planning to control her for a lifetime?" After saying this, he exchanged a glance with Xiao Yu. He initially thought Xiao Ziyuan was upset because the experimental data couldn't be used, and he found it strange because Xiao Ziyuan wasn't such a fragile person. Now, seeing his dejected expression, it seemed more likely related to Sui Yi. Xiao Yu understood and echoed from the side. Exactly, you're her brother, but you can't control her for a lifetime, right? Lin Chun shot a resentful glare at Xiao Yu, saying, I'm waiting to see your Xiao Lexi being taken away by another man. What will your reaction be? Xiao Yu shot him a sideways glance. Our girl has long been booked. Everyone knows except her. Lin Chun was left speechless, rolling his eyes in frustration. Xiao Ziyuan fell silent. His brows lowered and lips pressed tightly together as he stared at the cup in his hand, his gaze deep and sharp. After a while, a flash of clarity passed through his eyes. His face remained cold, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly in indifference. On New Year's Eve, Xiao Ziyuan stayed in the laboratory until New Year's Eve. After staying up all night, he was finally satisfied with the data he collected. After organizing the data, he came out of the lab, and it was already getting dark. Only a few lights were on in the entire experimental building. It seemed that someone would be spending the new year here again this year. When Xiao Ziyuan pressed the elevator button, he realized there was a power outage. So he had no choice but to take the stairs. As soon as he opened the door to the emergency exit, he smelled smoke. In the dark corridor, there was a person sitting on the stairs with a flickering red ember. Xiao Ziyuan's actions turned on the sensor light, and he could see clearly the person sitting on the stairs was a boy from the neighboring class. They had played basketball together a few times. He was very sunny and positive, but at this moment, he looked utterly dejected. Xiao Ziyuan seemed unaccustomed to the sudden brightness of the environment. He squinted and looked over, and upon recognizing the person, called out, Tianjia. Xiao Ziyuan greeted him. He wasn't a curious person, and after lifting his leg to leave, he paused again, thinking that he shouldn't be hanging around here. This floor was the key laboratory. If someone saw him here, he could forget about coming in again in the future. He forced a smile and said, okay. Suddenly, the boy picked up a can of beer from beside his feet and handed it over, tilting his head and asking Xiao Ziyuan, do you want a drink? Xiao Ziyuan looked at him more and felt something was off. He was definitely not being modest. Xiao Ziyuan seemed to see a hint of a plea in his eyes. He took out his phone to check the time, hesitated for a moment, then sat down next to him and took a sip of beer. Aren't you going home for the new year? Tianjia gave a bitter smile. I told my mom before that I would bring my daughter-in-law home for the new year, but now that my daughter-in-law is gone, how can I go back? Tianjia's girlfriend, Xiao Ziyuan, had met a few times, and they were considered a perfect match. He paused and said, I heard you and your girlfriend both applied to schools and plan to go abroad together. The rest of the sentence, Xiao Ziyuan didn't ask. She had issues when applying to schools and couldn't go abroad, and then she turned around and got together with someone else. You know Zhao Lei, right? He's the son of our school's secretary and stayed on campus. After Tianjia finished speaking, he gave a bitter smile. You probably don't know, but Zhao Lei and I were bunkmates. Xiao Ziyuan was not good at comforting others. He just patted his shoulder and clinked his beer with him. After a few gulps, Tianjia opened up. At least you don't have a girlfriend, so you can go out without any worries. Wait, I heard you've been getting close to a girl from the medical school lately. You're leaving for abroad soon, so don't mess with her. Also, I've always wanted to ask you, why are you always so calm and collected? I've never seen you lose your composure. Teach me how to do that. Perhaps not being good at drinking. After one can of beer, Tianjia started to get a bit drunk and became increasingly uninhibited. Xiao Ziyuan supported him as they exited the stairwell and ran into two people. Big guy, good thing you haven't left. We've been looking for you, one of them said. Surprised to see Tianjia. Tianjia? What's wrong with him? He's drunk. Let's get him to the lab sofa for a nap. The heating in the dormitory building had long been turned off, and it was probably freezing in the dorm. Thankfully, the lab had air conditioning, which was better than freezing at home. After settling Tianjia down, Xiao Ziyuan heard scolding coming from next door and quietly asked, Are you pulling an all-nighter today? The boy who had been silent until now looked helpless. Oldly is personally supervising us. Who would dare to leave if he doesn't say it's okay? Xiao Ziyuan smiled slightly and said, You've worked hard. By the way, what do you need me for? The equipment is broken. Two big men answered in unison with gloomy faces. Xiao Ziyuan finished repairing the instrument and came out. The sky was completely dark. He found a coat he had left in the laboratory and draped it over Tianzhe, greeting him before leaving. As he stepped out of the experimental building, a thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. Xiao Ziyuan tightened the coat around him and felt a chill at his neck, only to remember that he had given his scarf to that girl a long time ago. That carefree girl. He sighed as he thought of her. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't paid attention, and now he realized that he actually missed her a bit. In a few months, he would be going abroad, and after that, they would be worlds apart. Distance and time differences would likely lead them to drift apart, right? Tianzhe said it was good that he didn't have a girlfriend and was free of worries. But how could he be completely unconcerned? He told him not to harm her, but how could he bear to let go? He took out his phone, and the faint light illuminated his face as his long fingers danced across the screen. A few seconds later, he sent a text message. It's snowing at school. He put away his phone and continued walking. After just a couple of steps, his phone rang. Just as hope had begun to rise from the depths of his heart, disappointment followed. It was his grandmother calling to remind him that it was slippery due to the snow and to drive slowly. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone was snatched away, and a childish voice came through. Uncle. Uncle. Before Xiao Ziyuan had a chance to speak, the call was disconnected, probably because the child accidentally pressed the hang-up button. Xiao Ziyuan smiled and turned to the supermarket to buy some things. The dim yellow light illuminated the sign of the supermarket. When Xiao Ziyuan arrived, the supermarket owner seemed to be ready to close. Upon seeing Xiao Ziyuan, he opened the door again and warmly asked, "Young man, why are you out so late? If you need to buy something, go grab it quickly." Xiao Ziyuan took out the items, but the boss refused to accept the money no matter what. With a simple smile, he said, "Take it. Hurry back home. I'm going home for the new year too." Xiao Ziyuan looked at the smiling face under the lights and smiled back, no longer refusing. After taking a shower and changing clothes in the dormitory, he went out and drove to the back gate of the school, heading west. The place was decorated with lanterns, and along the way, he frequently saw adults and children setting off fireworks and firecrackers, full of festive spirit. The car drove up the mountain along the winding road and finally stopped in front of the checkpoint where a guard was stationed. The soldier saluted, and Xiao Ziyuan rolled down the window for a brief exchange before entering. Xiao Ziyuan parked the car at the entrance of a small courtyard. As soon as he got out and hadn't even entered, he heard lively voices. The Xiao family was bustling with activity. His father had 5 siblings, and there were even more in his generation. They usually couldn't gather together, but they would all come together every New Year's Eve. Just as he entered, he was hugged at the pant leg by a small, chubby child who babbled indistinctly, "Uncle. Money. New Year's money." Xiao Ziyuan bent down and smiled as he picked up the little ball of flesh, taking out the candy he had just bought and stuffing it into her arms. The little girl immediately beamed with joy, holding onto it tightly before wriggling free to look for her mother. Xiao Ziyuan watched her wobble like a little duck and couldn't help but laugh. The family saw him and immediately called him over. Xiao Ziyuan's grandmother smiled and patted the sofa beside her, saying, "Child, come sit." Xiao Ziyuan sat down and looked around. "Where are my parents and my uncle and aunt?" Grandma Xiao stuffed a cup of hot tea into Xiao Ziyuan's hand, smiling kindly. On New Year's Eve, she went downstairs to offer her condolences and wouldn't be back until late at night. Xiao Ziyuan smiled and nodded. "Didn't they say Ziyan was back? Why haven't I seen her?" Grandma Xiao looked amused. "She just came back this morning, and at first your parents ignored her, saying that she hadn't been home all year. But after a short while, they felt sorry for that girl being so thin, so they insisted on taking her along." Xiao Ziyuan remembered his quirky little sister and couldn't help but smile. Is Grandpa still in the kitchen? Well, they all wanted to help but got chased out. The older he gets, the more stubborn he becomes. "Go say hello. He's been talking about you all night." Xiao Ziyuan immediately got up and went to the kitchen. "Grandpa," he called out cheerfully as he peeked into the kitchen. In front of his elders, Xiao Ziyuan seemed much more lively, shedding the silence he had around outsiders. "Kid, you're here? Come over and help me," Grandpa Xiao said with a strong voice while turning to stir-fry the vegetables in the pan. Having spent most of his life on the battlefield, Grandpa Xiao still maintained a rigorous exercise routine despite his old age, keeping his body quite robust. Grandma Xiao came over to tie an apron around Xiao Ziyuan, who rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. Every year, this reunion dinner is prepared by Grandpa Xiao and Xiao Ziyuan together, and no one else is given a chance to interfere. Slice the bamboo shoots into strips. Grandpa Xiao instructed without any hesitation, then suddenly changed the subject. Did you make an appearance recently? Xiao Ziyuan bent slightly at the waist. His eyes lowered as he skillfully chopped the vegetables. You've already been there. Actually, you should have been assigned to a shallow position after leaving school. But both your father and I hope you can go to the department. Do you understand our intentions? Old Master Xiao asked while directing Xiao Ziyuan to continue chopping the vegetables. Xiao Ziyuan smiled to himself. It had begun, since he was old enough to understand. Every year on this night was a time for him to communicate with his grandfather. Back then, he was too short to reach the table and could only stand by and watch his grandfather busy at work, pondering how to answer the questions his grandfather posed. As he grew taller, he eventually reached the table, and now he towers over it. The kitchen table has become a testament to his growth and culinary skills. The elderly man in front of him either listened to his academic reports, offered guidance, or was stern and gentle, patiently leading him step by step over the years without interruption. In Xiao Ziyuan's childhood memories, this night was always difficult to endure, but later on, it seemed he had adapted and even became quite adept at it. Years later, he became a father and then a grandfather, and he felt he could understand the elders' feelings towards the younger generation. By that time, his grandfather had long passed, yet he felt he could always see his grandfather, vigorous and skillful, amidst the steam rising in the kitchen. When he looked back on his life, he always saw the figure of the old man, the elder's earnest hopes for him, and he was grateful for the guidance the elder had provided. Xiao Ziyuan remembers that a few years ago, his grandfather was still talking to him about academic matters, treating him like a child and giving advice. It seemed that overnight, their conversation changed. The old man had started to regard him as a real man, more willing to listen to his opinions. The burden on his shoulders suddenly felt heavier. Xiao Ziyuan quickly came to his senses and understood. The old man stopped his actions and deliberately turned his head to ask again, "Are you really clear?" Xiao Ziyuan remained calm and smiled lightly as he took the spatula from the old man's hand, stirring the food leisurely, plodding in silence, and achieving results without effort or contention. "Grandpa, I remember you had me copy this sentence many times back then." Old Master Xiao laughed heartily. Good. The New Year's Eve dinner was lively and cheerful. After the meal, the younger generation was eager to go out and set off fireworks, while the elderly preferred to gather and chat. Xiao Ziyuan was still thinking about the unanswered message from the afternoon, sitting on the sofa, feeling bored. Suddenly, a chubby little white hand reached out in front of him, and a delicate little girl with bright, clear black eyes blinked at him, holding out a piece of candy. Xiao Ziyuan took it and teased her. "Are you giving it to Uncle?" The little girl immediately started shaking her head, only able to mumble indistinctly with single syllables, "Peel." Xiao Ziyuan smiled as he picked up the little girl and placed her on his lap. He unwrapped the candy, and the white milk candy looked sweet and tempting against the colorful wrapper. With a grin, he suddenly moved quickly and popped it into his own mouth. The little girl widened her eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Her mouth, which was already half open in preparation to eat the candy, hadn't had time to close. Tears slowly filled her crystal-clear eyes, as if she would start crying any second now. Xiao Ziyuan quickly took out the candy from behind and coaxed. "Uncle is just playing with you. Uncle didn't eat it. It's for you." The little girl learned to be smart after finishing the second piece, leaning on Xiao Ziyuan and saying, "You peel. I eat." Xiao Ziyuan was amused, really clever, and pinched her face. "All right. You peel, I eat. You peel, I eat." The little girl repeated it with effort. Xiao Ziyuan reached out to protect her little chubby leg, saying, "You peel it for me to eat." It wasn't until he saw the little girl's face turning red and on the verge of crying that he withdrew his hand, smiling as he comforted her. "All right, I'll peel it. You eat." Just then, a crisp and cheerful voice came over. "Brother, you don't even spare a little girl of this age. TSK, TSK. Xiao Ziyuan looked up and saw his sister bouncing over, picking up the little girl on his lap. "Do you still remember your auntie?" The little girl was not shy at all, smiling sweetly at Xiao Ziyuan and clapping her small hands joyfully. What? Xiao Ziyuan kissed her face, so obedient. Then she sat down next to Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan touched his sister's hand and asked, "Is it cold outside?" Xiao Ziyuan immediately nodded, stuffing both hands into Xiao Ziyuan's palms. "Cold? How can it not be cold?" The snow is getting heavier and heavier. Xiao Ziyuan covered her hand and casually asked, "Where are your parents?" They went to the courtyard to talk to Grandma and Grandpa. Xiao Ziyuan smiled and deliberately asked, "Why don't you go?" Xiao Ziyuan scoffed, "I don't want to go, it's so boring." Xiao Ziyan suddenly smiled and acted cute toward Xiao Ziyuan. "Brother, your hands are really warm. Once you find a sister-in-law for me, will you not be able to warm my hands anymore?" Xiao Ziyuan looked at her with a sideways glance, a half smile on his face, but remained silent. Xiao Ziyan stuck out her tongue, looking guilty. Xiao Ziyuan had already seen through her little thoughts, so just say it. Xiao Ziyan lowered her head, playing with the chubby little hands of the girl. After a long time, she finally raised her head and lazily called out, "Brother." Xiao Ziyuan patiently waited and said, "Well, I will return to the country next year. I want to move out and live on my own." Xiao Ziyan lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke up. Xiao Ziyuan pondered for a while and said, "Isn't it better to spend more time with Mom and Dad at home? Soon I'll be going abroad too. Dad is so busy with work, and Mom will be lonely by herself. Brother, you know I'm studying design, and my work hours are not fixed. Besides, in our neighborhood, you have to register every time you come in and out, so my friends don't dare to come visit me. I promise I'll come home for dinner every week." Xiao Ziyan vowed earnestly. Xiao Ziyan lowered his eyelids and stared at her, seemingly deep in thought. Xiao Ziyan continued to raise the stakes. "I will be home before 11 p.m. every night, and I will call home every evening. Please, I beg you, good brother." Xiao Ziyan affectionately tousled his sister's hair and, helpless, could only agree. "Don't say anything for now. When the time comes, I'll talk to Mom and Dad. Brother will help you." Xiao Ziyan immediately cheered, clinging to her brother's arm and acting cute. "Brother, you're so great. You will definitely marry a fairy in the future. You're just good with words." Xiao Ziyuan shot her a glance and smiled. "Go play." Xiao Ziyan ran out joyfully to set off fireworks, while the little girl beside her watched happily with a silly grin. Xiao Ziyuan pinched her little face, deep in thought, murmuring, "Chubby girl, how did you get so fat?" The little girl had her mouth full of candy, with drool at the corners of her mouth, giggling and clapping her hands, repeating, "Fat, fat." Xiao Ziyuan held a small meatball in one hand and used the remote control to change the channel with the other, glancing at the cheerful program on the TV. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl beside him had actually fallen asleep against him. Her quiet and well-behaved appearance reminded him of another girl. But the drool from the girl in front of him was quite a mood killer. Just as he was lost in thought, someone approached him. "Asleep?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled and looked up, softly replying, "Cousin, I didn't see her at a glance and fell asleep. Then I'll carry her to bed to sleep." Xiao Ziyuan felt even more bored now, playing with his phone. It was almost midnight, and the blessing messages came one after another. But none of them were the one he wanted to see. After a while, Xiao Ziyuan got up and walked to the courtyard, where the fireworks were even more brilliant against the backdrop of the softly falling snow. As he watched, he raised his phone to his ear. It took a long time for the other side to pick up, and a cheerful voice came through, seemingly a bit breathless, as if they had run to answer the call. "Hello, Brother Xiao. Happy New Year." Xiao Ziyuan's handsome profile became even more captivating amidst the colorful fireworks as he slightly curved his lips and slowly replied, "Happy New Year." When Sui Yi returned from answering a phone call, she saw her mother looking at the scarf in the box. With a silent cry in her heart, she rushed over, grabbed the scarf, tossed it back into the box, and zipped it up in one smooth motion. Sui's mother smiled and asked her, "Do you have someone you like?" Sui Yi immediately panicked and denied it, looking at her mother in confusion. "No, the fabric and style of this boy are quite extraordinary," her mother continued, disregarding Sui Yi's answer and happily concluding, "My Yi Bao has good taste." Sui Yi frowned, pondering how to explain this. "This is from a girl-esque boyfriend in our dorm. I must have packed it by mistake." Sui's mother looked at Sui Yi for a long time, gently touching her face and seriously saying, "Daughter, other people's boyfriends belong to others. If they don't want to, then let it go. Don't force it." Sui Yi felt a headache coming on, Mom. Shouldn't her mother be more in tune with reality? In the middle of the night, Sui Yi lay in bed, pulling up the text message she received that evening. It had no salutation, no punctuation, just a few plain words that conveyed no emotion, just like the person himself, who could control his feelings so well. She had replied to every New Year message she received, whether close or distant, except for this one. She didn't know how to respond. Perhaps she was wrong from the beginning. She should have kept her distance from him, and then there wouldn't be so much trouble or gossip. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something about Xiao Ziyuan that attracted her, making her unable to resist, and before she knew it, she was in too deep. On the first day of the new year, Sui Yi began to worry about Xiao Ziyuan, wondering if this meant that for the next year, or even decades, she would be entangled with him. Feeling restless, she pulled the blanket over her head and pretended to be dead. The Xiao family has a tradition of staying up for the new year. By the time everyone had gone to sleep, it was already very late, and the temperature was extremely low. Xiao Ziyuan walked through the deep snow in the courtyard towards the southern courtyard. He had lived in this small courtyard for a while when he was young. The courtyard is quite large, and such old-fashioned, simple architecture is rarely seen now. His room is still kept for him by the two elderly people. In front of the room, there are several winter sweet trees, which bloom even more brilliantly amidst the heavy snowfall. The snow weighs heavily on the branches, yet they still stand proudly, like someone. He always thought that only men could stand tall against the sky like resilient pines, but after meeting her, he realized that even the winter sweet can flourish under the weight of snow. Xiao Ziyuan stood under the tree for a long time, wearing only a thin cardigan, unaware of the snowflakes accumulating on her body. The winter sweet blooms and the sheep of the 12th lunar month reminded her of her own birth in that month. She wondered if it had also been a snowy day. She mentioned that the sheep of the 12th month guard empty houses and bring misfortune to husbands. Was that a warning for him not to get too close? During their phone call earlier, he had quietly listened to her talk, and she had said a lot, but never mentioned that text message. The message wasn't the main point. What mattered to him was her attitude. Every time she saw him, there was a deliberate cheerfulness. Yet she never addressed the main issue, always maintaining a respectful distance from him. Previously, they had both stood still. He smiled silently while she smiled sweetly. Now that he had taken a step forward, she hurriedly retreated. Even in a casual relationship, one would mention such things out of courtesy. But she didn't say a word. Thinking of this made Xiao Ziyuan smile, and she panicked. Panicked, she fled. After the smile faded, she began to frown again. There was also the Sui family. His grandfather and father's warnings echoed in his ears. Politics, business, another issue. The Sui family had already treated her poorly, and he felt heartbroken. If his family later judged her because of the Sui family, how could he face her? She curled up with her soft and sweet heart, looking seemingly invulnerable, gentle but uncompromising, always calmly strong, guarding her heart, refusing to emerge no matter how he tempted her. She was more adorable when she was flustered and confused, obedient and compliant, allowing him to tease her without any tough exterior, devoid of that distant, faint smile that kept others at bay. Thinking of this made him grit his teeth. It seemed he had been too gentle before. With someone like her, he would have to be forceful to push her out of her shell. For the first time in over 20 years, Xiao Ziyuan began to ponder about relationships between men and women. After the new year, all the grades were released at school. Sui Yi sat in front of the computer, looking at the mechanical engineering elective course that had achieved the lowest score in history. The usual score column was indeed 0, and she couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Ziyuan truly was something. Later, a post appeared on the school forum complaining about the performance of the 4 great constables in the last semester. Many people chimed in, and Sui Yi realized that many had failed the course. Her score seemed to be in the higher range. She sighed again. The 4 great constables were indeed the 4 great constables. While playing games nearby, Sambao suddenly stared at Sui Yi with a puzzled expression, pondering for a while before asking, "Hey, why haven't I seen you playing with Brother Xiao lately?" Sui Yi was speechless. When had she ever played with Xiao Ziyuan? Sambao continued to gossip. "Did you two have a fight?" Sui Yi was exasperated. "No, we're not at that stage yet." "Then what is this?" Sambao became increasingly unreliable, and Sui Yi had no choice but to say, "We're just ordinary friends, okay?" Sambao was taken aback. "How could that be? Your ambiguous photo is still posted on the BBS. He even kissed you during Christmas, and he hugged you too. And last time, that fat old man relayed a message in front of so many people. Many thought you were Brother Zhao's girlfriend." Sambao recounted everything, And Sui knew it was pointless to explain, so she directly interrupted. Why do you have so many questions? Sanbao grinned. I'm just curious. Sui Yi sighed. Is that curiosity? Just then, Higo pushed the door open, pulling both of them out. Hurry up. What is going on? Sanbao still had half a piece of cake in her mouth. Higo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The graduation cup basketball game. The four great young masters are playing. It's a rare opportunity. The enchantress has already gone to grab seats. Let us go. Upon hearing about the handsome guys, Sanbao immediately swallowed the cake and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Is my face dirty? Is there cream on my lips? Should I go wash my face first? Higo looked at her disdainfully. What are you doing? Sanbao replied shyly, flirting with handsome guys. Higo mocked her, which handsome guy is so blind? Sanbao widened her eyes, seemingly about to shout something, but the next second, she turned and threw herself into Sui Yi's arms. Ooh, Higo is bullying me. Yi gently stroked Sanbao's mushroom-like head. Be good. Don't use that in sentences. Sanbao immediately wilted, while Higo laughed uncontrollably beside them. As they walked down the small path to the basketball court, they heard thunderous cheers and screams, a lively scene. Sui Yi remarked, the four great courtesans are here. The business of the Yi home courtyard must be good. Just as she finished speaking, a calm voice from behind interrupted, sounding rather teasing. Is that so? Sui Yi's scalp tingled. She turned to see Xiao Ziyuan walking behind them with two boys, so close that she hadn't even noticed. Sanbao excitedly rushed over. Brother Xiao, are you really going to play today? Xiao Ziyuan's gaze remained on Sui Yi, and only after seeing her with her head down, looking regretful, did he reply yes. Sanbao cheered, but the two boys beside her were displeased, making pained expressions. Ladies, could you shift your gaze over here? Don't you dare look at Brother Xiao and ignore us. We're handsome too. Why can't you ever see us? After peering closely, Sanbao and Higo began to discuss seriously. Dr. He, the patient's symptom is that they need to shift their gaze to see people. Preliminary analysis suggests strabismus and amblyopia. What do you think we should do? Dr. Ren, I suggest we amputate the eyes. What do you think? Sanbao looked thrilled, as if she had found her comrades in a revolutionary era. Comrades. I've finally found the organization. I think so too. Then they both said in unison. Let us do it. The two boys over there were already terrified, while Sui Yi watched them play around with a smile, and Xiao Ziyuan smiled at her. When Sui Yi felt his gaze, she didn't dare look up again and could only stare at his clothes. She rarely saw him in sportswear, and, at that moment, in his basketball uniform, he seemed less stable and more youthful. Long time no see. Xiao Ziyuan spoke from above her. Sui Yi hesitated, not knowing how to respond. And Sanbao quickly intervened. Not long, Brother Xiao. Just yesterday, we saw your photos at IES place. Higo chimed in with a smile. Right, there were several. Sui Yi really wanted to bang her head against the wall. Yesterday, they filled out registration forms that required a 1-inch photo. When she took out the box of photos and turned to get the glue, the box was already a mess. Sanbao, the enchantress, and Higo were drooling over every single photo, every handsome guy in the group photos. In the end, one photo was borrowed by the enchantress because, due to the angle, Xiao Yu appeared overly intimate with a girl. She wanted to confront him, and anything like throwing a fit was secondary. Her real intention was to blackmail Xiao Yu into drawing for her, starting with 5 drawings. At that moment, the enchantress laughed triumphantly, making the other 3 sympathize with Xiao Yu. Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as he uttered 2 words. Is that so? Sanbao pushed the head-down Sui Yi in front of Xiao Ziyuan, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Our Yi is great at everything, just a bit shy. Sui Yi pinched Sanbao's waist through her clothes, and Sanbao gasped. Soon, Xiao Ziyuan's phone rang. As soon as he answered, he heard a voice calling, Brother Xiao. When will you be here? It's about to start. Xiao Ziyuan turned around and called out to the 2 boys who were still in shock. Let's go. It's about to start. As soon as they stepped onto the basketball court, several boys who were warming up immediately waved them over. Sui Yi took a glance and saw that the graduates team indeed had Xiao Yulin, Chun, and Wen Xiaoqing. Sanbao and Higo shouted over the noise to Wen Xiaoqing. Be careful, senior. Your hands are meant for holding a scalpel. Don't get injured. Yeah. If anyone dares to steal the ball from you, just threaten them that they better not get sick in their lifetime or fall into your hands. Dying is not scary. What is scary is not knowing how you died. The two of them even coordinated their own echo effect. Everyone on the court turned to look, and one Xiao Qing, holding the basketball, wore a helpless expression. Sui Yi thought with a bit of schadenfreude that when Xiao Qing was probably wondering how the medical school could produce such clowns. The enchantress on the front row of the stands called out to them, over here, just as they were about to go over. Xiao Ziyuan suddenly stopped Sui Yi, handing her a jacket and his bag. Help me hold this. Sui Yi glanced over at the enchantress, holding Xiao Yu's clothes and bag, her beautiful eyes twirling, unsure whether to reach out and take it. This kind of task was probably exclusive to girlfriends, right? Xiao Ziyuan smiled slightly, leaned down, and whispered in her ear in a very ambiguous tone. If you don't take it, I'll kiss you in public. Do you believe it? His clear breath rushed towards her, and Sui Yi, flustered, glanced at him before quickly reaching out to take it. Xiao Ziyuan was already the center of attention, and now standing next to Sui. With more smiles and ambiguous actions, combined with the recent rumors, everyone's eyes turned to them, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Sui Yi shot Xiao Ziyuan a resentful glare, then turned around, trying to appear nonchalant as she walked towards the stands. Xiao Ziyuan stood casually in place, unaware that her glance carried no intimidation. Instead, it had a different charm that stirred his heart. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Sui Yi sat down next to Sanbao, who, along with Higu and the enchantress, looked excited. Sui Yi lowered her head, pretending to be dead. Sanbao, feeling it wasn't enough, gleefully teased, blushing. Sui Yi immediately retaliated, continuing from where she left off, and Sanbao quickly became obedient. A few minutes later, the whistle blew, and the game officially began. Sui Yi's gaze unconsciously stuck to that figure. She used to think he was thin, but now she realized he was solid and strong. His running speed, the steadiness of his passes, the agility when dribbling past opponents, the sharpness when driving to the basket, and the decisiveness of his three-point shots. All of it was captured by Sui Yi's eyes. The entire court was under his control, with clear thoughts, defined routes, and overwhelming momentum. His purpose was strong, and several clean and beautiful shots and assists drew continuous cheers. Yet, Sui Yi frowned, silently sighing in her heart. Playing basketball was like this. If one became the target of such a person, escaping would probably be out of the question. Just when she thought everything would go smoothly, a conflict suddenly arose. Behind them, a couple of rows back, two voices suddenly grew louder. Why are they sitting in the front row? Another voice chimed in. Neither too loud nor too soft. That's the family section. Oh, the family section is so important, huh? One person sitting is fine, but bringing two more, taking up so many spots, just because of a little rumor, they really think they're the official girlfriend. Exactly. The enchantress and Xiao Yu had long since become a well-known couple, and they couldn't say much. Naturally, their guns were aimed at Sui Yi. Then a familiar voice rang out, carrying a reprimand. Stop talking. Sui Yi had been lazily listening, generally ignoring such disputes, but upon hearing the familiar voice, her brows twitched. One voice clearly expressed discontent. Why can't we say anything? You've known Xiao Ziyuan for so many years. What makes her qualified for that position? The game continued, but the attention of those around had shifted. The enchantress, extremely angry, turned around to look, smirking. Oh, isn't that so-and-so? The enchantress immediately recognized the two people, the roommates of Yu Qianxia, who had clashed with her at a fan meeting last time. 20. The basketball court incident. Isn't that right? So angry. Must be unfulfilled desires, right? Higo also turned to look, coldly snorting in disdain. Sanbao nodded in conclusion. I think so. Probably someone put FM2 on them. The enchantress laughed even more. Oh, is it that serious? Ladies, do you want to give him mints of Viagra? Sanbao wore a mischievous grin. Viagra, the best hardness in China. Oh yeah. Higo suddenly shot a glare at the enchantress. What nonsense are you saying? How could they possibly find boyfriends? It's okay if they don't have boyfriends, Sanbao said with a sly smile. Next time in anatomy class, we'll sneak out a longer bone for you. And when it comes to that, you can just use one hand to grab the sheets. The enchantress, and Higa reminded her, yeah, remember to steal it next time? Sanbao nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll make it smooth. Everyone was first confused. asking around, what SFM2? What S Viagra? Then laughter erupted, with everyone exclaiming, medical students can curse without using dirty words. Sui Yi rubit had fordehat. Listening to the three of them banter, feeling quite helpless. Finally, she turned to take a look, and the two girls were trembling with anger. Yu Qinxia's face was somewhat pale, internally lamenting, now the feud has truly begun. Soon, Xiao Ziyuan noticed the commotion on the court, glanced over, then raised his hand to shoot a three-pointer, making it perfectly. Cheers erupted both on and off the court, and Xiao Ziyuan gestured to be substituted, walking directly over. Sam Bao had her hands on her hips, loudly questioning, how is it a rumor? Sui Yi is Xiao Ziyuan's legitimate girlfriend, okay? You're just jealous. Just as Sui Yi was about to stop Sam Bao from rambling, she noticed a figure moving, and saw Xiao Ziyuan had already approached, smiling at her as he stood by to watch the drama. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing the response of the parties involved was another. Everyone turned to Xiao Ziyuan, seeking his confirmation. Standing next to Sui Yi, one hand resting on the back of her chair, with a faint smile on his lips. His actions and demeanor were extremely ambiguous. In everyone's eyes, he neither confirmed nor denied it, which meant he accepted it. Yu Qinxia's face suddenly turned pale. Iga, full of bravado, said, Brother Xiao, from now on, you're one of us. If anyone bullies you, just let us know. Xiao Ziyuan seriously thanked him. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Sui Yi felt even less daring to lift her head, only able to play ostrich. She had never seen Xiao Ziyuan speak so much. And although the other party hadn't said anything, watching his interaction with the girl's dorm friends further solidified the rumor. Sui Yi felt that she must have not checked the calendar before leaving the house today. She initially wanted to clarify, but later just gave up. How could she explain clearly? With Xiao Ziyuan standing beside her, the pressure was immense. She had a premonition that if she opened her mouth to explain, Xiao Ziyuan would turn the rumor into a scandal with his actions. After the conflict, Xiao Ziyuan continued to sit next to Sui Yi, watching the game. Sui Yi hesitated for a long time before speaking. Aren't you going to play? Xiao Ziyuan's gaze remained on the court as he smiled slightly. Do you like watching me play? Sui Yi thought for a moment. Him playing was better than sitting here, causing her to be the center of attention. So she nodded vigorously. Xiao Ziyuan turned to look at her and smiled, his eyes full of affection. Good. Then I'll call you out to watch every time I play. Sui Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Every time? Was she digging her own grave? This situation is not scientific. She had originally planned to draw a clear line with Xiao Ziyuan. So how could he have resolved it invisibly? With a whistle, the game ended. Originally, it was meant to send off the graduates, so the graduate team naturally won. After the cheers, everyone walked out of the basketball court together. As they passed the bike shed, Sam Bao was bumped into by someone, causing her to tip and knock over a nearby bicycle. A domino effect ensued, and a row of bikes fell over until they stopped in front of one that remained upright, in front of which stood two people, Yu Qinxia's two roommates. Sam Bao stuck out her tongue. What a narrow road for enemies. Everyone who had just witnessed the previous scene, and then this one, thought it looked like the winning side, was deliberately looking for trouble and eagerly awaited what would happen next. Sam Bao tugged at Sui Yi's sleeve, feeling a bit at a loss. I really didn't mean to. What should we do? Sui Yi looked at the bicycles that were all askew on the ground and slowly spoke under everyone's gaze. This phenomenon fully proves a theorem. Sam Bao asked, what theorem? Sui Yi smiled slightly and quickly replied, it's what is said online. What can fall must fall, but what is continuous may not necessarily fall. Puffed. Everyone burst into laughter, and the previously tense atmosphere was eased by the laughter. A seductive girl squeezed through the crowd and patted Sam Bao. What are you dawdling for? Quickly help pick them up. Xiao Ziyuan, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Sui Yi with piercing eyes. When Sui Yi met his gaze, her face turned red again. Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow and turned to the crowd, saying, everyone, please help lift them up. When the big guy spoke, everyone responded enthusiastically, and soon a row of bicycles stood upright and orderly. With no more excitement to watch, the crowd quickly dispersed. A boy in a basketball jersey, sweating profusely, came over and asked, want to go eat together? But Xiao Ziyuan first glanced at Sui Yi before answering, no, you guys go ahead, consider my treat. The boy suddenly realized, oh, and with a smile looked at Xiao Ziyuan and then at Sui. Then you two take your time. I won't disturb you. After saying that, he dashed off, shouting, "Hey, I'm telling you, that girl is really Xiao Ziyuan's girlfriend." Sui was speechless. What is it with the boys these days? Why are they so gossipy? Xiao Ziyuan, however, didn't care and said, "Let us go." Sui looked around for the three figures, but to her surprise, they had disappeared without a trace. She clutched Xiao Ziyuan's shirt and followed behind, foolishly asking, "Where are we going?" Xiao Ziyuan seemed quite pleased with the word "we." To eat. Many familiar faces approached, their gazes constantly sizing up Sui Yi and Xiao Ziyuan. Some even boldly asked, "Girlfriend, huh?" Xiao Ziyuan would smile ambiguously, casting a seemingly affectionate glance at Sui Yi, and the answer was obvious. Although Sui Yi felt wronged. What could she do if he didn't say anything? She could only suffer in silence. Along the way, there were people handing out flyers. Xiao Ziyuan took one, glanced at it, and handed it to Sui. "You should participate." Sui was never enthusiastic about such activities. She took it and looked. It was for a campus knowledge competition. Sui didn't believe Xiao Ziyuan was someone who liked to join in on the fun. There had to be a reason. Why? Xiao Ziyuan, with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression, replied, "I'm a judge. I can give you an easy pass. If you win, we'll split the prize 50-50. Sui was speechless. Was the big guy short on pocket money? Xiao Ziyuan suddenly changed the subject, turning to raise an eyebrow and ask, "What photos of me do you have?" Sui clenched the flyer in her hand, feeling conflicted. "Bring them next time for me to see." Xiao Ziyuan smiled again. "You're in a good mood today, aren't you?" Sui secretly glanced at Xiao Ziyuan. Feeling so embarrassed, she wanted to find a hole to hide in, and she hated Sambao to death in her heart. Next time? Is there really going to be a next time? There won't be a next time. She would make Sambao mute when she got back. Sui followed behind Xiao Ziyuan with her head down. He suddenly stopped and reached out to block her. Sui was puzzled when she heard his voice beside her, Professor Zhang. The chubby old professor was still smiling. "Girlfriend, huh? Looks familiar. Let me think." The old man with the white beard squinted his eyes. Tried to remember where he had seen her before. Sui forced a smile and slowly moved to the side, seemingly trying to distance herself from the two. After Xiao Ziyuan chatted with Professor Zhang and waved goodbye, he turned around and saw Sui being stopped by a boy who was saying something. He couldn't help but smile. How long had it been? As he got closer, he heard the boy, blushing, softly confess, "I often see you passing by in a white coat. You have a unique scent, and whenever I smell it, I feel refreshed." Xiao Ziyuan was very interested in how this girl would handle the situation. Sui frowned, seemingly recalling something, and earnestly replied, "Unique scent? Is it the smell of formaldehyde? If you see me in a white coat, it usually means I just came out of the lab, and that smell is indeed formaldehyde. You know, before dissecting a body, to preserve it, it's soaked in formaldehyde solution. Haven't you seen medical students dissecting bodies? You don't know how scarce cadaver resources are nowadays. It's hard to come by a body, and then a bunch of students rush in with knives, each taking their turn to dissect it. Sometimes the body is too stiff, so it requires heavy chopping, blood splattering everywhere. Have you seen butchers slaughtering pigs? It's similar to that. So it's inevitable to get formaldehyde on you. And sometimes you might even get bits of flesh or blood on you." As Xiao Ziyuan listened to Sui calmly describe such a bloody scene, he couldn't help but laugh, clearly seeing the boy's expression gradually begin to twist, his face paling. In the end, Sui was quite satisfied to see the boy flee in panic. Turning around, she saw Xiao Ziyuan standing a few steps away, smiling at her. Sui once again lowered her head in embarrassment. Why did he always see her bully others? As she looked down, Xiao Ziyuan noticed a red thread on Sui's neck, a hint of red against her fair skin, warming his heart. The two set off again, Xiao Ziyuan still maintaining his usual calm and quiet demeanor. Sui took the initiative to ask, "What are we going to eat?" "Anything," Xiao Ziyuan replied casually, hands in his pockets, with a slight smile. Sui looked up at him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ziyuan turned his head, suppressing his smile, and seriously replied, "I said anything to eat." Sui felt a bit exasperated. Anything to eat. Anything. With Sui. Sui thought to herself, "Are you teasing me, big guy? If you keep this up, I'll really get angry." Sui glanced at Xiao Ziyuan again. Her expression was neutral. but at least try to act a bit more serious and suppress the laughter in your eyes. Sui Yi began to reflect on herself. Actually, she was quite strong-willed. Why did she immediately feel diminished in front of Xiao Ziyuan? His nonchalant tactics caught her off guard. Sui Yi thought, "You can't be like this. You need to stand up for yourself." Noticing that Sui Yi was silent, Xiao Ziyuan took the initiative to speak. "I just played basketball and got sweaty. Let us shower first and then eat." Sui Yi looked up and then stopped, pointing to another path. "Brother Xiao, to go back to your dorm, you should take this road." Xiao Ziyuan didn't even turn around, not going back to the dorm. Sui Yi was increasingly confused. "Aren't we showering? Were we not going back to the dorm?" In the end, Xiao Ziyuan led Sui Yi out of the school's back gate and into a residential area. This community was a newly built property with nice greenery. Sui Yi followed Xiao Ziyuan into the elevator, out of the elevator, and stood in front of a door. Xiao Ziyuan explained while unlocking the door, "This place is rented. Sometimes I do experiments late and don't want to disturb their rest, so I come here to sleep." Sui Yi nodded on the surface, but didn't believe it in her heart. Someone like Xiao Ziyuan wouldn't rent someone else's house. He probably bought it and said it was rented to avoid her overthinking. Upon entering, she glanced at the interior design, which was in his style, simple and elegant, further confirming her thoughts. Xiao Ziyuan hung the clothes from Sui Yi's hands and headed to the bedroom, saying, "I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to look around. There's water in the fridge. Help yourself." As Xiao Ziyuan entered the bathroom, Sui Yi felt restless amidst the sound of running water and explored the house. Every corner was tidy and clean, indicating that Xiao Ziyuan often stayed here. In the study, she noticed the desk was filled with original English books, along with an envelope. Sui Yi glanced at it and saw it was an offer from a well-known foreign university, which made her gasp. She had always known Xiao Ziyuan was excellent, but she never expected him to effortlessly gain admission to that notoriously selective school known for its lack of humanity in admitting students. Was he even human? He was indeed too low-key. Having him lead their group in a tech innovation project was truly a waste of his time. Sui Yi glanced at the enrollment date and then casually shifted her gaze, no longer looking at the envelope. It wouldn't be long now. When Xiao Ziyuan emerged from the bathroom in his loungewear, drying his hair, he found Sui Yi missing. He searched and found her leaning over his desk, engrossed in playing with building blocks, her eyes shining with excitement. He smiled and left the study to go to the kitchen to cook. When he brought the dishes to the dining table, Sui Yi still hadn't moved. He called from the doorway of the study, "Dinner's ready." At that moment, Sui Yi was pulling a block from the bottom of her tower to place it on top. Just as she set it down, the whole tower collapsed with a loud crash. Sui Yi bit her lip, looking dejected, her face showing rare, childlike disappointment. She then looked up at Xiao Ziyuan and asked, "Xiao Xixiao, where did you buy this set? It's exactly like that game. I bought many sets, but none are as fun as yours." Xiao Ziyuan smiled. "I made it myself." When he developed that game, he had made a physical version on a whim, not expecting her to like it so much. "Oh, Sui Yi responded, feeling even more dejected. Mechanical engineering boys are indeed skillful. Xiao Ziyuan lazily stood at the doorway of the study, his freshly washed hair fluffy and soft, a few strands lazily falling over his forehead, looking warm and gentle. He tilted his head to look at her, his voice laced with amusement. "Why don't you just ask me where I bought it? Maybe I would sell it to you." Sui Yi's eyes lit up. "How much?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled broadly, his lips parting slightly as he slowly said, "Not for sale, no matter the price." Sui Yi looked at Xiao Ziyuan with some resentment. Wasn't he just teasing her? Xiao Ziyuan walked over and ruffled Sui Yi's hair with a look of fondness. "It's a gift for you. Come on, let's eat." After saying that, he turned and walked outside first. Sui Yi stood frozen, her heart racing. Why did he make such an intimate gesture so naturally? Why did she feel no sense of rejection, even thinking it should be like this? In that moment, she began to panic, as if she had already fallen into an endless abyss without realizing it. "Sui Yi, come and eat." Xiao Ziyuan's voice echoed from afar. Sui Yi blinked, calming her racing heart before getting up to walk over. Once seated, she saw 3 dishes and a soup, as well as a bowl of shiny rice, with Xiao Ziyuan in loungewear and an apron. In Sui Yi's eyes, a man is most charming when he is busy in the kitchen wearing an apron with a spatula in hand. How much must one pamper a woman for a strapping man to have his fingers dipped in spring water? Xiao Ziyuan took off the apron and saw Sui Yi lost in thought. What are you dazing out for? Eat. Sui Yi asked uncertainly. Xiao Xiao, you made this? Xiao Ziyuan nodded casually. Yeah. Sui Yi suddenly expressed exaggerated amazement, seemingly trying to clarify something. What kind of outstanding girl do you need to match such a good man like you? Xiao Ziyuan's movements paused, his expression stiffened slightly, and he said softly, just eat. It's getting cold. After dinner, Xiao Ziyuan packed the building blocks and stuffed them into Sui Yi's arms. Let's go. I'll take you back. Sui Yi sensed that Xiao Ziyuan's mood seemed to have dropped. When he was silent, his aura was particularly strong, causing her to fall silent as well. When they reached the dormitory building, Xiao Ziyuan finally spoke. The project won first prize. I've transferred the prize money to your card. Check it when you get back, and let me know if you don't receive it. Okay, Sui Yi nodded. When it was time for afternoon classes, the area below the dormitory was bustling with people looking over occasionally. Sui Yi quickly said, I'll head up first. Bye, Xiao Xiao. Okay, goodbye, Xiao Ziyuan replied, watching Sui Yi jog into the dormitory before turning to leave. As soon as Sui Yi stepped into the dorm, she saw Sanbao's round head. Yi, you're back, Sanbao said eagerly. I've been waiting for you. Sui Yi gave her a casual glance and sat down at the desk. Sanbao, knowing she had done something wrong, leaned closer to Sui Yi with a smile. Yi, are you in a bad mood? Can I tell you a joke? Sui Yi poured herself a glass of water and ignored her. Sanbao, seeing Sui Yi's lack of response, continued chattering. Once there was a good kid named Sanbao, and then someone bullied Sanbao, and that person died. The three of them shivered from the cold. Hee. Sanbao brought her round face close to Sui Yi and shamelessly asked, Is it funny? Sui Yi laughed. What could she do with such a silly roommate? Sanbao picked up the flyer Sui Yi had left on the desk. What is this? Campus knowledge competition? Wow, the champion can win a lot of money. The girl with the mask came over to look. I want to go too. You? Sanbao looked at the girl with disdain. You should forget it. Your face and figure are too superficial, not matching our prestigious school's profound cultural background. If you win a prize, people will question whether it was a talent or beauty contest. Higa nodded. That makes sense. I have depth, okay. The girl protested, puffing out her chest to confront Sanbao and Higa. Higa pointed at the girl's chest. We only see your chest. The girl was furious, removing her mask to question, you guys, with a clear conscience, say, I have no talent? Hey, Sanbao, what are you touching? Why are you touching my chest? Sanbao's hand was pushed away by the girl, and she wasn't happy. Didn't you ask me to touch your conscience? The girl's face twitched in frustration. I meant touching your conscience, not your chest. Okay, I won't touch it anymore. Sanbao finally gave up, turning her face proudly. You think having a big capacity means having depth? What was that saying again? Quantity leads to quality transformation, based on the chest. I think I'm more suited to go. Sui Yi and Higu protested in unison. Sanbao, can't we change the measurement criteria? The girl looked at herself and then at Sanbao, shrugged in defeat. Okay, based on the chest, you win. Sanbao cheered immediately, and Sui Yi smiled as she concluded, life is finite, but vulgarity is boundless. Sure enough, starting the next day, Sanbao began various preparations. Wearing headphones all day and mumbling to herself, Sui Yi glanced at the young teacher at the podium, reading from the textbook and not missing a single punctuation mark. She tilted her head and looked at Sanbao, asking Higa, what is she saying? Higa shook his head, nudged Sanbao, and said, hey, what are you doing? Sanbao took off her headphones, looking serious. I'm practicing for the Dongbalish level 8. Higa was puzzled. What is that? Sanbao maintained a stern face, hesitated for a long time, and disdainfully hummed a few words. Northeast dialect level 8. Sui Yi and Higa bowed their heads in prayer. God, please take this monster away. That night, when the demon girl returned to the dormitory, she saw Sanbao mumbling something at the computer. Seeing the demon girl come in, Sanbao opened her mouth and thought for a few seconds before awkwardly asking, where did you go? Did your claws go? The demon girl paused, frowned, and looked at Sanbao with a crazy person's gaze. What bird language are you speaking? Sanbao cleared her throat. Yui. The demon girl, looking confused, leaned closer. What language? Sui took off her headphones and calmly explained, it's Chongqing dialect. The demon girl looked down on this. Chongqing dialect is just Chongqing dialect. Why call it Yui? Bao defended herself. Isn't Chongqing abbreviated as you? It sounds more sophisticated this way. The demon girl suddenly realized that both Sui Yi and He Ge were wearing headphones. Have you been bombarded by her so-called Dewey all night? He Ge nodded. Yes, ever since she started harassing me and I with Maida, Yauda, Maida Satsi all night, I basically don't dare to speak carelessly anymore. So she has been looking for new targets to bombard for a long time. In short, she has been waiting for you all night. The demon girl was shocked, glanced at Bao, and as Bao grinned and approached, she quickly turned around. I just remembered, I left a book next door, I'll go get it. With that, she rushed out. The preliminary round was basically based on the registration form, and those who filled it out seriously mostly passed. A few days later, Sui Yi and Bao received notifications that they had successfully passed the preliminary round. The re-examination was a written test, and after Sui Yi finished the questions, she slightly tilted her body to wait for Bao to borrow ideas. In the afternoon, with the sunlight just right, Sui Yi happened to be sitting by the window, the warm sunlight shining down, making her drowsy. Xiao Ziyuan and when Xiaoqing walked out from the adjacent classroom after monitoring the exam. When Xiaoqing looked unwilling, holding his work ID, monitoring? How could you think of that? Thanks for the compliment. Xiao Ziyuan smiled and tilted his head in acknowledgement. When Xiaoqing wanted to say something, but saw Xiao Ziyuan stop in place, looking in a certain direction and smiling. Following his gaze, he understood and teased, no wonder. You could have just come to let it go, why drag me along? Xiao Ziyuan confessed his motive. When the target is too obvious, it's better to find someone to distract attention. When Xiaoqing squinted his eyes, unable to bear it any longer, while Xiao Ziyuan looked at him calmly. Xiao Ziyuan. When Xiaoqing gritted his teeth, unusually. Xiao Ziyuan absent-mindedly responded, my mom and your mom are biological sisters, and I'm 3 months older than you. So, technically, you should call me cousin. When Xiaoqing turned his face to the side, you wish. Hey, Xiao Ziyuan pretended to sigh. I really miss that little brat who used to follow me around calling me cousin. Xiao Ziyuan. When Xiaoqing rare exploded in anger. That afternoon, according to bystanders, it was the first time they saw the clear breeze and bright moon Xiao Ziyuan teasing the gentle when Xiaoqing to the point of madness. And they learned that the two were actually cousins, leading many to exclaim that genes are indeed very important. Moments later, the two collected their emotions and, with smiles on their faces, entered another classroom to monitor the exam together. Xiao Ziyuan stood at the podium, looking at Sui, who was sleeping soundly and looking lazy. He smiled slightly. Was she like this back then, sitting in the same classroom with him, and, after finishing the test, started to sleep soundly? If he and T slept back then, but had looked around, would he have seen the young Sui Yi, that girl with baby fat, in the sunlight? Her profile was fair and crystalline. Even the fine hairs had a golden hue, soft and cute. Xiao Ziyuan's fingers in his pants pocket moved slightly, resisting the urge to touch her. He suddenly wanted to visit her hometown, to see the place famous for its small bridges and flowing water, talented scholars, and beautiful women. To see what kind of environment nurtured such a girl. Xiao Ziyuan scanned the entire classroom, exchanged a glance with Wen Xiaoqing, and the two quickly left. Sui Yi yawned as she exited the classroom, then felt Bao poking her hard. She groggily looked at Bao, who had a lewd smile on her face, laughing and pointing with her chin in a certain direction. Xiao Ziyuan was standing in the corridor outside the classroom, backlit, wearing a white shirt with a gray cardigan over it, matching casual pants, making him look exceptionally handsome. People passing by kept looking at him, and acquaintances greeted him, to which he smiled and nodded. Bao was jumping up and down excitedly. You were sleeping just now, and Senior Xiao came to monitor the exam. He really walked in with the sunlight, making my heart flutter. I can't stand tall, thin men wearing cardigans, so handsome. Look how long Senior Zhao's legs are. Amidst Bao's excited exclamations, Sui Yi stood frozen in place until Xiao Ziyuan smiled and looked over, quickly calling her name, Sui. He stood in the golden sunlight. His handsome features relaxed, smiling gently, and that name Sui seemed to pass through the flow of time and reach her ears, deep and pleasant. Perhaps seeing her not moving. Xiao Ziyuan took the initiative to walk over, but first looked at Bao. Before he could speak, Bao raised her arms. No need to say anything, I understand. Miscellaneous people retreat. I'll disappear immediately. Sui Yi quickly regained her senses, tidied up her expression, and smiled. Senior Xiao, are you looking for me for something? Xiao Ziyuan handed her a National Geographic magazine. Sui Yi suspiciously took it, looking puzzled. Xiao Ziyuan lifted his leg and walked outside. This book is good. I brought it for you to look at. After saying that, he intentionally turned back to remind Sui, make sure to read it well. Then he didn't say anything more and left. Sui Yi stood there holding the magazine, flipping through a few pages, but there were no notes or anything tucked inside, leaving her in confusion. What is going on? Back in the dormitory, she still couldn't figure out why Xiao Ziyuan would randomly give her a magazine to look at. Sam Bao sat at the computer, grinning at her with an exaggeratedly lewd smile. Sui Yi helplessly replied, it's not what you think. Sam Bao was even happier. I didn't think of anything. Sui Yi was speechless. After the nap, Sui Yi suddenly saw the magazine on her bedside and realized. The master said he would let it go. To not disgrace her mission, Sui Yi picked it up and started to read it carefully. With her excellent eyesight, Sam Bao entered the finals with Sui Yi. On the day the finals list was announced, the class group chat was buzzing nonstop. Class monitor, Sui Yi and Run Yi made it to the finals. We'll go cheer for you then. Everyone responded. Congratulations. Sui Yi stepped forward. Thank you. Sam Bao chimed in, congratulations. And I have to thank my good eyesight and IES small coverage area. A certain demon girl said, a person with a conscience will definitely treat her to a meal and strongly demand the whole class to accompany. Everyone responded enthusiastically again. Agreed. Crowd A, let us go to Chuanxiang building. Crowd B, of course we should go eat crayfish. Crowd C, D, E, F, G, H began to discuss. Let's go for buffet. Hot pot is better. Higa summarized. Then let us meet at the school gate tonight. Sam Bao interjected, and then left the computer to rush towards the demon girl. Higa, GC Xuan. Yuan Jing. I hate you all. Sui Yi smiled as she watched the three people fighting, and in the end, Sam Bao was outnumbered and fell to the ground at Sui Yi's feet, seeking comfort. Sui Yi basked in the sun while reading, gently stroking Sam Bao's fur, which reminded her of the old cat from her neighbor's house that always napped soundly in the afternoons. The finals were held in the school auditorium, bustling with excitement, spanning 2 days with a draw to determine the order. Sam Bao was on the first day, while Sui Yi was on the last day. When the four of them arrived at the venue, it was already packed with people, lively and noisy. Sui Yi, the enchanting girl, and Higa sat in their seats, bored, waiting for Sam Bao to take the stage. Watching the youthful boys and girls on stage, the enchanting girl lamented, this is a world for young people. Why are we even here? Higa, listless, replied, I want to know why we participated in such an event too. There were similar events in the past. Why didn't we participate back then? Now that we're older, why are we here? The instigator, Sui Yi, felt guilty, thought for a moment, and answered for the money. Higa suddenly realized, bingo, so that's the reason. I almost forgot. How much is the prize for the champion? Higa bent down to rummage in her bag. Let me find a flyer. Yeah, hurry up. Sui Yi let out a gentle sigh of relief. She certainly couldn't tell them it was because Xiao Ziyuan was short on pocket money. Sui Yi glanced at the judging panel in the front row, under the lights. Xiao Ziyuan's stern profile looked nearly perfect. He was playing with his phone, occasionally looking up at the stage and casually scribbling a score before passing it on. Suddenly, he slightly turned his head and scanned the area with an expressionless face. Sui Yi didn't have time to disguise herself and met his gaze head-on. In just a few seconds, he quickly turned back, continuing to look down at his phone. Sui Yi patted her chest to comfort herself. There were so many people in between, and the lights were dim. He probably didn't see her. A few seconds later, Sui Yi's phone vibrated. She opened it to find a message from Xiao Ziyuan, her hands trembling as she clicked it open. Is it good? Sui Yi panicked. She had been caught spying. How should she reply? She wrote and deleted and wrote, and finally she sent it. There were too many people. I didn't see clearly. Xiao Ziyuan quickly replied. I meant that magazine. Sui Yi was exasperated. She threw her phone back in her bag, her face flushed. Why was Xiao Ziyuan getting more playful with her now? Xiao Ziyuan waited for a long time without receiving a response. She must be both embarrassed and annoyed, right? He put away his phone and looked at the stage. But all he could see was her flushed little face, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. A nearby person noticed him smile, paused for a moment, and tentatively asked, "This contestant is quite interesting, huh?" Xiao Ziyuan nodded, as if answering him, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Very interesting. But the real excitement came later when the competition surged unexpectedly as Sanbao took the stage. The male host, holding a card, smiled and read the question. Which famous Dan actor's representative work is the Peking opera The Drunken Concubine? Sanbao stood in the center of the stage, thought for a moment, and confidently answered, Liu Gong. The host was stunned, and after a few seconds of silence from the audience, laughter erupted. Sui Yi and He had expressions of disbelief. The male host probably had never encountered such an offbeat girl, but quickly regained his composure. Student Run, you're really humorous. Let's skip this question and move on to the next. Please briefly explain why Chu Yuan committed suicide by drowning. Sanbao answered with a lewd expression because King Huai of Chu fell in love with someone else. Sanbao. The three of them gasped in unison, their expressions darkening. Did she think this was the dormitory? How could she speak so bluntly? The audience was already in an uproar, the noise rising like a boiling pot. The male host frowned and looked at Sanbao, asking, Are you here to ruin the event? Sanbao replied seriously, I'm telling the truth. You don't know? Let me explain. Chu Yuan and King Huai of Chu were originally a couple. For my analysis, King Huai should be the dominant one, and Chu Yuan the submissive one. But at this time, Gongzi Xilan got jealous because he secretly loved King Huai too, so he approached Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao was also wronged. How could such a beauty lose to a man? The two of them teamed up to slander Chu Yuan, and gradually, King Huai fell in love with Gongzi Xilan. After this incident, Zheng Xiao, watching the abandoned Chu Yuan grow thinner and thinner, gradually turned from sympathy to affection. But Chu Yuan only had eyes for King Huai. While King Huai was someone who loved everyone, so Chu Yuan, heartbroken, finally drowned himself. King Qingxiang was very likely Chu Yuan's offspring. The host was completely bewildered. Where did you hear all this? Sanbao proudly replied, I summarized it myself. Oh, right, and he told me about it. Sui Yi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, hopelessly vowing to never tell Sanbao any historical tales again. She could weave all the wild stories into one narrative. It was a night where her worldview shattered and was rebuilt. Seeing the male host with a fly-swallowed expression, Sanbao consoled him, It's okay, handsome. We're all college students. Our thoughts are very open. Look, even a master said, sleeping cold, then knowing the fourth lady's tune. And also, the master once said, Guanzhong's tools are too small. Sanbao asked lewdly with a grin. So, how did the master know Guanzhong's tools were small? That a bit far-fetched. But there's also a closer one. You know what flower thief means, right? Then what does picking chrysanthemums mean? The old master said, picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. Leisurely seeing the southern mountains. This is a classic example of wild battles from ancient times to the present. At this point, the atmosphere in the room peaked. With laughter and discussions growing louder, everyone eager to find out who this girl was. The entire class that came to cheer specifically claimed they didn't know her at all, distancing themselves completely. In the end, Sanbao was booed off the stage and returned to Sui Yi's side. Sui Yi and He moved in unison away from Sanbao. Sanbao, looking displeased, angrily asked, Why did you boo me off? Sui Yi quietly replied, Because your taste is too heavy. Sanbao pointed her chin toward the enchanting girl. I'm not like her. My life motto is not to shock the world with lewdness, but to seek heavy taste from the masses. The enchanting girl was already in a state of surrender, hands clasped, congratulating her, congratulations. From today on, you will be famous throughout University X, unmatched. After the competition that night, Sanbao was still sulking, her face long. The enchanting girl tried to cheer her up for a long time without any improvement in her mood. Sui Yi glanced at the time and suggested, Shall we go eat some late-night snacks at the back door? The enchanting girl thought Sanbao would be disheartened. But the next moment, she revived, jumping up with excitement. About to speak, but then stopping, looking shy. No, let's not waste money. I'm not that hungry anymore. Maybe I'll just have 2 portions of Dan Dan noodles and nothing else. The enchanting girl was speechless, 2 bowls, and nothing else. Aren't you afraid of overstuffing yourself? He gazed blankly at the dark sky, weakly lamenting. How did I end up with such a foodie? Sui Yi purposely took a step back to create distance, smiling as she replied, because foodies don't walk alone. Higa, realizing, turned to seek allies. Enchanting girl. She's blackening us again. The enchanting girl remained calm and natural, already accustomed to it. When has she not blackened us? Higa surrendered. All right then. Meanwhile, Sam Bao was immersed in the joy of going for late-night snacks. That night, she ordered 2 bowls of dan-dan noodles, while the other 3's spicy hot pot ended up in her stomach. On the way back, she shook off the gloom from earlier and bounced back happily. The next day, when Sui Yi took the stage, she opened her eyes wide at the first question and quickly glanced at Xiao Ziyuan, who was sitting in the front row. He still had a calm expression, but the corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc, naturally making eye contact with her. Many of the subsequent questions almost all came from the magazine that Xiao Ziyuan had given her. It had been smooth sailing all the way. But Sui Yi didn't expect that the one competing for the championship with her in the end would actually be Yu Qinxia. Looking at the 2 people standing in the center of the stage, Xiao Ziyuan furrowed his brows slightly and asked the person next to him why he hadn't heard that Yu Qinxia was participating. When Xiaoqing also looked puzzled and turned to ask the person in charge, then leaned towards Xiao Ziyuan's ear to answer, saying she was added just yesterday. A senior in her 4th year, about to graduate, and since she was in the student council, it was hard to decline, so they included her. A few people away from them were the school's teacher judges, one of whom was a teacher they were familiar with, who leaned over and teased. Ziyuan has a good eye. Both are talented girls. Xiao Ziyuan smiled faintly, while Wen Xiaoqing silently enjoyed the drama. Many people in the audience had heard rumors about the 3 of them, filled with cheers and screams, creating a high-energy atmosphere. And Xiao Ziyuan just happened to be one of the judges, adding a hint of rivalry for affection. The onlookers were clearly more excited than the parties involved. Xiao Ziyuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the stage, tapping his index finger lightly on the table. The male host seemed a bit excited as well. All right. The next few questions will feature the characteristics of our X University. As students of X University, you can't answer incorrectly. Sui Yi found it uninteresting. They were just questions about the school's history and amusing stories between teachers and students. Which of the following on the big screen was the first principal of the school? Please let Yu Qinxia answer. Yu Qinxia confidently replied, I choose A, correct. Next question. What is the catchphrase of the most popular Miss Liang from the foreign language college? Sui Yi recalled that eccentric female teacher and smiled. Who tamat A care? Correct. Final question. Please look at the big screen. Which hand in this group photo belongs to the foremost of the 4 young masters? Xiao Ziyuan. Please let Sui Yi answer. Sui Yi's smile froze slightly as she stared at the picture, starting to lose focus. At that moment, she really began to believe in destiny. She could recognize Xiao Ziyuan's hand at a glance, without searching for any features. Just relying on her feeling, she already had the answer in her heart, as if she could still remember the warmth of his palm. However, more and more people began to joke about her and Xiao Ziyuan, and although it was all in good spirit, she also sensed something. The current situation was beyond her control. If she truly recognized him in front of such a large audience, it would only add to the ambiguity. And there was that offer she had seen at Xiao Ziyuan's house. He was about to go abroad. Could the feelings between them withstand a long-distance relationship? Would the Xiao family's status accept a single-parent family? The path Xiao Ziyuan was about to take. What lay between them was more than just mountains and rivers. In the end, she wouldn't stay here, and she and Xiao Ziyuan wouldn't beat traveling companions. A hint of emotion flickered across Sui Yi's calm face, and she bit her lip and took a breath, the 3rd one on the left. The host's face clearly showed a hint of regret as he prompted. Do you want to reconsider? Sui Yi smiled wryly at him. No changes. The male host expressed regret. What a pity, that's incorrect. Now, please let Yu Qinxia answer. Think carefully before you respond. If you answer this question correctly, you'll be the champion. Yu Qinxia smiled, showing no hesitation, the 2nd one on the left. The male host curiously asked, why are you so sure? Yu Qinxia's voice was filled with pride and confidence. Because I took this photo. The audience erupted in a mix of teasing cheers. When Xiaoqing turned to glance at Xiao Ziyuan, who remained expressionless, staring at a figure on the stage, his jawline becoming increasingly sharp and resolute, and he soon stood up and walked out. The male host laughed, trying to control the atmosphere, Everyone, don't get too excited. Let's check the answer. The big screen displayed the full photo, and indeed, the second one on the left was Xiao Ziyuan. The audience fell silent for a few seconds before discussions erupted again. The host looked at this clever girl with great regret and said, "Please let Sui Yi go backstage to rest." Sui Yi smiled slightly, glanced at the big screen one last time, and walked towards the backstage. His hand was long and strong, warm and dry. There would never be another person in this world who could give her that feeling. How could she have mistaken it? Xiao Ziyuan flipped through the competition process and questions in his hand. The final question was not supposed to be this one. It had been changed. Even if it had been changed, she shouldn't have answered incorrectly. She clearly had the answer in her heart, and at that moment, her eyes reflected pain and struggle. But in the end, she chose to give up at the moment of truth. He knew she was nonchalant, that she wouldn't compete with anyone for anything. He just didn't expect that he would also be within the realm she could willingly let go. Xiao Ziyuan's breathing grew heavier, and the rising and falling of his chest betrayed the anger brewing within him. Sui didn't return backstage, but directly left the auditorium. In the shadows of the last row of the auditorium, Xiao Ziyuan had retreated there at some point, leaning against a pillar and saying nothing. His expression was cold and unyielding, yet the corners of his mouth still curled slightly. Lin Chun hesitated for a long time before stepping forward to pat him. "Just let it be. My sister isn't that lucky." Xiao Ziyuan suddenly pressed his lips together without saying a word, his expression unusually grim. Lin Chun sighed and looked up, only to see Yu Qianxia standing on stage accepting the award, staring directly at Xiao Ziyuan without any pretense. Another pair of lovesick people. Lin Chun shook his head helplessly and walked away. Report on attending the wedding. Report 1. This kind of event with a large crowd is just a show-off event. Flaunting cars, houses, men, women, children, or desperately digging for gossip. Whether single or not. If you're lucky enough to be single, then congratulations. Your other half will soon be questioned. Dongji managed to escape a disaster by playing dead. He thought it was over. But the ones who show off the most are that couple on stage. No, 3 couples, including both sets of parents and the newlyweds. Houses and cars are all just fluff. They have a happiness fund, each contributing 7 figures. Can you be a bit low-key? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? I don't know how Dongji, this poor guy, feels envious and jealous. Report 2. Immediately, Dongji turned to ask his father, leading to the following conversation. Dongji, Dad, how many figures will you give me when I get married? Dongji's father glanced at him, but that look was unreadable, then without saying a word. He turned back. Then he turned back and said, "Count how many figures you've spent since you were a kid. That was all given by me. I gave it to you in advance, and you spent in advance." Dongji, not giving up, he turned to ask his mother, "Mom." Before he could finish, his mother didn't even turn her head and replied, "That depends on how much you put on my card the night before. I'll match whatever you put in." Dongji worshipped. Okay, Dongji is definitely not biologically related. Really? Report 3. Sister-in-law of the bride. Your little dress during the toast was stunning. But what are those lumps inside the dress? Did you tear your chest, or did the tailor forget to sew it for you? The table next door was full of uncles and fathers, the youngest of whom was almost 50, and when you toasted, they didn't dare to look up. After you spent hours on your makeup, they couldn't see it at all. Such a waste of effort. If you think this is over, you're mistaken. Those who come out to mix will eventually have to pay back. When it was time to switch to Dong Ji's table, Dong Ji regretted it. He shouldn't have mocked earlier. Please don't stand next to Dong Ji. Should Dong Ji look or not look? Dong Ji is very conflicted. Dong Ji is still a kid. Please spare Dong Ji. Dong Ji wishes he could pull out his phone, take a picture of you, and shout, "Fairy, reveal your true form quickly." The plan to flirt with the bridesmaid ended in failure. Actually, the song the groom sang at the beginning was quite good. Dong Ji appreciated it. Throughout the whole observation process, Dong Ji only had feelings for the groom. What on earth is going on? I will never attend a wedding again. What a fucking day. After leaving the auditorium, the 3 treasures and the demon girl were indignant. How could such a question be asked? Seriously. Hey, it's okay. After Sui Yi came down from the stage, she was unusually quiet. The 3 thought she was in a bad mood because she lost the competition. Sui Yi smiled nonchalantly, It's really okay. Sanbao trembled a bit. Maybe you shouldn't smile. I don't want you to treat me to a seafood feast anymore. Sui Yi didn't tease her like before. Instead, she smiled a little and fell silent again. In the past, Yu Qianxia always acted like an older sister, but today she suddenly stood in front of her in public. Wanted to show her through action. I've known Xiao Ziyuan for so many years. What do you know about him? You've only known him for a short time. What right do you have to compete with me? A Master-S move is extraordinary. Not crying or making a fuss, not saying a word, but defeating you with action. However, Yu Qianxia didn't know that she wouldn't compete with her at all. She was never her competitor from the beginning to the end. There were students everywhere coming out of the auditorium, still discussing the competition they just had, and coincidentally, two girls in front of them were discussing it passionately. What a coincidence! Those two were the ones competing for the championship, and Xiao Ziyuan was a judge. Which one do you think Xiao Ziyuan likes? Didn't Xiao Ziyuan publicly acknowledge Sui Yi as his girlfriend during the graduation cup event a while ago? His attitude was so obvious. If she's his girlfriend, how could she not even recognize her boyfriend's hand? And look how proud Yu Qianxia was when she said that photo was taken by her. Also, Yu Qianxia has been by Xiao Ziyuan's side for a long time, and now she has won the competition. Could this be your turning point? You wouldn't understand. There's a saying, success in gambling, failure in love. But to be fair, between the two, I still prefer Sui Yi. The two of them walked further away, their voices becoming more and more indistinct. The demon girl nudged Sui Yi. Don't mind what they say. Sui Yi nodded. Looking open-minded, I don't mind. When they reached the dormitory entrance, the four of them stopped in unison. The demon girl Sanbao and he greeted with an unnatural smile, Xiao Xixiao. Then they said in unison to Sui Yi, we'll go up first. Sui Yi frowned and sighed, really lacking in loyalty. Xiao Ziyuan stood in front of the building, not knowing how long he had been waiting. His figure was elongated by the light, looking even thinner in the night, and his face was cold. When Sui Yi saw him, she surprisingly felt guilty. Standing still in place, the two of them were in a stalemate a few meters apart. In the end, it was still Xiao Ziyuan who took a few steps closer. Standing in front of Sui Yi, quietly watching her for a long time before slowly speaking, his voice flat and emotionless. Lin Shen always praises you for being smart. But I don't know, are you really smart or really foolish? His voice was ethereal and hollow, seemingly just sighing. Sui Yi suddenly felt a bit sad. A tearing pain spread in her heart. She bit her lip. Xiao Xixiao, I'm just an ordinary girl. After listening to her, Xiao Ziyuan didn't say anything more and quickly turned to leave. Sui Yi's face turned pale, watching the increasingly blurry figure, frozen in place. And after a long time slowly spoke, her voice hoarse, Xiao Ziyuan. That night, Sui Yi couldn't sleep and got up to go to the bathroom, but found someone standing on the balcony. When she got closer, she realized it was the demon girl. Zixian? She called softly. The demon girl turned and smiled. Stunningly beautiful. Yi, how long has it been since you called my name? But I still think of you as the demon girl. Sui Yi draped her clothes over her, feeling something was off with her. What happened? The demon girl's smile remained unchanged, her voice cheerful. I and Xiao Yu can't go abroad together anymore. Sui Yi was stunned. In her heart, no matter what happened, Xiao Yu and the demon girl were supposed to be together. What happened? Didn't the school apply well? You go to school for a year and come back to graduate, then go for your master's. Was it a problem with the school? The demon girl shook her head. It's his family's issue. He won't go abroad for his master's anymore. I only found out recently that he is Qiao Baiyuan's son. His father has already arranged a position for him, and he'll go right after graduation. And from now on, he'll rise steadily. After saying that, the demon girl began to laugh. He is actually a child of the Qiao family. Ha! Sui Yi only felt sad. He agreed. Originally, he didn't agree, but I don't know what his father said. He still agreed. The demon girl's eyes were filled with pain, her deliberately lowered voice trembling. We promised to win the Pritzker Architecture Prize together, but he actually agreed. Sui Yi couldn't find any comforting words. Everything she said felt pale and powerless at that moment. What will you do in the future? In the future? The demon girl took a deep breath. We will grow further apart, right? You'll be his politician, and I'll be my architect. Then we still go out? The demon girl suddenly turned her head, tears streaming down her face. Go out? Why would I go? That's our dream. It was he who gave up first. I will realize it myself. I'll leave as soon as I graduate. Sui Yi wiped her tears away. Being born in that kind of family, he also has many constraints. The demon girl wiped her tears fiercely. I don't blame him. I only hate myself for why I got involved with him in the first place, making myself suffer for nothing. Others say this girl is like a demon, sweet to sadness, but they don't know that although the demon girl likes to tease people all day, she is the most stubborn kind of person. Once she takes a liking, she will be devoted, never turning back, even if it means death. Both admirable and pitiable. Sui Yi lay back in bed, but could no longer sleep. Was Xiao Yu and the demon girl a warning from heaven for her? Isn't this a living example? The demon girl was right. It shouldn't have started in the first place. If it hadn't started, there wouldn't be today as pain. Knowing it wouldn't end well, why start all? Maybe everything she did today was right. The graduation season soon approached, and the student council organized a farewell party for the seniors, going to KTV to sing. When Sui Yi and the demon girl arrived, it was already filled with people, with only 2 seats empty next to Xiao Yu. Some enthusiastic people invited them to sit over. The demon girl didn't mind, pulling Sui Yi over to sit down. After sitting down, the demon girl didn't show any unusualness, just ignoring Xiao Yu. But Sui Yi felt a bit uncomfortable. After she sat down, she realized next to her was Xiao Ziyuan, who had been sitting in the corner earlier, and the dim light made it hard to see. Only after sitting down did she realize something was off and unconsciously move closer to the demon girl. She recalled last year's Christmas, when a relationship between the demon girl and Xiao Yu had just been made public. They were shy and sweet, while she sat beside Xiao Ziyuan, both secretly romantic. But in just a few short months, everything had changed. Sui Yi stole a glance at Xiao Ziyuan. His expression was normal, showing no signs. Not even casting her a glance, was he really angry? While Sui Yi was thinking, she glanced at the other side. And Xiao Yu was also wearing a similarly cold expression as the demon girl. The singing, drinking, and gaming created a lively atmosphere in the private room. But the excitement was soon interrupted. I didn't know when a microphone ended up in Yu Qianxia's hands. She chose a song and took center stage. Everyone cheered and then stopped to listen to Yu Qianxia sing. She smiled in a certain direction, and as the accompaniment started, the crowd suddenly quieted down. It was Karen Mock's "He Doesn't Love Me." I know he doesn't love me. His eyes reveal his heart. I see through his heart and the lingering shadows of others. Suddenly, memories of a video I watched long ago surfaced. The night when Feng Duan and Su Ruoxuan publicly announced their relationship. Karen Mock was singing at a concert, secretly shedding tears as she sang. He doesn't love me. I clearly remember how Karen Mock sang while crying, forcing a smile on her face. That kind of smile was heart-wrenching. I looked up at Yu Qianxia, and indeed, her gaze was filled with affection, her expression reminiscent of something familiar. Xiao Ziyuan sat expressionless, lazy and indifferent, with his eyes cast down. The crowd sensed the situation and began to leave one by one. Just as I was about to stand up, Xiao Ziyuan grabbed my hand and pressed me down, turned to look at me seriously. Under the colorful lights, his serious expression was unlike anything I'd seen before. His voice cut through the chaotic music, striking my eardrums. Earlier, I asked you whether you cared about me or about senior brother. Have you figured it out? I thought I was clear, but now I can't tell between us. Is it friendship or a mistromance? A flash crossed my beautiful eyes. It was clearly an unrelated topic. So why did Xiao Ziyuan bring it up at this moment? The various things between me and Xiao Ziyuan were officially labeled as love for the first time. I lowered my gaze in silence, my heart pounding, my scalp tingling. Finally, I mustered the courage to look at Xiao Ziyuan. My lips moved slightly, but ultimately I fell silent under his increasingly deep and cold gaze. His eyes were pitch black, like a mass of unresolvable ink, reminding me of the old ink blocks on my grandfather's desk when I was a child. The ink bright and deep after a few drops of water were ground into it. So completely black, so captivating. They were also like an endless abyss, drawing me in, making it impossible to look away, leading me to surrender and fall into the bottomless void. But at this moment, the abyss felt cold, and the sensation on my wrist was chilling. After a while, Xiao Ziyuan spoke indifferently. This situation today is not what I wanted. but I hope you can stay by my side. My memories suddenly opened up. I recalled how my dad once said something similar to my mom. But what was the outcome? He was the first to betray their vows, and in the end, they parted ways. Suddenly, I panicked, quickly withdrawing my hand and breaking free to walk out. This time, Xiao Ziyuan did not stop me, slowly releasing his grip with a cold expression. As I stepped out of the door, the enchanting girl was surprised to see me. "Why are you out?" I looked innocent. "It's a bit stuffy inside. I came out for some fresh air." Yu Qianxia's singing stopped the moment the door closed. Xiao Ziyuan sat in the shadows, not a bit uncomfortable, as if there was no one else in the private room apart from him. You saw her attitude. You're about to go abroad. She want to go with you. You two want to be together. It's impossible for you to love each other. Xiao Ziyuan stood up and slowly walked toward the door. His voice cool as he spoke. "We've made things very clear between us. I only gave you face in front of everyone because we've been classmates for many years. I hope you can respect yourself." Also, Xiao Ziyuan suddenly stopped and turned to look into Yu Qianxia's eyes, speaking slowly. "In the near future, even if I'm not with Sui Yi, it will still be separation, not a lack of love." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Yu Qianxia's tears suddenly fell, trembling all over. The crowd was uncertain whether to leave or wait. When Xiao Ziyuan also came out, appearing calm, "You all look tired. Let us disperse early." After saying that, he walked ahead, and I glanced at his back before looking away. The farewell party ended on a sour note. Time continued to flow, but I and the enchanting girl grew increasingly silent. San Bao and Iga dared not speak, only eating silently. In a few days, San Bao's waist had gained an extra ring of fat. She stood on the electronic scale and screamed, "Ah, I want to lose weight." After saying that, she jumped off the scale and threw all the snacks at Iga, who caught them with a grin. Then San Bao sat down at the computer to devise a weight loss plan, mumbling, "If I don't lose weight in April, I'll be sad in May. Sad in June, sad in July, sad in August." As I came out of the bathroom after washing up, I heard San Bao chanting. For the first time in days, she took the initiative to speak. "What's wrong with you?" San Bao was ecstatic. "You're talking. I'm losing weight. Look, the internet says every fat person is a potential stock. Once they lose weight, they become beauties. There are pictures to prove it." I took a glance and gently guided her. "San Bao, have you noticed that these pictures have a common trait?" San Bao tugged at her hair. "What common trait?" "They're all beauties? Clearly, they're high mountains turned into basins. Don't you think that is a pity?" After saying that, I subtly glanced at San Bao's chest. San Bao immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest and rushed to the enchanting girl. "And Iga, enchanting girl. Iga, she is bullying me." The enchanting girl seemed to be freed from her earlier gloom. "I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, you want to be able to rely on your chest in the future." San Bao looked aggrieved. "You're all bullying me. The fat on my body will move to you." The dormitory returned to its usual joyful laughter. I had seen Xiao Ziyuan for a long time. While I felt a sense of loss, I was also somewhat relieved. Perhaps I wouldn't have any further interactions with him in the future. Fortunately, I had stopped myself in time. Although it was a bit awkward, I would eventually get used to it over time. The weather gradually began to warm up. One day, when senior students were gathering on both sides of the campus to sell books and miscellaneous items, and the signs of graduation season became more apparent, my heart suddenly panicked. In the boys' dormitory, Xiao Ziyuan packed all his books, picking a few useful ones to take abroad. Lin Chun, who was staying at school to continue his master studies, leaned next to Wen Xiaoqing, honing his basketball skills. "Just leave it for me." Xiao Yu, absent-mindedly packing up blueprints, realized he had drawn quite a few over the years of major courses, including many that the enchanting girl had left with him. He looked at the lead lines on the blueprints, tracing his fingers over the signature in the lower right corner. His mind filled with scenes from their time in the drawing room. He had to admit that in architecture, the enchanting girl was more talented than he was, with her works being more captivating, just like her personality. When Xiao Ziyuan took a book, 2 sheets of paper fluttered down, landing at Lin Chen's feet. Lin Chen picked them up and glanced at them, quickly freezing, exchanging a look with Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan didn't show any embarrassment, staring at the paper in Lin Chen's hand, casually saying, "It's useless, throw it away." After saying that, he turned and left the dormitory, stepping into the corridor and calling out, I have some reference books here that I can't take with me. If anyone wants them, come find me. Lin Chen quietly tucked them away. Before Xiao Ziyuan returned, a crowd of footsteps approached from behind. Brother Xiao, save a copy for me. I want one too. The dormitory quickly filled with people, noisy and bustling. Lin Chen watched Xiao Ziyuan, who stood in the crowd with a faint smile. It felt that his back was lonely and desolate. The next day, Lin Chen invited Sui Yi to lunch. During the meal, Lin Chen hesitated several times to speak, and Sui Yi pretended not to see, changing the topic. Graduation is approaching. How do you feel? Lin Chen was distracted, thinking that he would continue studying here. What feeling could he have? Xiao Ziyuan and when Xiao Qing were going abroad, and Xiao Yu was going to work. He felt a bit reluctant to part ways with them. By the way, I've been wanting to ask you, why don't you go out? I'm not studying international law, so there's no need for that. Besides, the teacher I'm following now is very accomplished, and I want to learn from him for a few years. In the past few years, I was too restless and didn't learn much at all. Sui Yi subtly changed the topic, but unexpectedly Lin Chen pulled her back, asking, what are your plans for the future? The question contained everything Lin Chen wanted to ask. Without thinking, Sui Yi replied, it's still the same plan as before after graduation. I'll go home. My mom is still waiting for me to go back and be filial. Lin Chen tentatively asked, will it change because of some people or things? Sui Yi shook her head firmly, no. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. How is your mother's health? Lin Chen and Sui Yi had known each other since childhood. Asking about an elder's health was nothing unusual. However, since his aunt married Sui Yi's father, his identity had become a bit awkward, and he couldn't bring himself to ask the question. Sui Yi's mood suddenly dropped, not very well. Until the meal ended, the two remained silent. Lin Chen walked Sui Yi back to the dormitory building, not saying goodbye, just standing there lost in thought. Sui Yi stood with him, not urging him to leave. After a long while, Lin Chen handed her 2 exam admission tickets. I only found out this afternoon that you too. Sui Yi didn't understand what he was talking about. She took them, glanced at them, and froze. 2 yellowed papers, the same exam, the same examination room. Different seat numbers, with a gap of 9 numbers in between. Sui Yi looked at the range of exam numbers on the admission tickets and calculated in her heart that Xiao Ziyuan should have been sitting right next to her at that time. She had never known that she and Xiao Ziyuan had intersected so long ago. Sui Yi was shocked by the result. Where did you get this? I saw it when he was packing his things. He said it was useless and told me to throw it away. I thought I should show it to you. I felt uncomfortable seeing his expression. Sui Yi's anger flared up instantly. Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress it. Lin Chen, you are the one who came to tell me that Xiao Ziyuan comes from a prominent family, with a bright future, someone I couldn't reach. So why are you bringing this up now? If you can't bear to see him, are you willing to pressure me? My mother's health is getting worse and worse. Since the day I left home, I've been hoping to graduate quickly and return to her side. I've been working hard to stay away from temptation. And now you tell me this. What should I do? Should I cruelly abandon my mother, or take Xiao Ziyuan back with me? Who is Xiao Ziyuan? He should be in the spotlight, adored by everyone. Would he be willing to give up everything to return to that small town and live a quiet life with me? Even if he were willing, how could I bear it? You're pushing all of this onto me. What am I supposed to do? He is not someone I can have. Since there is no outcome, why start? Even if this doesn't matter, would the Xiao family accept me? Would they accept a single-parent family? I just feel that those 2 pieces of paper in my hand and the safety talisman on my chest are burning my heart. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. He was skilled with words, but at this moment, he didn't know how to explain to Sui Yi, I'm sorry. I just don't want to see you always alone. What is wrong with you? I've never seen you get angry. Sui didn't know what was wrong with her. She believed she was usually calm and unhurried. Almost nothing could make her emotions fluctuate so violently. However, it seemed that once it involved Xiao Ziyuan, she couldn't control herself. Sui Yi lowered her head. Lin Chen, do you think I'm being overly dramatic? I admit I didn't stop myself from getting close to him. I thought that by getting closer, I could see his flaws. He would find me unbearable, or I would get tired of him. But unexpectedly, the closer I got, the more I discovered his good qualities. Until one day, I realized I was already on a tiger that I couldn't get off. My panic has been growing stronger. I'm afraid he will become the second Sui Jingyao. Lin Chen was startled and immediately spoke. No, Xiao Ziyuan would never be the second Sui Jingyao. I can guarantee Xiao Ziyuan's character. Sui Yi smiled bitterly. What does character have to do with it? Is Sui Jingyao's character bad? Didn't it still lead to this outcome? Love has always been a matter between two people, but it has never just been a matter between two people. Do you think Sui Jingyao didn't love my mother? Yet they still didn't end up together. There are so many obstacles between us. Why should I repeat the same mistakes? After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. Lin Chun stood there in shock. He didn't expect Sui Yi to see things so clearly. However, she didn't know that reason could never win against love. To explain Xiao Ziyuan's strange behavior recently, first, a man who's about to go abroad cannot be by the female lead's side. At this time, telling her how much he loves her is just empty words, making him seem shallow. Xiao Ziyuan is not that kind of person. He knows the concerns in Sui Yi's heart and the hurts she has experienced, so he wants to show his sincerity through practical actions. Imagine a man about to go abroad telling a woman, "You wait for me for a few years, and I'll come back to marry you." Such words sound very selfish. Why should a girl wait for him during her best years? Moreover, in this situation, the more Xiao Ziyuan does and says, the faster Sui Yi escapes, which only widens the distance between them. The male lead has just graduated from university, no matter how excellent or mature he seems. He is still a child. We shouldn't mythologize the male lead too much. Although novels are higher than life, they ultimately stem from life. The male lead is not a god, but a person. Secondly, some girls might ask, if that's the case, why bother the female lead? At this moment, emotions are in the lead. He is afraid that by the time he returns, this girl will already belong to someone else. To put it plainly, he is scared. Some girls say Xiao Ziyuan hasn't formally expressed his feelings, but that is not true. Does love have to be expressed in those 3 words to count? Based on the above 2 points, Xiao Ziyuan can only keep testing the waters without being too enthusiastic. He believes that a smart girl like Sui Yi understands his intentions. In fact, he is also anxious. Going abroad is to enable a better future together, and he is eager to come back. Narrator. Dong Zhige means that you emperors are not anxious. It makes the eunuchs anxious. Dong Zhige. Narrator, go to hell. Dong Zhige never said that. As for why Xiao Ziyuan is angry and cold, it's because every time he tests the waters, he gets disappointed. He is in despair. As for Sui Yi, girls might say, since there are so many concerns, why still be ambiguous with Xiao Ziyuan? To put it bluntly, women are ultimately emotional creatures. No matter how calm and generous a woman is, she is still an emotional being. How can she remain calm in the face of a boy she likes? Therefore, both of their reactions are normal. Love cannot be rationally deduced to arrive at an outcome. Nor can it be something where people rush in head first without thinking. Such love will not last long. Girls must believe that slow and steady wins the race. There is plenty of time ahead, so don't rush. Back in the dormitory, no one was there. Sui Yi sat at the desk, tightly gripping the admission tickets. Trembling slightly, she had so many questions in her heart. She thought they only intersected because of Lin Chun, just for a short 3 years. But why did someone suddenly come to tell her that they had met a long, long time ago, and that Xiao Ziyuan had kept this evidence until now? Why had he never mentioned it? When did he recognize her? What was originally a simple encounter and separation suddenly became so complicated? Just as Sui Yi was in a mess, the enchanting girl pushed the door open, red-eyed, and sat down next to Sui Yi. Sui Yi quickly composed herself and asked, "What is wrong?" The tears in the demoness' eyes finally flowed down, biting her teeth as a tear fell. I held it in all the way, but I still couldn't hold back. "I want to see Xiao Yu." Sui Yi quietly slipped 2 admission tickets into her book and cleared her throat, casually asking, "Did you not say you never wanted to see this man again in this lifetime?" The demoness saw everything and countered with a question. "I just saw Lin Chun." "Did he come looking for you because of Xiao Ziyuan?" Sui Yi paused for a moment and nodded. The demoness pondered for a moment and looked up at Sui. "Although I don't know what you're thinking, have you considered that he will soon graduate? This separation might mean you will never see each other again. When he comes back, you will have graduated too, and you won't stay here. He won't go to where you are. That's why I want to see Xiao Yu. I met him today, and if I never see this man again in this lifetime, I won't have any regrets. What about you, Yi? We have known each other for a few years, and your temperament is calm and unhurried. You are serene and graceful. When others offend you, you always smile gently, never holding grudges. You deserve happiness, and Xiao Ziyuan is equally calm and unhurried, leisurely and wise. You make me feel that you should seize the person who makes you happy. After Sui Yi and the demoness exchanged glances for a few seconds, she slowly lowered her head. Xiao Ziyuan's teasing smile, the warmth of his fingers, his scarf, the talisman he gave her. That windy evening, when Xiao Ziyuan held her hand walking through the campus, the building blocks he gifted her, how he said her handwriting was beautiful, and how she planned to write something for him. An opportunity. That one phrase made her think they still had plenty of time. But now there was no opportunity. Suddenly, she began to feel anxious. This feeling was unfamiliar. Xiao Ziyuan seemed to be making her once comfortable life spiral out of control. That night, Sui Yi couldn't sleep, and the next day she took leave to go home, or perhaps it was more accurate to say she escaped back home. After a night on the train, Sui Yi arrived home in the morning, and her mother was probably out for morning exercise. So she lay on the sofa with her eyes closed. When her mother returned and saw her, she was startled. "Oh, Sui girl, why did you suddenly come back?" Sui Yi didn't open her eyes and grunted twice to indicate she heard. Her mother sat down beside her and touched her forehead with concern. "Are you sick?" Sui Yi took the opportunity to cuddle into her mother's arms like when she was a child. "Mom, I miss you." Her mother laughed, patting her back. "This girl. What's wrong? It's not even vacation time yet. Did the school expel you?" The warmth in Sui Yi's heart disappeared, and she felt a headache, stiffly wrapping her arms around her mother's waist. Her mother frowned thoughtfully. "You didn't get pregnant out of wedlock, did you? That shouldn't be. You're studying medicine. You should know to take precautions." Her mother was still analyzing the possibilities when Sui Yi couldn't help but interrupt. "Mom, your daughter is not a bad girl." Seeing her daughter's pitiful expression, her mother felt a little embarrassed and stood up with a smile to change the subject. "Of course not. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you." Sui Yi closed her eyes and continued to sleep. "Anything is fine." Her mother teased. "I should have given you that name from the start. Let's see if you can still say it. If you do, you might as well eat yourself." After saying that, she went to the kitchen to ponder what to make. But Sui Yi suddenly opened her eyes. Not long ago, she had asked Xiao Ziyuan this question, and he had taken advantage of the situation to be serious with her. Sui Yi shook her head, trying to shake away thoughts of Xiao Ziyuan. "Sui, when did your memory become so good?" Later, her mother didn't ask why Sui Yi suddenly came back, and Sui Yi didn't take the initiative to explain. They both understood each other without saying a word. During dinner the next day, her mother finally spoke. "I see you've rested enough. It's best to go back early so you don't miss classes." Sui put down her chopsticks and protested listlessly, "Mom, I don't want to go back." Her mother wasn't too surprised and added some soup to Sui Yi's bowl. "Give me a reason." Sui thought for a long time and hesitantly spoke. "Mom, if someone treats you very well, but you can't meet their expectations and their desires conflict with what you want to do, how do you repay their kindness?" Her mother looked at Sui Yi seriously for a while. Sui Yi thought she was going to tell her the answer, but her mother suddenly smiled. "Is there a man interested in you?" Sui Yi felt she had made a mistake just now. Her mother continued. "Is it that other person's boyfriend from last time?" Sui Yi lowered her head and drank her soup. Her mother saw her unresponsive and lamented. "I told you, if he doesn't want you, don't force it. Look at you now, making yourself so unhappy." Sui Yi exclaimed, "Mom, I'm being serious." Her mother put away her jokes and looked at Sui Yi seriously. "Yi, you must understand that once you owe someone a debt of gratitude, it can never be repaid." Sui Yi was taken aback and nodded with a bitter smile. "I know." Her mother stood up, took a few steps, and turned back. Yi, you've never cared about what others want unless that person is different to you. But what they want is what you want. Now, what you want conflicts with what you wanted before, making it hard to choose. That's why you're troubled. A word struck her like a wake-up call. Could it be that subconsciously she also wanted to be with Xiao Ziyuan? Impossible. What she always wanted was to return here and live with her mother. Sui originally wanted her mother, who had rich life experience, to guide her, but now she felt even more confused, seeing her daughter's furrowed brows. Her mother was satisfied and instructed, "Remember to wash the dishes." That night, Sui sat at the dining table, struggling for a long time, and made a childish decision. Her mother sat under the light, reading for a while, and when she looked up at her daughter again, she had happily gone to wash the dishes. The next morning, Sui Yi rummaged through the study looking for something. Her mother stood at the door knocking. "Sui girl, what are you looking for?" Sui Yi didn't lift her head. "Ms. Shun, I remember Grandpa gave me some jade stones for making seals. Where did they go?" Her mother clicked her tongue, teasing her daughter. "Oh, you haven't done that in years. I remember when your grandfather passed away, you carved one for him to accompany him, and then you never touched it again. Who has such a big face to invite you out of retirement?" Sui Yi blinked and honestly replied, "A senior is graduating, and I want to give him a gift." "Oh, so thoughtful." Her mother smiled and asked, "This senior isn't simple, is he?" Sui Yi helplessly elongated her voice in protest. "Mom. Calm down. It's at the very bottom of the left cabinet. The toolbox is in there too. Carve it well. I won't disturb you." After her mother finished speaking, she turned and left. Sui Yi followed her mother's instructions and found the toolbox at the bottom of the cabinet. As soon as she opened it, a strong scent of ancient ink wafted through time and space. When she was small, she followed her grandfather, watching him carve seals with the oldest tools. Each stroke detailed and powerful, and while carving, he taught her, remember, carving seals requires a calm heart. The seals carved from jade have life. Only those carved with a calm heart can convey your intentions. For several days, Sui Yi stayed by the window in the study, basking in the sun while carving the seal. The three characters Xiao Ziyuan became increasingly clear on the seal and deeper in her heart. On the last afternoon, under her mother's guidance, Sui Yi finally completed it before sunset. After testing it, she showed it to her mother. Her mother put on her reading glasses and examined it carefully, praising, "My daughter's skills are really good. You won't have to worry about food in the future. Just set up a stall under the overpass, and business will definitely be booming." However, Sui Yi thought something must be wrong. "What's the matter? Do you remember when you were learning carving as a child? Your grandpa told you about Fu Baoshe carving the 100 Flowers poem?" "Yes. He carved over 200 characters on it. It was exquisite. So, don't you think it would be better to emulate him a bit? If you carve the words Sui Yi Zhang here, it would be even better?" Sui Yi frowned and disagreed. "No, it's not good. That's okay. Use microcarving. You won't be able to tell unless you look closely." "Not good." Sui Mu suddenly asked seriously, "You haven't forgotten how to carve, have you?" Sui Yi sighed, increasingly believing that San Bao and her mother are truly mother and daughter. During dinner, Sui Yi asked again, "Mom, San Weigong hasn't gone far, right? I want to take the peace pendant to get it blessed." Sui Mu turned and looked. "Isn't that the one you always carry with you? I used to say it needed blessing, but you didn't believe it. Why are you suddenly thinking about it?" Sui Yi blinked, unsure how to answer, hesitantly saying, "Actually, maybe it's useful." Sui Mu's eyes sparkled. "For someone? Is it for that Xiao Ziyuan?" Sui Yi immediately stopped talking and lowered her head to eat. Sui Mu wouldn't let it go. "Tell me about it, dear." Sui Yi pretended not to hear, and Sui Mu gave up. "All right, tonight you wash the dishes, and tomorrow morning I'll take you." Sui Yi nodded immediately. "Deal." After saying that, Sui Mu floated away, sighing as she walked. Daughters really can't be kept leaving Sui Yi at the table. Sui Yi, with her back to Sui Mu, calmly finished the soup in her bowl. And when she put it down, she murmured, "Mom, this is all I can do for him. In the future, I'll stay by your side and be filial to you." The next morning, Sui Mu took Sui Yi to a temple not far from home. During the blessing, Sui Yi looked devout, and Sui Mu watched. Her heart moved. After the ceremony, Sui Mu sent Sui Yi away. "Go outside for a walk. I want to talk to San Weigong." The master who performed the blessing was the abbot of the temple, and also Sui Yi's grandpa's younger brother, the third in the family. He has had a connection with Buddhism since childhood, and the family didn't oppose it, so he stayed there. Sui Mu would visit him every few months. "Okay." Sui Yi obediently agreed, exchanged greetings with San Weigong, and then went outside, the elder looking at Sui Yi with a loving expression. Sui Mu supported the elder out of the room. He had watched Sui Mu and Sui Yi grow up, and now it felt like seeing his daughter bring her granddaughter to visit him. Very affectionate, and he couldn't help but exclaim, in the blink of an eye, "Sui Yi has grown so big. I remember when you brought her back. She was this tall." While saying this, the elder gestured. Sui Mu smiled and replied, "Yes, So many years have passed. How is your health, Senshu? The elder stroked his gray beard. Thanks to Buddha's blessings, still quite healthy. But you should take care of yourself. You know, my health is always fluctuating, it's just like that. Fortunately, this girl is smart and sensible, and her personality is quite cheerful. The matters between me and her father didn't leave any shadows, so I have nothing to worry about. Buddhism emphasizes cause and effect. The Shun family is a family of scholars, and for generations they have been good people. Planting good causes will surely bear good fruits, so you should be at ease. Sui Yi respectfully nodded. Okay, I will remember Senshu's advice. This girl suddenly coming back has made me a bit worried. I want to discuss it with you. What is it? This girl should have someone she likes at school, but you know she has never been at ease with me. Always clamoring to come back to my side after graduation. I'm afraid she might give up her own happiness because of me. The elder laughed heartily. Buddha says, all fates are born of causes. Everything one sees and encounters is preordained. It's all fate. Causes arise and cease, gatherings and separations. Everything is heavenly will. If they are meant to be, they will be together. Sui Yi is a wise child. She will understand. Sui Yi listened thoughtfully, hoping she would understand. Sui Yi stood in front of the bamboo grove in the temple's backyard, the air filled with the scent of incense. She listened to the bell tolling towards the main hall, silently making a wish while holding the peace pendant in her palm. She hoped Xiao Ziyuan would have a happy and healthy future. That afternoon, when Sui Yi saw Sui Yi seriously writing calligraphy one after another, she picked up the crumpled paper balls on the ground and exposed her. If you're trying to repay a debt of gratitude with material things, don't even think about it. Sui Yi's pen slipped, wasting another sheet. She looked up with a forlorn expression, and Sui Yi smiled gently, elegantly embodying the demeanor of a noble lady. Rewrite it. On the day Sui Yi returned to school, she dawdled and was reluctant to leave, making Sui Yi quite helpless. Mom, I'm leaving. You take care of yourself. Mom, remember to take your medicine on time. Mom, call me if you need anything. home.Sui feeling helpless. Brushed Sui Yi's hair and finally interrupted. Why do I feel like I'm not sending you back to school, but marrying off a daughter? Sui Yi felt rejected and left with her tail between her legs. In the evening, she got off the car with her luggage and encountered Xiao Ziyuan and 3 others at the school gate. She immediately put on a smile and greeted the seniors. But when she looked at Xiao Ziyuan, she was obviously unnatural. Xiao Ziyuan also didn't warm up, lazily nodding his head, seemingly returning to the aloof and proud figure in everyone's eyes. Lin Shen stared at her for a long time and asked, what were you doing? Sui Yi, having sat in the car all day, was not in the mood and replied absent-mindedly, just came back from home. Lin Shen suddenly understood. No wonder I've only seen the 3 of you in the dorm lately. Didn't see you? Sui Yi had something on her mind and answered a few words distractedly. Lin Shen noticed and thought she was probably tired. Go back and rest. Sui Yi nodded, grabbed her things, turned to leave, but after a few steps, she turned back and called out to Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan took a few seconds to turn back, casually putting one hand in his pocket, looking at Sui Yi with indifference. The other 3 were quite understanding and walked away. Sui Yi mustered her courage to invite. Let us have dinner together tonight. Xiao Ziyuan officially declined. We're having a farewell dinner in class tonight. Sui Yi felt a bit disappointed, but quickly brightened up. Then that's fine, I don't have anything to do. Xiao Ziyuan stared at her for a few seconds, then expressionlessly said, tomorrow night, I'll be free. Sui Yi followed the normal procedure to ask where at. Xiao Ziyuan threw out 3 words and turned to leave. Old place. Sui Yi momentarily didn't understand, standing there confused. Where's the old place? This time Xiao Ziyuan quickly turned his head back, his indifference not fading, his expression growing cold again. What do you think? His tone was calm and unruffled, but Sui Yi suddenly felt a shiver down her spine. Was Xiao Ziyuan being arrogant because of his affection? So haughty. Sui Yi lowered her head, vaguely muddling through, oh. Got it, then I'll leave first. After saying that, she hurriedly fled again. Even if she had 10 more guts, she wouldn't dare to ask again. Xiao Ziyuan watched her panicked figure and disordered steps, raising an eyebrow and smirking. She knows to be afraid after provoking him. Good, she can be taught. After returning to the dormitory, the scene of 3 girls fighting over food soon played out again. Sui Yi watched the battle while pondering what the old place mentioned by Xiao Ziyuan could be. After a night of entanglement, she even prepared to text Xiao Ziyuan to clarify where the old place was, but just before sleeping, she suddenly realized that she and Xiao Ziyuan seemed to have only had dinner alone once, which was at Xiao Ziyuan's home behind the school. The biggest doubt was resolved, and Sui Yi happily fell into a dream. The next evening, Sui Yi packed her things and went to the appointment. Just as she stepped out of the school gate, she received a text from Xiao Ziyuan, "Bring a bottle of vinegar." Sui Yi smiled while holding her phone, envisioning the scene of Xiao Ziyuan cooking and texting at that moment. After getting out of the elevator, Sui Yi knocked on the door. Sure enough, Xiao Ziyuan came to open it wearing an apron and holding a spatula. He probably was in the middle of cooking, so he didn't say anything and strode back to the kitchen. Sui Yi followed him in, handing over the vinegar she was holding. Xiao Ziyuan glanced at it, took it, and set it aside, then held her hand. What happened to her hand? Her fingers were red from being rubbed. His body temperature seemed to be quite low, his cool fingers resting on her hand. Sui Yi quickly withdrew her hand, looking nonchalant, saying it was nothing. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her for a few seconds without asking further, changing the subject as he took out the bowls and chopsticks, indicating that dinner was almost ready. The meal was once again silent. Sui Yi calculated that Xiao Ziyuan had eaten enough before she finally spoke up. She opened the bag beside the table, took out a seal, a peace pendant, and a piece of mounted calligraphy, placing them all in front of Xiao Ziyuan. Taking a breath, she spoke in a calm and steady voice, "Senior Xiao, I've thought about your question. I care about you. You are my respected senior, and there is nothing more to it." Xiao Ziyuan looked down at the items in front of him, and after a long while, he raised his eyes. His clear gaze focused on Sui Yi, neither angry nor annoyed. His voice was crisp as he said, "Sui Yi, what are you doing? Do you think my things can be casually given to others? Do you think that by giving me these, everything between us is settled? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I didn't hear a word you just said. Come back to me when you really figure it out." Sui Yi fell silent, unable to refute him, because she indeed thought that way. She comforted herself, believing that by doing this, she wouldn't tell Xiao Ziyuan anything and wouldn't think about it anymore. However, as fate would have it, when she reached out to take back the pile of items, Xiao Ziyuan pressed down on them. "What? Do you want to take back something you've given away?" Sui Yi bit her lip, frowning at him. "Didn't you say you didn't want it?" Xiao Ziyuan pulled the items closer to himself, smiling benignly. "When did I say I didn't want it?" Sui Yi glared at him in annoyance. Xiao Ziyuan, in a very good mood, continued to smile warmly. "And don't think that just because I'm going abroad, we don't have anything to do with each other. Because of this, things between us are far from over." Sui Yi felt like crying. Was this domineering and unreasonable talk really coming from the usually calm and polite Xiao Ziyuan? Had she misheard? After dinner, Sui Yi felt embarrassed and just wanted to escape from Xiao Ziyuan's influence. He caught her as she tried to dash out the door, saying, "I'll take you back." Sui Yi hurriedly put on her shoes, replying, "No need to trouble yourself. I know the way." Xiao Ziyuan blocked the door calmly, wearing his coat. "Not a trouble at all. I need to go back to school as well. It's on the way." Sui Yi thought to herself, "As long as you want. Anywhere is on the way." The two of them walked through the campus, each with their own thoughts. Sui Yi was filled with embarrassment, while Xiao Ziyuan appeared relaxed and obviously pleased. A low-key yet luxurious black sedan stopped outside the dormitory building. As they approached, a middle-aged man got out of the car, and Xiao Ziyuan could clearly sense Sui Yi stiffen. Then, Xiao Ziyuan's phone rang. It was Lin Chun. As soon as he answered, Lin Chun asked directly, "Is Sui Yi with you?" Xiao Ziyuan's gaze was fixed ahead, seeing the middle-aged man walk over, while Sui Yi seemed to shift a step closer to him. "Yes." "Then don't send her back yet. Her father is here. I just met him, Sui Yi's father." "Ah, a few words can't explain it all. Just make sure they don't run into each other." Lin Chun was rambling on, but Xiao Ziyuan interrupted. "It's too late." "Damn." Xiao Ziyuan heard Lin Chun curse before hanging up, walking over to Sui Yi, who had her head down in the shadows. The distinguished middle-aged man approached and called out, "Yi." Sui Yi quickly looked up, putting on a perfect smile under the lights, and slowly said, "Mr. Sui." Sui Jingyao's smile cracked slightly for a moment but quickly returned to normal. "I'm here to discuss a project and thought I'd drop by to see you." Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sui. Sui's smile and words were undoubtedly appropriate, but such dialogue between a father and daughter felt somewhat strange. Xiao Ziyuan learned about Sui Jingyao from Lin Shun and initially thought he was just an ordinary businessman. Now, seeing him in person, he felt that Sui Yi had inherited something from this man, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. The middle-aged man was polite and courteous, dressed in a sharp suit, but he carried a sense of calm humility that a businessman wouldn't typically have, likely due to the burdens of work and previous family discord, making him look older than he actually was. How is your mother's health? The conversation continued in a neutral tone. Sui responded coolly, neither angry nor warm. Good. Then father and daughter fell into silence. And only then did Sui Jingyao notice Xiao Ziyuan standing next to Sui Yi. And this is... Xiao Ziyuan glanced at Sui Yi, then turned to smile and gesture. Hello, I'm Sui Yi's friend. Sui Jingyao's my sincerity. Hello. It's rare to see such a good-looking young man. After saying that, he seemed to notice Sui Yi's discomfort and took the initiative to say, You both probably have things to do. It's getting late. I'll take my leave. Shall we have lunch together tomorrow? It was clear that Sui Jingyao was very careful with his words, avoiding terms like father and daughter, and he didn't introduce himself as Sui Yi's father, treating her with an attitude of guilt and appeasement. Xiao Ziyuan sensed Sui Yi's rejection and irritation towards Sui Jingyao. Let us talk later. I might not have time tomorrow. Sui Jingyao, a person with influence, was likely not used to being rejected and took in stride. All right, I'll call you tomorrow. Make sure to rest well. After that, he waved to Xiao Ziyuan and bid farewell. It wasn't until the car disappeared into the night that Sui Yi let out a gentle sigh, realizing Xiao Ziyuan was still beside her. She was unsure how to explain who that man was, not wanting to tell him it was her father, but remaining silent after having spoken so much with such a man. Would he misunderstand anything? As she was tangled in her thoughts, Xiao Ziyuan spoke first. Let us go. Sui looked up at Xiao Ziyuan, who was smiling at her, his eyes exceptionally clear under the dim light. Xiao Ziyuan's attitude was ambiguous, and Sui Yi truly didn't know what he was thinking. Feeling conflicted and at a loss, she attempted to explain, but ended up making a mess of it. It's not what you think. He is a relative of mine. Sui Yi gave up. Her stammering was clearly an excuse, making things worse rather than better, and she might as well not have explained. Xiao Ziyuan watched as the usually composed Sui Yi lost her composure in front of him, feeling quite pleased as he observed her trying to explain with her little face all scrunched up, her long eyelashes fluttering, looking particularly vivid. Finally, she raised her head, frowning and asking with a face full of confusion, Do you understand what I said? Her eyes held a hint of hope. Xiao Ziyuan nodded in a very cooperative manner, but the amusement in his eyes was impossible to hide. I understand. Sui felt even more embarrassed. She didn't even know what she was saying. How could he possibly understand? With her earlier plan ruined and the events of the night weighing heavily on her, Sui felt disheartened and finally gave up. All right, I'll head back first. Goodbye, senior. After saying that, she went upstairs with a heavy heart. Xiao Ziyuan called out to her from behind, Sui Yi. Sui Yi turned back listlessly, waiting for Xiao Ziyuan to continue. Xiao Ziyuan took 2 steps forward, gently stroking the top of her head, and slowly said, I have time tomorrow noon. Sui looked at him with her dark eyes, a puzzled expression on her face. Xiao Ziyuan explained again, if you want. You can ask me to accompany you for lunch. Sui, whether it's something you want to face or something you don't want to face. I can accompany you through it. But he didn't dare to say such words out loud, fearing that it would scare her. She shrank back into her shell, hesitant to peek out. After he had finally lured her to cautiously step out, how could he rush her back? If that happened, she would probably escape further away from him, right? She was so smart. She should understand what he meant. After a long time, Sui nodded, said nothing, and quickly turned to go upstairs. Objectively speaking, before her parents' divorce, no matter how others treated her, Sui Jingyao was quite nice to her, but in the end, he still gave up on her and her mother. Over the years, she and her mother really had no connection with the family. In the early years, Sui Jingyao would still come to see her every year, and Sui never dared to tell Sui Mu. Every time they met, her guilt towards Sui Mu increased. Later, her attitude became lukewarm, and Sui Jingyao also realized a rejection, so gradually he stopped coming. The only connection left between them was that Sui Yi still carried his surname. A long time ago, Sui Yi had subtly asked Sui Mu if she wanted to change her surname. Sui Mu lightly replied with 2 words, "As you wish." To this day, Sui Yi still doesn't understand whether Sui Mu meant for her to take it as she liked or thought that Sui Yi sounded better. She didn't dare to ask further, and since then, Sui Yi never brought up any news about the Sui family in her conversations with Sui Mu. It seemed that everything was in the past, and this matter was left unresolved, lingering until now. But why did Sui Jingyao appear in her life again? Sui Yi shook her head in annoyance and returned to her dorm. Xiao Ziyuan stood in place for a few minutes before turning to leave. When he returned to the dorm, he saw Lin Chen rushing over. "Did you bump into her?" Xiao Ziyuan nodded. Lin Chen let out a breath, somewhat helpless. "What you fear is here, and nothing can stop it." Xiao Ziyuan also sighed helplessly. This knot in his heart probably still needed the person involved to untie it. During dinner, he hadn't looked closely at what Sui Yi had given him, but now he turned on the desk lamp to examine it carefully. Lin Chen glanced at it and gasped, leaning in with a strange expression. "Is this from Sui Yi?" Xiao Ziyuan looked at Lin Chen and nodded. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen exhaled. "Wow. Why is it so eerie lately?" Xiao Ziyuan stared at the item in his hand, absent-mindedly asking, "What's wrong with you tonight?" Lin Chen took the piece from his hand. "This thing that girl has worn since she was born, given by her grandparents." After saying that, he held it under the light to show Xiao Ziyuan, "You've seen enough of these, right? Look, it's not an ordinary item, is it?" Xiao Ziyuan glanced at it. The quality was indeed good, but what he valued more was the sentiment. Lin Chen continued, picking up the seal with envy. Her grandfather's engraving skills were exceptional back then. Many people lined up to seek a piece. Scholars are proud and would never carve for those with shallow connections. Sui Yi inherited the true craft of the old man. But after he passed away, Sui Yi never carved again. Xiao Ziyuan became interested and suddenly remembered something, turning to ask, "Who exactly is her grandfather?" "Her grandfather?" Lin Chen started to say, but suddenly fell silent. "I'm not very sure." Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow silently at him. Lin Chen, feeling guilty, touched his nose and changed the subject. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ziyuan began to understand. "Back then, I begged this girl to make a seal for me, and I don't know how much effort it took. She sensed my reluctance, and no matter how I threatened or tempted her, she only said 2 words, 'Not making.' The more I talked, the more annoyed she got, and she would say 2 words, 'Go away.' This is carved out bit by bit. It can't be done in less than a week or 8 days. Why is she so generous with you? Don't move. Let me take a closer look." Xiao Ziyuan lowered his gaze in thought. No wonder her hands are so red. Lin Chen wanted to take that piece of calligraphy, but was pressed down by Xiao Ziyuan, raising an eyebrow, looking at him silently, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Chen huffed with envy and jealousy. So stingy. Then he turned around angrily and left. Xiao Ziyuan smiled as he opened it, but then his smile froze, shocked. He quickly got up to tidy his things and walked out, running into Wen Xiaoqing, who was returning. "Hey, where are you in such a hurry?" "Going home," he said casually and walked away. Xiao Ziyuan hurriedly returned home and entered the study, pulling out a piece he had written a long time ago. The 2 similar pieces of writing were placed together, and Xiao Ziyuan felt the magic of fate. 1,000-character classic. He had no idea how many times he had written it when learning characters back then. As a child, he had been naughty and had no idea how many times he had been punished to copy it. He thought he hated it, but at this moment, it felt familiar. There are many versions of the 1,000-character classic, but he particularly loved the running script of Wen Huiming, and he had specially copied one. He didn't expect them to be so aligned even in this. The same characters, similar styles, different signatures and dates. Xiao Ziyuan took out the seal paste and stamped it on the paper, his name prominently appearing, clear and deep. At that moment, Xiao Ziyuan didn't know how to describe his feelings. Throughout his life, he had remained calm, no matter what the people around him did or said. They never left a mark on his heart. But now his heart suddenly raced, chaotic and disordered. Zhao's father and mother pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Ziyuan quickly put away the seal. Zhao's father looked at the desk. "Why did you suddenly come back? Did you come back just to write?" Xiao Ziyuan looked at the 2 pieces of writing in front of him and smiled. "Do you also think it's mine?" After a few seconds, Zhao's father exchanged glances with Zhao's mother. Zhao's mother looked down, examining it seriously. At first glance, it looked similar, but as for the spirit, about 70 or 80%. It should be written by a girl, right? Your writing is elegant and vigorous, while hers is charming and graceful, especially apparent in the strokes. It's rare to see writing with such charm. Very good, really good. Xiao Ziyuan looked down at the piece. A gentle smile gracing his face as he lost himself in thought. Zhao's father and mother exchanged silent glances and quietly exited the study. Zhao's father inquired, "Is that girl really that good at writing?" Zhao's mother chuckled, "I wasn't praising that girl. Did you not see how your son's smile is crooked? How long has it been since you saw him this happy?" Zhao's father shook his head with a smile. "It's quite a feat for you to still make your son happy at this age." Zhao's mother sighed, recalling something. This child has been reserved since he was young. I hope he meets someone who can bring him out of his shell sooner. But that girl really does write well." Zhao's father nodded in agreement. "It is good. You can tell she must have put in a lot of effort to practice." Zhao's father and mother thought it was just a piece of writing, but they didn't expect that the person who wrote it would later have so many connections with them. In the study, Xiao Ziyuan fell into deep thought, wondering what made this girl so exceptional, talented, and beautiful, sometimes even making him feel inferior. What exactly caused her to hide all her highlights, so serene and reserved? Clearly having the capital to shine, yet remaining so understated. The next day, Sui Yi still went to the appointment, but it was changed from noon to evening. Sui Yi got into the car at the school gate, and Sui Jingyao smiled at her from inside the car, then looked at the driver. "It's Uncle Zhang, remember?" Sui Yi smiled obediently and greeted Uncle Zhang. Driver Lao Zhang had been with Sui Jingyao for decades, honest and kind-hearted. Sui Yi remembered that when she was little, Uncle Zhang often played with her. Lao Zhang drove while looking in the rearview mirror, respectfully calling out, "Mississippi." Sui Yi's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, correcting him, "Just call me Sui." Old Zhang smiled and focused on driving. After that, the car fell into silence. Sui Yi turned her head to look out the window, while Sui Jingyao stared at her profile in contemplation. He had navigated the business world for many years and had experienced everything. Yet he had no way to approach his own daughter. Their interactions over the years have been few and far between. He wanted to talk about something, but couldn't find a topic. And he wanted to make amends, but couldn't find a way. They were dining at a Western restaurant in the city center, which had exquisite decor and a pleasant atmosphere. But the food was only mediocre. Although Sui Jingyao was middle-aged, he had a good foundation, looked handsome, and exuded masculinity with every gesture, occasionally catching the attention of single women. Sui was wholeheartedly focused on eating, seemingly oblivious to Sui Jingyao across from her. After a few bites, Sui Jingyao stopped eating and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up. "Your brother has been studying abroad for the past few years and will be back for the new year. Do you want to meet him?" Sui Yi posed her movements. Her voice light. "Have you mentioned it to him?" Sui Jingyao took a sip of wine. "No, he has always been close to your Aunt Lin. I thought he was still too young, but I think now is the right time." Sui continued to eat slowly, responding casually, "Don't tell him. Since you never mentioned it before, don't bring it up in the future either. If it's for his good, then never tell him. When my mother and I left the Sui family back then, we never planned to see him or you again in this lifetime. My mother and I chose to give him up back then, and we were prepared to feel guilty for the rest of our lives. No matter how difficult it was, we could only endure it because it was our own choice, just like the choice you made back then." Sui Yi didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. As she spoke, she slowly raised her gaze to meet Sui Jingyao's eyes, her expression firm and calm, as if blaming him for breaking their agreement and disrupting her peaceful life. Sui Jingyao was taken aback. This girl resembled her mother so much, with a hint of his features in her eyes. But how could she possess such a calm and composed demeanor at her age? He smiled bitterly. "Yes, it was my choice, and I must bear the consequences. It seems your mother has taught you well." "Thank you," Sui Yi replied politely and calmly. Sui Jingyao felt a bit uncomfortable and hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking, carefully choosing his words. "I know you wouldn't want my money, but I am your father after all. Is there anything you need me to do?" Sui Yi shook her head. "Mr. Sui, we settled our accounts long ago, didn't we? You have your choices, and my mother and I have ours. You don't need to do this. It's unnecessary." Sui Jingyao knew this would be the outcome, which was why he had been afraid to approach Sui Yi. but she was still his daughter. How could he pretend she didn't exist? I couldn't help what happened back then. It was the first time in many years that they discussed this topic. Sui Yi seemed to carry a hint of barely concealed disdain. Loyalty and filial piety have never been able to coexist. I respect your choice, and I hope you can respect mine. Besides, your family is harmonious now, isn't it? Sui Yi's words were sharp beneath a polite surface, and Sui Jingyao sighed helplessly. Your mother. Sui Jingyao hesitated for a moment before asking. Sui Yi quickly interrupted him. My mother is doing well. I hope you won't disturb her. It's getting late. I should head back. Sui Jingyao smiled bitterly. Why did she have to be so afraid? He wouldn't go looking for her mother even if she didn't say anything. What right did he have to seek her out? He stood up. I'll give you a ride back. Sui Yi knew refusing would be fruitless, so she complied. Thank you. Sui Jingyao walked to bathe Sui Yi, feeling a bit sad as a father. She clearly didn't want him to see her off, yet she forced herself to do so just to avoid talking to him. Sui Yi got out of the car at the school gate. As she closed the door, Sui Jingyao called out to her, I'll be developing a new project here and we'll be staying for a long time. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Sui Yi politely nodded and turned away without any reluctance. Sui Jingyao sat in the car, closing his eyes to rest. He knew that even if she faced difficulties, she wouldn't come to him. That stubbornness was just like her mother's. Old Zhang, seeing Sui Jingyao's poor expression, tried to comfort him. The young lady is becoming more and more beautiful. Yes, he replied. The first time I saw her mother, she was about the same age as her now. It's been so many years. Do I regret that decision I made back then? He must regret it. Otherwise, why would he have dared not to meet her for so many years, forcing himself not to think about this daughter? Sui hadn't walked far when she saw Xiao Ziyuan standing by the side of the road, seemingly waiting for someone, occasionally greeting passing people. That road was the only way for Sui Yi to return to her dormitory, so she had no choice but to walk over and greet him. Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan smiled as he approached, looking relaxed and carefree. Want to grab a late-night snack together? Sui Yi was confused, huh? Before she could react, Xiao Ziyuan walked ahead. I haven't had dinner yet. Sui Yi didn't know what was happening and found herself led by Xiao Ziyuan to a restaurant at the back gate of the school. By the time she realized it, she was already sitting in a halal noodle shop with Xiao Ziyuan. At this time, many students came for late-night snacks, and the business was booming. Xiao Ziyuan, sitting amidst the noise, seriously looked at the menu and turned to ask Sui Yi, what do you want to eat? To be honest, Sui Yi was really hungry. She hadn't eaten much at lunchtime, and the previous place was not suitable for a meal. Plus, seeing someone she didn't want to see had made her lose her appetite. Now that the room was filled with enticing smells, her stomach growled, and she said fiercely, I want oil-splashed noodles and beef fried rice. Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. Just for yourself? Aren't we both the ones who haven't had dinner? Sui Yi was extremely frustrated. Pulled out her wallet and slammed it on the table. I'll treat. Her movement was a bit loud, drawing the attention of people around, and her face turned red in an instant. Xiao Ziyuan didn't care about what was happening around them. He picked up a pen from the table and wrote down the oil-splashed noodles and beef fried rice on the menu. Then he ordered a bowl of ramen and walked to the window to place the order. Sui Yi lowered her head, still feeling frustrated, when she felt a shadow above her head. Thinking Xiao Ziyuan had returned, she looked up only to see someone who made her even more annoyed. Qiming was looking at Sui Yi with a beaming face. Are you by yourself? Sui Yi responded lightly, no. Qiming thought Sui Yi was just brushing him off again and turned to the people around him. You guys go back first. After saying that, he sat down next to Sui. Sui Yi reminded him, there is someone here. Qiming ignored her and said, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Order whatever you like. Sui Yi frowned. She had no patience for any sense of camaraderie right now. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress her frustration, she replied, do you think I can't afford to eat? Why should I let you treat me? Qiming kept grinning. Don't be so polite. We're all friends. I'm not familiar with you. Sui Yi realized that her patience had reached its limit. Xiao Ziyuan silently positioned himself next to Qiming. Feeling the pressure, Qiming looked up and met Xiao Ziyuan's expressionless gaze. Xiao Ziyuan, what a coincidence. Let's eat together? Xiao Ziyuan didn't respond. But Qiming felt the unspoken pressure, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked timidly, is this your seat? Xiao Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you think?" Qin Ming quickly stood up, glancing between Xiao Ziyuan and Sui Yi, muttering an apology before fleeing in embarrassment. After Xiao Ziyuan sat down, he took a wet wipe, wiped his hands, and admired the pouting Sui Yi, wanting to poke her but not asking anything. The noodles soon arrived, and Sui Yi brought them over, adding several spoonfuls of chili, then took a dramatic bite before gulping down water. Xiao Ziyuan handed her his cup, and Sui Yi took it without hesitation, drinking deeply. After drinking water, she started coughing again, and eventually her eyes and nose turned red. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her leisurely with a smile, handing her a tissue while saying, "With such a temper, why are you still eating spicy food?" Sui Yi wiped her nose with the tissue and replied in a muffled voice, "It's called fighting poison with poison." Finally, Xiao Ziyuan took the oil-splashed noodles in front of Sui Yi and handed over his bowl of pulled noodles, saying, "Eat." Sui Yi picked up her chopsticks and silently ate a couple of bites before realizing what they were doing. This bowl of noodles had been touched by Xiao Ziyuan before, and she had eaten from her own portion. Thinking this, she casually picked up her cup to drink water, only to find that this cup seemed to belong to Xiao Ziyuan as well. Xiao Ziyuan watched her freeze for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and said, "I pass the school physical exams every year. I'm not sick." Sui Yi felt embarrassed. That wasn't what she meant, and she randomly searched for an excuse, no? "I'm afraid I might be sick." Xiao Ziyuan smiled generously and replied, "I don't mind." Sui Yi lowered her head and silently ate her noodles under Xiao Ziyuan's beaming smile. Feeling impressed, today she had attended another lesson in thick black theory, which was great. After they finished eating, Xiao Ziyuan walked Sui Yi back. Now that she was full and calm, she wanted to explain her strange behavior from earlier, but Xiao Ziyuan, for some reason, didn't ask anything, keeping his hands in his pockets and remaining silent. Suddenly, Sui Yi stopped and said, "Xiao Xixiang." Xiao Ziyuan turned to look at her, waiting for her to continue. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Xiao Ziyuan stroked his chin and stared at her for a long time before nodding seriously. "I do." "What is it?" "A few days ago, while packing my things, I found a scarf left at your place. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Before I leave, just buy me another one." Sui Yi's face scrunched up. "Is that all?" Xiao Ziyuan thought seriously for a moment before. Just as Sui Yi thought he was about to ask that question, he suddenly pointed to a piece pendant around his neck, asking, "Does it look good on me?" Sui Yi looked at him with a face full of resentment, thinking to herself, "Do you really enjoy teasing me like this?" Xiao Ziyuan chuckled softly, his voice warm and pleasant, as he turned and called out to Sui Yi with a smile, "Let's go." Sui Yi didn't expect to return to the dormitory and see three faces looking helpless. She sighed, no longer afraid of bad news, and asked what happened. San Bao pointed at the computer screen. "Come look." Sui Yi walked over, glanced at it a few times, then went to wash up, feeling helpless, bored, and speechless. San Bao, with her freshly washed short hair standing on end, turned to Higu and said, "Do you think our acting skills are not enough? Why is I not nervous at all? Isn't she afraid we might misunderstand and isolate her with cold words and attacks?" Higu rolled her eyes, indicating her disdain for someone's intelligence and emotional quotient. The gentle, educated San Bao. When has she ever been afraid of anything? If you told her right now, there's an earthquake, she'd probably just reply with one word. San Bao scratched her head, thinking for a long time what word. The gentle, lightly uttered a single syllable. "Oh," San Bao suddenly realized, that makes sense. This is indeed IE style. Higo looked at San Bao with extreme disdain, especially asking, "When have you seen her scared by someone like you? A fool and a foodie." San Bao wanted to retort, but couldn't find a reason. So she could only glare angrily at Higo. In the bathroom, Sui Yi was splashing cold water on her face when she saw three heads peeking in, quietly staring at her. Sui Yi turned off the faucet, sighed, and confessed, "It's my father." Then she turned the faucet back on to continue washing up. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin cheered, and Higu and San Bao wailed, "My pink Mao Zedong." Yin proudly stretched out her hand. "A bet's a bet. Hurry up and give it to me." Higu and San Bao reluctantly threw a pink bill. Sui Yi wiped her face and smiled at the three, gently asking, "You bet against me, huh?" The three, stunned by Sui Yi's strange smile, left the bathroom with their tails between their legs. After washing up, Sui Yi was dragged by the remaining three under the pretense of being concerned about current affairs to look at that post. They had lived under the same roof for years and had never heard Sui Yi mention the word father, so they knew she probably came from a single-parent family. And thus the three tacitly did not continue to question her. The title of the post was painfully kitsch, The Untold Story of a Female College Student and a Wealthy Businessman. The brilliance of the poster lay in the fact that the entire post contained no words, only images, showing Sui Yi getting into a car at the school gate in the afternoon and then getting out of the car at night, along with a side profile of Sui Yi. Several photos were connected, and the car's brand and price were annotated, the long string of zeros leaving people in awe. Finally, they even included a photo of Xiao Ziyuan standing at the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone, his back looking lonely and desolate, inviting speculation. Sui Yi glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the photo and frowned, realizing that Xiao Ziyuan must have waited for her for a long time. This post caused a sensation. Although the poster said nothing, it didn't stop people with gossiping hearts from speculating. Soon, someone recognized it was Sui Yi, female college student. Luxury car, wealthy businessman, rumored boyfriend. These few keywords were enough to weave a spectacular and melodramatic story. The female college student, seeking vanity, was kept by a wealthy businessman, while the rumored boyfriend waited faithfully for the female college student to return after seeing her get into the luxury car, a tragic love story. Countless comments criticizing Sui Yi for being with Xiao Ziyuan flooded in, implying that Sui Yi was not satisfied with having such an excellent boyfriend and shamelessly clinging to a wealthy man. Sui Yi truly admired the thought processes of these people. So imaginative. San Bao angrily cursed, while He Ge and En chimed in, but the person involved, Sui Yi, calmly sat beside the computer, while the three occasionally turned back to Sui, saying, "Ai, don't worry, we support you." Later, San Bao couldn't help but want to comment that it was Sui Yi's father, but was stopped by Yin, who would believe it if he said it now. It would just pour dirty water on Ai. San Bao helplessly gave up. Sui Yi was indifferent. She actually didn't want to disclose this matter. The fewer people who knew, the better. She didn't want to cause trouble, and moreover, Yin was right. Most people probably wouldn't believe it at all. When Xiao Ziyuan returned to the dormitory, he heard Lin Chen cursing and waved at Xiao Ziyuan. "You've become popular again." Xiao Ziyuan walked over, took a few glances, and started frowning. Lin Chen asked, "What to do? Should I find someone from the computer science department to help black it out?" Xiao Ziyuan shook his head. "Someone will definitely say it's a cover-up." Lin Chen was troubled. "Then what should we do?" Xiao Ziyuan rubbed his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, gave an answer. "First step, cut the power and internet. And go to sleep." Wen Xiaoqing, Xiao Yu, and Lin Chen all asked at the same time, "What?" Xiao Ziyuan didn't answer, quickly took his toolbox, and went out. Before long, the whole school was plunged into darkness, with cries and wails everywhere. "It's not even time to turn off the lights. My files weren't saved." Sui Yi sighed in the dark, cheering, finally I can sleep." When Xiaoqing sat in the dark, holding a flashlight towards the door, and as soon as a figure appeared, he remarked with double meanings, "It's so dark." Xiao Yu followed up, "It's really a furious rage for a beauty." Lin Chen concluded, "Knowledge changes destiny." Xiao Zhen seemed completely oblivious to the public outrage, leisurely walking into the dormitory, putting the toolbox away, and taking out his phone to send a text message. "Don't overthink it, just rest well." Sui stared at the few short words on her phone screen, stunned, and for some reason, she understood what he meant. She quickly replied, "Sorry, it seems I've dragged you into this." Almost at the same time, Xiao Ziyuan's reply arrived. Just 4 words, honored to the utmost. Sui Yi's face flushed, and she threw her phone aside, burying her head in her pillow to sleep. All the consequences followed as expected. The next morning, the 4 of them were having breakfast in the dining hall, as usual. The calm and peaceful morning was anything but peaceful. Occasionally, people would glance over and point, but the 4 of them pretended not to hear, quickly ignoring it. Soon, a few familiar classmates from the same department approached, pointing at Sui Yi and saying to the other 3, "Hey, don't hang out with her anymore. Did you see the post on the school forum last night? She's being kept." The girl at the front pulled out her phone and showed them the post. After exchanging glances, the enchanting girl took the phone, flipped through it a few times, and handed it to the person next to her, saying, Who took this? The quality is so poor. It makes our IE look so dark. That's just not scientific. Higa nodded in agreement, right? And they didn't even show her face clearly. How stingy. Our IE's face is so beautiful. Sanbao pointed at a certain part in indignation. What is most unbearable is that they took Xiao Ziyuan so blurry. I still want to collect 7 stunning photos of Xiao Ziyuan to summon the dragon. How can this count? Sui Yi calmly continued eating her breakfast, looking out at the bright sunshine, completely satisfied, thinking that life is truly wonderful. The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief, and the last girl stepped forward, snatched her phone back, and fled in a panic. The 3 of them exaggeratedly clicked their tongues at the retreating figures. Well, they went to class. They ran into Qin Ming at the classroom door. He used to come over to greet them warmly, but today, seeing the 4 of them, he turned around awkwardly and walked away. Sui Yi didn't mind. To her, he was just an inconsequential person. Sui Yi was never one to explain herself. The people she valued wouldn't change their attitude towards her because of a few words from others. She didn't need to explain, and as for those who were inconsequential, there was even less need. For some reason, the school's electrical system was still not fixed, and the multimedia was unusable, so the teacher could only write on the board. Sui Yi rested her head on her hand, watching the teacher write 1 word at a time on the blackboard. Feeling as if she had returned to her middle school days, her thoughts gradually drifting away. By the time she snapped back to reality, someone else was already at the podium. The department's secretary was speaking about something, while Sanbao was glaring at him angrily, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. Sui Yi turned to ask, "What is going on?" Higa laughed. "The school is organizing student files for an inspection." Sanbao gritted her teeth. "I hate writing my name the most. Once the files are submitted, they'll definitely pick me for questioning. Why do I have to have this name?" Sui Yi suddenly remembered something and looked at Sanbao. "Don't you have an older brother?" "Your name is Rin Shun. What's your brother's name?" Higa similarly looked curious. "Right, what is your brother's name?" Sanbao snorted. "Do you think you common folks can guess my parents' thoughts?" Higa glanced at the secretary on stage and urged, "Come on, just say it. What is his name?" Sanbao looked at Sui Yi, then at Higa, maintaining a straight face, and, after a long hesitation, reluctantly spat out 2 words, "Shunrun." Higa instantly collapsed, resting his head on the table, while Sui Yi lowered her head, shaking with suppressed laughter. After a moment, both of them probably sensed Sanbao's growing anger and struggled to hold back their smiles. Sui Yi lightly cleared her throat and asked, "Are you sure that's a human name?" Higa took out his phone. "I can't take it anymore. I need to text the enchanting girl about this." Sanbao huffed angrily and pretended to be dead on the table. The noise they were making apparently caught the secretary's attention, who smiled and reminded them, "Students over there, please keep it down, I'll finish soon. Listen carefully, don't fill out wrong." The 3 of them stuck out their tongues and quickly quieted down. After class, Sui Yi needed to go to the department, and she ran into the class monitor at the intersection. He had to submit the file form to the school. And since the medical school's office building was right next to the school office building, the monitor asked Sui Yi to take it over, which she gladly agreed to. Sui Yi didn't often go to the school office building and wander around for a while before finding the office. As she pushed the door open, she saw 7 or 8 students inside sorting through files in a chaotic room. Sui Yi knocked on the door, and when someone inside heard the noise and looked over, the whole office fell silent. The atmosphere felt strange. The students who had been discussing enthusiastically lowered their voices and began whispering, glancing at Sui Yi. Sui Yi quickly understood the situation but didn't mind. She walked in and placed the form on top of a stack of similar folders. Just as she was about to leave, the girl responsible for collecting the forms called out to her, "Hey student, don't go yet. I'll check it, and then you can leave." Sui Yi quietly stood still. "Okay." The girl and her companion glanced at Sui Yi, took out the form, and started flipping through it, seemingly looking for something. When they saw a certain document, they suddenly stopped, pulled it out, and began whispering again. Soon, one of the girls looked at Sui Yi. "Is this yours?" Sui Yi leaned over to take a look, her lips curling into a familiar sarcastic smile. "Yes." The girl pointed to a blank space. "You didn't fill in the information for your father." Sui Yi lowered her eyes and replied, "I didn't fill it in last year either." The girl's voice made Sui Yi feel irritated. Not wanting to get entangled with them, Sui Yi remained silent for a moment and then smiled lightly, saying a few words. I don't have a father. Is that satisfactory? Everyone has a bottom line that shouldn't be crossed. Although Sui Yi's face showed no expression, her heart had already reached a breaking point. If that girl said another word, she would really lose her temper. There are people who, the angrier they are inside, the calmer they appear on the outside. When they're truly furious, they smile instead. Sui happened to be this kind of person. The girl heard this and seemed to catch on to something, then began to gloat, her sarcasm evident. Oh, it's a single-parent family. Single-parent families have a lot of drama, don't they? The people around them began discussing again upon hearing this. Sui Yi turned around expressionlessly, but the voices behind her only grew louder. It's a single-parent family. Did her dad pass away, or did her parents divorce? Single-parent families are easy to talk about. But is she a love child? I've heard Xiao Ziyuan is quite picky. Turns out he has this kind of taste. Upon hearing this, Sui Yi suddenly felt angry, as if a thorn had pierced her heart. She tried to persuade herself, but couldn't suppress it, finally turning around to look, her gaze sharp and piercing. At that moment, the gentleness on Sui Yi's face faded, replaced by a rare sharpness. She coldly scanned the room and asked slowly with a heavy voice, "What is wrong with single-parent families?" The girl was taken aback. She and expected this gentle girl to have such an imposing presence. The intimidation in Sui Yi's eyes made her start to feel nervous. And no, it's nothing. Sui Yi stared at the girl. My father is alive, and I hope he stays healthy and safe for life. If you don't know, you can ask, but don't curse him. Even though she didn't like Sui Jingyao and wished never to see him again, hearing the words passed away still startled her. And don't talk about Xiao Ziyuan. The coldness in Sui Yi's eyes rose again, and it wasn't until the girl, who had been gloating, dared not look at her anymore that Sui Yi softened her tone and spoke again, her expression much calmer. What I do is my own business. Don't mention him. Xiao Xixiao. Suddenly, several people beside the girl turned their gazes to behind Sui, their faces displaying embarrassment as they timidly called out. When Sui turned around, she saw Xiao Ziyuan standing a few steps away, exuding a cold aura. He squinted, his resolute chin lifted slightly, and his originally sharp and handsome face now had even sharper lines. His eyes held fragments of ice, yet the corners of his mouth curved into a very faint arc, revealing an arrogant and playful demeanor. Sui Yi frowned slightly. His aura was so imposing. Was he really angry? He grew up in such a family, surrounded by people who could read emotions, and probably learned the first lesson was to keep his feelings hidden, deeply understanding the art of concealing one's light and nurturing obscurity. That's why he had such a deep and reserved personality, and his natural momentum was usually kept under wraps, rarely shown to others. But today, was he offended by that girl or by her offense? Xiao Ziyuan quickly walked over and casually asked the girl, "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Can you say it again?" His unaffected question sent shivers down everyone's spines, their gazes flickering. Although Xiao Ziyuan usually wore a faint smile, it carried a sense of detachment, and his every gesture commanded respect without anger. No one dared to provoke him, especially now that he seemed angry. Lin Chen stood still beside them, coldly snorting at the people around him. Was he usually smiling too much? Someone had crossed the line. Did they not realize that no matter how much Xiao Ziyuan smiled, he was still the decisive and cold-blooded Xiao Ziyuan? They had come today to collect their graduation and degree certificates, not expecting to encounter this scene. When Xiaoqing recalled the days of his youth when the scheming Xiao Ziyuan bullied him, smiling slightly with a hint of schadenfreude, relishing the rare sight of him unmasking himself. I need to watch this for a while longer. The girl glanced to the side, seemingly looking for allies. But those who had stood with her moments ago lowered their heads. Blushing, she softly replied, I didn't say anything. Xiao Ziyuan looked at the girl expressionlessly, and, after a long pause, he spoke slowly but firmly. Since you didn't say anything, then don't say anything in the future. I don't want to hear it again. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. Xiao Ziyuan's voice suddenly dropped. The one who should say sorry isn't me. You can say it to me. I really don't mind, but don't say it to her. Sui Yi's head snapped up to look at Xiao Ziyuan. His voice wasn't just low. It seemed his demeanor had also darkened. She couldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of him in front of her. Not a single word. Yet he told others he didn't care, focusing solely on protecting her. Originally, She wasn't sure why Xiao Ziyuan was angry, fearing she might be overthinking it. But now it seemed she had let him down. The girl, though reluctant, was under the pressure of Xiao Ziyuan's low pressure and hesitantly apologized. Sui Yi, I'm sorry. Now Xiao Ziyuan seemed finally satisfied, taking Sui Yi's hand and turning to leave. Sui Yi struggled slightly, but instead felt a stronger grip on her hand. The room was filled with cold sweat, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after the two exited the office. Yu Qianxia, who had entered with Xiao Ziyuan, stood frozen in place. Some were unconvinced and approached Yu Qianxia. Isn't it unfair that someone like that is competing with you for Brother Xiao? It's too much. Yu Qianxia shot a cold glance at the girl. If you're trying to use me to achieve some goal, you've got the wrong person. I like Xiao Ziyuan, and I indeed lost to Sui Yi. I accept that and won't harm her in any other way. Since you call me sister, let me kindly advise you to mind your own business. It's no benefit to you. With that, she left the stunned crowd behind. Lin Shun and Wen Xiaoqing exchanged glances. Both impressed. Lin Shun remarked leisurely, "What man wouldn't like a woman like that?" Wen Xiaoqing teasingly retorted, "Then go after her." Lin Shun turned to Wen Xiaoqing with a dark expression, grumbling, "You're so sharp-tongued. Anyone who says you're gentle as jade, I'll definitely wake them up." After leaving the activity room and in the dim stairwell, Xiao Ziyuan let go of Sui Yi and looked down at her. He hadn't frowned a moment ago, but now his face was clouded. The stairwell was too dim for him to see much, only able to hear each other's breathing. Her breath was steady and quiet, but it was her calmness that troubled him. Other girls would have probably cried in such a situation, but she neither cried nor made a fuss. If he hadn't happened to run into her, she wouldn't have mentioned it all. Xiao Ziyuan hesitated for a long time before speaking, his voice steady and powerful. "Don't mind what they say." Sui bit her lip, her tone still flat. "Brother Xiao, they weren't wrong. I really am from a single-parent family." Xiao Ziyuan slightly raised his hands as if to embrace her, but ultimately gave up, placing his hands back at his sides. In the darkness, Sui seemed to hear him sigh, his clear and deep voice saying, "I know. That's not your fault." Sui Yi froze, feeling something flow through her heart, and unconsciously looked up at Xiao Ziyuan. For the first time in all these years, someone had seriously told her, "That's not your fault." Once upon a time, she had wondered if everything would be different if she were a boy. Her mother wouldn't have to struggle so hard. She would have a father and grandparents. Would today have been different? Her dark, bright eyes seemed to be immersed in clear lake water, gazing at him with watery eyes. Xiao Ziyuan could no longer hold back, raising his hand to pull her into his embrace. She was so thin enough to make his heart ache. She was also so strong and stubborn, strong enough to make his heart ache. He suddenly felt regret. Why hadn't he met her earlier? How had she endured so much by herself? A refreshing masculine scent enveloped her, and Sui Yi instinctively struggled, clutching the fabric at his waist to pull away. Xiao Ziyuan held her tightly, pressing her into his embrace. And without thinking, he said, "Yi, you can believe me. I will protect you well. No one will ever hurt you again." Sui froze upon hearing this, gripping the fabric tightly, and slowly buried her head in Xiao Ziyuan's embrace. When Xiao Ziyuan returned to the dormitory, Lin Shun was holding his computer, accusing Xiao Ziyuan about the last bit of battery on Weibo. "What did you do to the circuit yesterday? They said it couldn't be fixed after a whole day." Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. "Is that post still hot?" Lin Shun was going crazy. "The computer died first. Then I started scrolling on my phone. And later, even that ran out of battery. Who has the energy to care about posts now?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled with satisfaction. "It'll be back online tomorrow. I remember the forum moderator has a good relationship with you. You should suggest to him that the posts on the forum are disorganized and need cleaning up. Categorize what needs to be categorized and delete what needs to be deleted. Remember to post an announcement stating it's for better forum management." His words conveyed a sense of urgency, all for the purpose of deleting posts. Lin Chen didn't understand. "Didn't you say deleting would just make it obvious?" Xiao Ziyuan, while changing clothes, replied casually, "If it's not popular, who would care if it exists or not?" Lin Chen still didn't get it. If no one cares, then why delete it? Xiao Ziyuan stopped his movements, looking at Lin Shun in the mirror with a slight smile. The smile was warm, but the answer was not so gentle. To eradicate the roots. Lin Chen squinted at him, a look of disdain on his face. "That's really dark." A few days later, Sui Yi sighed while holding a few pieces of paper, feeling both distressed and helpless. Over the years, he had been concerned about Sui Yi and her mother's situation, but he didn't dare let them know. Now, Sui Yi would rather be splashed with dirt than admit he was her father. How much of a failure was he as a father? As Sui Yi pondered, he instructed his secretary to invite President Qin to dinner tonight, finding a reason to have him bring his son along as well. The secretary nodded in agreement. The Qin family had always wanted to collaborate with the Sui family, but had found it difficult to find a way in. Now that Sui Yi had proactively suggested a dinner gathering, the father and son from the Qin family were more than happy to attend. That evening, Sui Yi reluctantly appeared at a hotel with Sui Yi and, upon entering the private room, saw familiar faces. Qin Ming, who had been smiling, suddenly froze and stiffly followed his father to the door. Qin Ming's father, having seen much of the world, naturally began to think along those lines upon seeing the middle-aged man and the pretty young girl who looked like a college student. Influenced by the invitation, Qin Ming had already started thinking that way. Sui Yi noticed their thoughts and generously introduced, "President Qin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Sui Yi." Qin Ming was shaken, staring at Sui Yi in disbelief, while his father also looked skeptical, glancing at Sui Yi and then at the sky. "Miss Sui, I've seen her before, but it's not this one, right? She seems a few years younger." Sui Yi still stood there with her head bowed, but her heart trembled. Over the years, she had instinctively rejected all news about the Sui family. Could it be that Sui Yi and Lin Chen's aunt had another daughter? As this thought arose, Sui Yi quickly calmed down, somewhat self-mockingly thinking that since marriage and having children were inevitable, what was there to be shocked about? Did she still have any expectations of this man? After Sui Yi took his seat, he slowly spoke. "President Qin, you misunderstood. The one you met last time is my cousin's daughter. This one is my daughter." Sui Yi paused for a moment before continuing. "She is my daughter with my ex-wife and has been living with her mother since our divorce. I brought her here mainly to see her." Qin Ming immediately understood. It turned out she was not a mistress, but a true young lady. And a sense of shame gradually crept into his heart as he realized he had misunderstood her before. Qin Ming's father, having navigated the business world for many years, was adept at reading situations. He quickly noticed Sui Yi's favoritism towards Sui Yi and promptly changed his tone. "It's obvious she's your daughter. I was puzzled after seeing her last time. She didn't resemble you much, but now I see what a father-daughter pair looks like." Turning to Sui Yi, he asked, "What do you study and what are you majoring in?" Sui Yi generally disliked engaging with strangers, especially those who couldn't stop flattering her. Sui Yi took over the conversation. "President Qin, don't you know? Sheath and your son are classmates." Hearing this, Qin Ming's father seemed pleased. "Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Ming, you should take good care of Sui Yi from now on." Qin Ming, still in a daze, nodded absent-mindedly. Seeing his goal achieved, Sui Yi signaled to start eating. The meal was dull, with the two parents discussing economics, politics, and then life philosophy. Sui Yi maintained a proper smile throughout, almost to the point of stiffness. She thought to herself, why don't he go look at the snow or the moon? Qin Ming found the meal tasteless, occasionally glancing at Sui Yi with a face full of regret. Sui Yi, noticing Sui Yi's impatience, quickly wrapped up the dinner. Sui Yi was unaware of Sui Yi's intentions, initially thinking it was just a routine social gathering and not paying much attention until they were at the hotel entrance saying goodbye. A single sentence from Sui Yi suddenly made her realize something. Watching Sui Yi get into the car, Sui Yi called out to Qin Ming, "This child, Sui Yi, doesn't talk much and never explains when misunderstood. If it's convenient for you, please say a few words for her. If she needs anything, you can always come to me." Although Sui Yi's voice was not loud, Sui Yi still vaguely heard a few words. She didn't know if Qin Ming understood what Sui Yi was saying, but she understood. But how did he know about this? Her feelings became complicated and slightly restless. Qin Ming's father and Qin Ming watched the black car slowly disappear into the night before getting into their own car. Qin Ming's father quickly spoke. "I didn't expect the young lady of the Sui family to be your classmate. The Sui family is someone we usually can't reach even if we try. If you marry the daughter of the Sui family, our Qin family's life will be much easier." He then asked, by the way, "Does Sui Yi have a boyfriend?" Qin Ming's mood was complicated. He regretted believing what those people had said. How could someone like her go after a rich man? Even a pig's brain would know it's impossible. Had he been out of his mind at the time? He recalled the times he had avoided her and felt a wave of regret and annoyance wash over him. With a grim expression, he replied, "In your eyes, is there nothing but business? If you had said this months ago, maybe there would have been a chance. Now it's out of the question." Qin Ming angrily punched the back seat, still unaware of what she thought of him. Qin Ming's father didn't expect Qin Ming to react so strongly and look puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qin Ming turned to look out the window, visibly impatient. "Just don't ask. It's impossible anyway." After returning to his dorm, Qin Ming remained in a daze, and his classmates teased him. "What's wrong, young master? You look so bad. Is it because of Sui Yi?" Someone advised, "Hey, don't think about it. If she doesn't even like Xiao Ziyuan, how could she like you?" Qin Ming irritably took a drag from a cigarette. "Damn. You guys don't know anything. That's her dad." "What? Don't joke around." Qin Ming glared at them. "Who asked joking? I just found out today that she's the real young lady. Do you know how wealthy the Sui family is?" Some ignorant people were confused. Sui family? Which Sui family? Those with some knowledge looked incredulous. "No way. The Sui family? I never noticed before." Qin Ming, annoyed, stubbed out his cigarette and went to take a cold shower. The next day, the news spread. Someone on the forum came forward to clarify the facts. Information about the Sui family was everywhere online, and the surname was quite rare, making everything clear to the public. Just a few days ago, those who had been dismissive or sarcastic now greeted Sui Yi with smiles. Sui Yi remained indifferent, while the other three, seeing the overly eager smiles, walked away without looking back, lamenting the coldness of the world. Sui didn't care what others thought. She was now more worried about what Xiao Ziyuan would think. With Xiao Ziyuan's insight, he wouldn't be unaware of the Sui family. And that day downstairs in the dorm, she had hesitated to say Sui Jingyao was a relative. Now that everyone knew, he must have found out too. Would he be angry? Sui Yi initially wanted to find an opportunity to explain to Xiao Ziyuan, but she couldn't find a suitable moment. After a few days of struggle, she let it go. The fact that Xiao Ziyuan didn't come to ask her right away indicated he didn't care. Or perhaps with Lin Chen's big mouth, he was bound to hear everything. Moreover, graduates were about to leave school. He must be very busy, right? She recalled what Xiao Ziyuan had said when he had walked her back that night. "I know you might not be able to accept me now. I can wait. I won't force you. We have plenty of time." He had stood under the streetlight, his eyes mixed with fragmented orange light, his gaze steady, a smile on his lips, his voice calm and composed, looking only at her, as if she were the only one in his heart, slowly saying these words. All of this made Sui Yi's heart race once more. Thinking of this, Sui Yi smiled lightly. He was right. There was plenty of time, and she could explain later. The weather was getting hotter, and the graduation ceremony was approaching as scheduled. That day, after class, Sui Yi passed by the outdoor auditorium, which was bustling with activity. Xiao Ziyuan stood on the podium, representing the graduates, speaking with calm wisdom, his voice deep and pleasant. Bao peeked inside, muttering, "It's not over yet. I still want to take a photo with my dear senior brother. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to see him again in this lifetime. Just thinking about it makes me so sad." Sui Yi initially didn't mind, watching from a distance. But as she listened to Bao's mutterings, she suddenly felt empty inside. Is graduation really happening? Higa looked enviously at the scene. They're about to be released? How enviable. I'm still stuck here suffering. The demon girl seemed a bit down. "You guys have fun. I'm a bit tired, so I'm heading back." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. The three of them exchanged glances, all aware of her situation with Xiao Yu. Sui Yi wanted to call out to the demon girl to walk with her, but before she could speak, the ceremony ended, and a large group of graduates in caps and gowns quickly poured out. The demon girl disappeared into the crowd with her head down. Sui Yi felt a bit dejected watching her leave. In her heart, the demon girl wasn't like this. She should always be lively and teasing others. Love is truly frightening. It makes us become someone else entirely. As Sui Yi was lost in thought, she heard someone calling her from behind. Sui Yi. Turning around, she saw Yu Qinxia, dressed in a graduation gown, smiling at her with a bright expression, dispelling the earlier gloom. Sui Yi's face quickly broke into a smile. "Senior Yu." Yu Qinxia came over and raised her camera. "I graduated. Let's take a photo as a memento. Sui nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll take the picture. San Bao eagerly stepped up to take the camera. In the lens, two young girls were smiling brightly. Yu Qianxia casually draped her arm around Sui Yi's shoulder, as if nothing had happened between them, just like a senior sister and her close friend. After San Bao shouted okay, Yu Qianxia's hand slipped off Sui Yi's shoulder, seeming to hesitate before speaking about that incident. It wasn't me, nor was it my roommate. Though the sentence was abrupt, Sui Yi understood it, smiling gently. I know. Yu Qianxia looked puzzled, you know? Sui Yi linked her arm with Yu Qianxia's and walked forward. I said before, you're the most carefree and generous girl I've ever met. You wouldn't stoop to do something like that. I still believe that the ivory tower is the purest place. And the people we meet, they're the truest and most lovable. Our feelings are the purest, without any impurities. Regardless of any misunderstandings or conflicts we've had, I will be cautious of others, but I won't imagine anyone in a negative light. Yu Qianxia couldn't help but stop and turn to look at Sui Yi. The girl before her was gentle, her eyes sincere, yet there was something about her that was hard to grasp. She appeared soft and obedient, but her inner strength was compelling, drawing attention with every interaction. Yu Qianxia couldn't help but shake her head and smile. I always thought you were just a naive girl. But Xiao Ziyuan told me you're worldly wise yet not worldly. I was skeptical, but now I believe it wholeheartedly. Sui Yi smiled but said nothing. San Bao came over holding the camera, seeking praise, then left the two to find one Xiaoqing for a photo. Yu Qianxia looked at the photo with satisfaction, then suddenly looked up at Sui Yi and asked quickly, why don't you like Xiao Ziyuan? Sui Yi's smile didn't change as she looked at Yu Qianxia, her smile gradually deepening, but she remained silent. Yu Qianxia lowered her head and chuckled, then raised her hands. All right, I won't ask you anymore. Now I understand why they're so afraid of your smile. I can't handle it. Sui Yi remained unfazed. Senior, have you considered that he might not necessarily want me? The more you push him, the further he will retreat. Yu Qianxia shook her head with a bitter smile. Only you would think that. Sui Yi, you're usually so calm and generous. Why do you tiptoe around the issue of Xiao Ziyuan? I always thought you didn't want to compete with me, but later I realized that you wouldn't compete with anyone. Why? Sui Yi fell silent again. Yu Qianxia looked at her for a long time, finally feeling relieved. Forget it. After all, I'm planning to start a new life. Let Xiao Ziyuan disappear from my world. Sui Yi smiled, glad to see that Yu Qianxia was still her bright and capable self. Yu Qianxia waved goodbye to Sui Yi, but her expression was a bit strange as she left. When Sui Yi turned around, she understood why Yu Qianxia looked odd. Standing behind her was Xiao Ziyuan. Clearing her throat to disguise her surprise, she said, Senior Xiao. Xiao Ziyuan looked at her for a long time before slowly speaking. I know what I'm doing. I'm not being rebellious. Sui Yi felt at a loss, filled with uncertainties about her feelings for Xiao Ziyuan, her own self, and the distance between them. She blindly tried to find a reasonable answer to convince herself. But Xiao Ziyuan always pierced through her defenses. Yet, he didn't pursue the matter any further. I'm leaving. Let's take a photo as a memento. Lin Shun, holding the camera, called out from a few meters away. Get ready. Smile. I'll count to 3. Just before the flash went off, Xiao Ziyuan suddenly turned and leaned close to Sui Yi's ear. Remember my words. Even if I leave, it's not over between us. Wait for me to come back. His cool breath brushed against her, and Sui Yi was startled as she turned to look, her forehead nearly touching his lips. The flash went off, capturing the moment. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the girl's long hair was blown by the wind, and the man with the perfect profile smiled gently as he kissed the woman's forehead. On the night before graduation, many were preparing to leave. It was their last night staying at the school. The 4 of them sat on the rooftop of the dormitory drinking beer, watching the graduates below laughing and celebrating, going wild one last time before graduation, then breaking down in tears. The excitement of graduation was soon replaced by the sadness of parting, and for a moment, none of the 4 spoke. Lin Shun suddenly asked seriously, You're still going abroad as planned, right? There won't be any changes? Xiao Ziyuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes. Lin Shun fell silent after hearing this, and after a long while, he spoke again. I don't know what you're thinking, but the first time I met A.E. How should I put it? She's never been cold or warm toward anyone. She never conflicts with others and never gets anxious for anyone. I've known her for so many years, and when others mocked me in front of her, she just smiled and listened, never saying a word for me. But that day, she protected you in front of so many people. I've never seen her like that. Do you know what that means? Xiao Ziyuan lowered his head, playing with his phone, the dim light casting shadows on his face, making his expression inscrutable. His long fingers gently rubbed the screen of the group photo, his voice as calm as ever. I know. Lin Chen became a bit anxious. I really can't understand the two of you. She doesn't keep you, and you don't stay for her. Is that it? Have you given up? Do you not love her anymore? Xiao Ziyuan finished a can of beer in one go before speaking. No. Just a simple answer. No explanation. For a moment, all four felt a sense of melancholy, especially Xiao Yu, who, perhaps thinking of G.C. Xuan, had red eyes and said nothing as he drank heavily. Lin Chen sighed. As a brother, I'd actually prefer to see you with Yu Qianxia. But you chose the most difficult path. Xiao Ziyuan looked up at the stars in the dark sky and made a solemn promise. To me, there are countless Yu Qianxias in this world, but Sui Yi, there is only one. I'm not greedy. I just want one. Perhaps I won't be able to walk this path to the end, but I will do my best to move forward. If that day comes when I compromise and end up with someone else, none of you should care about me anymore. The once invulnerable, wise, and calm Xiao Ziyuan finally admitted that he too had uncertainties, that he was not omnipotent, that he experienced panic and loneliness. After a while, Lin Chen asked again, "What stage are you at?" Xiao Ziyuan turned to look at him seriously. "I have my measure." Lin Chen smiled helplessly. "I'm just afraid that you have too much measure." Xiao Ziyuan, have you forgotten to confess to someone? Why did you skip such an important step? Xiao Ziyuan closed his sore eyes. I've only hugged her once. I'm not 100% sure that I won't move her before. I will confess, but not now. Right now, I have to leave. My departure is to better protect her in the future. When I can truly be by her side, I will do it. I can't give her hope and let her slowly turn that hope into despair. When Xiaoqing was also somewhat moved after hearing this, he inadvertently turned to glance at the silent Xiao Yu. Under the dim light, Xiao Yu was looking up hard, and the three of them clearly saw a teardrop slide down from the corner of Xiao Yu's eye, disappearing into his hair. As Sui Yi said, Xiao Ziyuan had a good foundation among the crowd. When he left, many people came to see him off, except for Sui Yi. She was most afraid of such farewell scenes, which were heartbreaking. Xiao Ziyuan also didn't force her. He just made a phone call, and Sui Yi officially wished him a safe journey. When Sui Yi returned to school to start a new semester, one day, while walking on a path in the campus, she suddenly realized that Xiao Ziyuan had graduated, and she would never encounter that gentle and warm man in this world again, never again. She found her heart inexplicably heavy, a sense of loss she couldn't articulate. Days continued to pass, attending classes, eating, sleeping, and Sui Yi seemed to really not think of that man anymore. The vixen seemed to have forgotten Xiao Yu, still lewd. San Bao was still filthy. Higo was still masculine, and Sui Yi was still superficially calm. One night after class, a group of people walked out. San Bao was jumping up and down, wanting to go to the back gate of the school for a late-night snack, and a few boys heard it and scared her. "Rinke, don't run around today on Ghost Festival. Hurry back to the dorm and hide." San Bao looked at the boys with disdain. "You don't even look at who I am. I'm Qingming born." Everyone fell silent. Sui Yi couldn't bear to watch the group of young people collapse, and tried to explain, "She really is Qingming born. I've seen her ID." After a while, a voice came from the corner. "No wonder the heavens can't take you." Everyone burst into laughter. In that year, just before winter, Heji's red star finally moved, pursued madly by a boy, but unfortunately, it was a rotten peach blossom. Higa, adhering to the principle of unity and friendship among classmates, met him a few times and immediately blacklisted him from her contact list. From time to time, they heard Higa complaining in the dormitory. "You all saw that big bag of his, right? It really has everything in it: tissues, a water cup, hand cream, and even a comb. Does he think he's Doraemon? By the way, this afternoon during self-study, guess what he was doing next to me? He was cross-stitching. I don't even know how to do that. Do you know what he was stitching? Doraemon. He's 186 centimeters tall, a 160-pound man, and he actually likes Doraemon." Sui Yi, the vixen, and San Bao had already laughed until they were rolling. "What should I do?" After venting, Higo asked with a distressed face. The vixen took pleasure in her misfortune. I think you two are quite a match. A soft boy and a strong girl. A match made in heaven. San Bao, with a bitter face, thought for a long time and blurted out, if even Higa has someone chasing her, why doesn't anyone chase me? Higa squinted her eyes and asked, what do you mean? San Bao looked down at her chest, then at Hiji's chest, and said, in terms of chest size, I think I'm more womanly than you. Why doesn't anyone chase me? Higa hurriedly replied, I'll give that one to you. San Bao firmly refused. I don't want that. I like tall, handsome, fair-skinned men. Sui, he was the most reliable one. I think you should take him to listen to Chef Li's class on medicinal dietary therapy. Why? I heard the senior mention Professor Li's teaching style. Last class, Professor Li talked about how to eat for spring medicinal effects. According to normal circumstances, the main content of the next class should be how to eat so that the person you don't like wishes they were dead. The next day, Higa decisively took the reliable Sui Yi's advice and brought the pseudo-boy to class. Professor Li indeed lived up to expectations, listing various food compatibility charts, detailed recipes, and methods of consumption on the blackboard. There were methods for vegetative patients, methods for the paralyzed, and methods for irregular bone pain. Higa took notes seriously, while the pseudo-boy, who had been concentrating on stitching Doryman, later stared horrified at the professor who was spitting everywhere, not even realizing he pricked his finger with the needle. During the break, he packed up his things at the speed of a tornado and rushed out of the classroom. The next day, the pseudo-boy probably figured it out and bravely blocked Higa at the classroom door. You tell me, what's wrong with me? A group of people who feared chaos and disorder gathered around to watch the excitement. Higa looked dismissive and muttered, there are too many bad things. The pseudo-boy, with a hurt expression, still unwilling to give up, said, give me an example. Higa shuddered, looking disdainfully up and down at the pseudo-boy, and finally, her gaze lewdly stopped somewhere, slowly uttering two words, not erect. The boy didn't quite understand at first, and was still persistent. No, it must be erect. Higa glared at him fiercely, answering, I said no, erect. The boy finally understood, pointing at Higa in shock, yo. And then he fled at the speed of light. From then on, he vanished without a trace. Behind Higa were familiar classmates, and a few boys who loved to stir up trouble teased, imitating the pseudo-boy's tone, you say, what's good about me? Higa remained calm, slowly uttering two words again. Good deeds. Everyone burst into laughter. On the weekend, Sui Yi was on the phone with her mother. Sui's mother instructed her to visit a friend's child who had just been admitted to X University this year and asked Sui Yi to take some time to comfort him and give her his phone number. Sui Yi sensed an unusual atmosphere. Mom, is this a disguised matchmaking? To her surprise, Sui's mother sarcastically replied, you wish. He's 3 or 4 years younger than you. You think an old cow can eat young grass? He wouldn't agree. Sui Yi admitted she was being sensitive. Okay, Mom, I'll go tomorrow. It just so happened that the person she needed to visit was a freshman from the mechanical engineering department. So Sui Yi arranged to meet him at the entrance of the mechanical engineering teaching building. Arriving a few minutes early, with the wind blowing and the temperature low, Sui Yi went inside to wait. The hall of the teaching building displayed outstanding works by students over the years, and Sui Yi, feeling bored, looked at them one by one. She stopped in front of a display case. It was the technological innovation project they had worked on together. It seemed that since that technological innovation competition, they had become entangled in each other's lives, with Xiao Ziyuan forcefully entering hers, bit by bit. She saw her name, right next to 3 characters that suddenly flooded her with memories, catching her off guard and leaving no chance to breathe. Perhaps due to the cold weather, Sui Yi excited shikiri. She didn't know why, but those ordinary 3 characters combined made her heart race and left her breathless. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard someone calling her, Sui Jia. Startled, Sui Yi turned to look. It was a youthful, smiling face. Sui Yi froze for a moment, quickly regaining her composure and smiling in response. The tall boy scratched his head shyly and said, we met when we were little. Sui Jia might not remember me. After a rapid mental calculation, Sui Yi, with a forced smile, concluded that she truly had no impression at all. However, under the authority of Sui's mother, she pretended to respond warmly. Of course I remember. How could I not? The boy seemed very pleased after hearing this and looked over at Sui Yi, his eyes widening. It's a work by Senior Xiao. Does sister know Senior Xiao? For some reason, Sui Yi's first reaction was to deny it. The words "I don't know" seemed to jump out without passing through her brain. She was speaking while nervously covering the part of her name with her hand. Luckily, the boy was admiring the actual work and didn't notice her actions. Xiao Ziyuan is a genius in our college. He is practically a legend. Our teachers often mention him in class. But I heard he went abroad for further studies, so I wanted to get a chance to meet him. Sui Yi responded with a perfunctory smile. Is that so? The boy seemed genuinely disappointed. Yes, Senior Xiao is really excellent. Sui Yi's heart was stirred by those 3 words. Feeling a mix of pain and itchiness, she changed the subject without showing any emotion. Is there anything you're not used to at school? The boy shook his head, no. Sui Yi felt relieved and quickly added, that's good. I have something to do today, so I'll treat you to dinner another day. You can call me if you need anything. I have to go now. After saying this long string of words, Sui Yi walked away feeling relieved. She had initially planned to treat this younger brother to a meal, but now she had lost the mood. After leaving the mechanical engineering building, Sui Yi noticed that snowflakes were drifting down from the sky, swirling endlessly. This was the first snowfall of the year, and she could hear the excited cheers of passers-by. But Sui Yi was lost in her own world. Since Xiao Ziyuan went abroad, there had bin no news from him. And Lin Shun had also become busier after starting graduate school. Every time they met, it was always hurried, and he never mentioned Xiao Ziyuan, nor would she ask. She thought no one would ever bring up that person again, and she would slowly forget. But when that name was mentioned again, she realized that this person had long since taken root in her heart. Not bringing it up didn't mean she had forgotten. They clearly hadn't been in contact for a long time, so why was she still so preoccupied with him? Sui Yi slightly raised her head to look at the vast snowfall, and suddenly felt a stir of emotion. For some reason, at that moment, she thought of that New Year's Eve, and she finally understood the feelings behind the text Xiao Ziyuan had sent her. It was a kind of loneliness. The loneliness of feeling as if one were the only person in this quiet, silver-clad world. It was a kind of longing, a longing that she didn't know how to articulate, countless emotions condensed into that one sentence. It's snowing. Sui Yi took out her phone, pressed a few buttons, then froze, ultimately giving up. In fact, they had long missed the best time, hadn't they? It was also her who had repeatedly pushed him away. Yet she suddenly felt moved when their relationship seemed to be nearing its end. Was it too late? Not being in contact for so long already said everything, right? Xiao Ziyuan had given up. She shouldn't let her heart be stirred. She could definitely control it. Sui Yi raised her head to look ahead and tried hard to curl her lips into a smile. After finishing work, Xiao Ziyuan returned to his residence. He shared an apartment with a handsome European guy near the school, and there was a beautiful garden in front of the house. When he stepped through the door, it was just at sunset, the blood-red sun reluctantly sinking down, the courtyard lights just coming on, and nearby neighbors slowly turning on their lights. The warm orange glow filling the small yard and enveloping him, warm and cozy. It was very cold that day, but Xiao Ziyuan stood in the middle of the courtyard with a warm heart. The contrast between cold and warmth made him seem to see a certain smiling face in the orange light. At that moment, his heart raced again. It wasn't that he didn't contact her, but rather that he knew when to relax. Thinking of this, Xiao Ziyuan couldn't help but smile. In fact, he was deliberately keeping her at a distance, a little, scheming. The next day, Xiao Ziyuan walked to school through thick snow. The weather was very cold, and the crunching sound underfoot was heard. The snow-covered streets looked beautiful, and there was a snowman piled up in an open space by someone. The sun gradually came out, warm and cozy. As soon as he left home, he saw Tianjia standing by the road, seemingly waiting for someone. When he saw Xiao Ziyuan, he appeared embarrassed and hesitant to speak, but eventually walked over. Xiao Ziyuan looked at him with a faint smile, not initiating conversation. After a long while, Tianjia took out a bag tied with a pink bow from his backpack, which was clearly something for a girl, scratching his head as he handed it over. Do you remember the blonde Russian girl we met at the last gathering? She asked me to give this to you. Xiao Ziyuan neither took it nor looked at it, but casually replied, while watching Tianjia, I don't remember. Tianjia became a bit anxious. It's that one. Xiao Ziyuan interrupted him, looking into Tianjia's eyes and repeating, his voice gradually turning cold. I said, I don't remember. Tianjia realized and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Ziyuan is still Xiao Ziyuan. I knew it wouldn't work, yet you insisted I come. Xiao Ziyuan remained calm. You traveled all this way to tell me this? Tianjia hesitated. Well, not entirely. I came to thank you. Xiao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Thank me? Tianjia took a deep breath and finally gathered the courage to speak. That day, when you came back to cover me with a blanket, I wasn't asleep. I heard what you said. Xiao Ziyuan was not surprised, I know. That's why I told you. I never do useless things. The two of them walked side by side, and Tianjia continued that day. I planned to drink those bottles of alcohol and jump off the building. I didn't expect to run into you. I thought it was going to be a catastrophe. But after talking to you, it didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Plus, after hearing what you said, I felt like it was really unnecessary. Thankfully, I ran into you that day. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where I would be today. I've been wanting to tell you this. But there hasn't been a suitable opportunity. I suddenly thought of it recently and couldn't sleep well for several days. So I came to say thank you. Xiao Ziyuan still wore a faint smile. Don't take it to heart. That as you coming to terms with it, it has nothing to do with me. Tianjia smiled, knowing that Xiao Ziyuan was not someone who sought to repay kindness, and changed the subject, by the way. I'm going back to my country for the new year. Is there anything you need me to bring back? Xiao Ziyuan didn't respond, but instead smiled and talked about something else. Maybe this time you can work hard to bring a daughter-in-law back for your mother. Tianjia's face flushed red, and Xiao Ziyuan continued. You like that Russian girl, right? Tianjia furrowed his brows, looking flustered, as if he was struggling with something. Xiao Ziyuan patted his shoulder. Work hard. After saying this, he walked away. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Tianjia. I do have something I need you to help me bring back. I'll come to your school this weekend. I hope to hear some good news from you then. After saying this, Xiao Ziyuan left, leaving Tianjia looking conflicted. On the eve of winter vacation, Lin Shun came to find Sui Yi and handed her a square box and a key. Xiao Ziyuan wanted to be coming back for the new year, so he asked me to bring something back for you. He wanted me to give this to you personally. Sui Yi hesitated and didn't take it, but Lin Shun disregarded her resistance and stuffed it into her arms. Sui Yi helplessly held the key in her hand and asked, What is this? Lin Shun had a sneaky expression, you know. Sui Yi initially wanted to refute that she wouldn't know, but halfway through she suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Shun, biting her lip awkwardly. Lin Shun had a knowing look, smirking as he watched Sui Yi without saying anything. Sui Yi lowered her head to fiddle with the square box. Just as she was about to open it to take a look, she saw Lin Shun leaning forward with a curious expression. She glared at him. What are you doing? Lin Shun smiled ingratiatingly. I want to know what's inside too. Then why don't you open it and see? Lin Shun had a righteous expression. I'm a person of quality. Okay? I want other people's secrets. Sui Yi smiled slightly, opened half of the square box, then snapped it shut, her smile deepening as she spoke slowly. In order not to affect your quality, I have decided to go back and take a look. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Lin Shun fuming behind her. You little brat. Wait for me to go home together during the break. When Sui Yi returned to her dormitory, she sat at her desk and slowly opened the box. After taking a quick glance, she hurriedly closed it and took out her phone to call Lin Shun. As soon as the call connected, she asked, What did he say? Lin Shun took a while to understand what Sui Yi was talking about and finally replied. He didn't say anything, just that you must understand. Sui Yi was startled and hung up. From then on, the box was buried at the bottom of her drawer, and she dare not take another look at it. As for the key, Sui Yi hung it on her keychain, ignoring it. A few days later, one of Sui Yi's junior sisters asked to borrow her old class notes, so Sui Yi went to look for them in the cabinet. She couldn't find the notes, but she did find a set of building blocks that she hadn't thought about in a long time. She lost interest in looking for the notes and sat on the floor, opening the box and starting to play with them. When Yaonyo, Igo, and San Bao walked in, they saw Sui Yi happily playing amidst a pile of books. While playing, she suddenly stood up, grabbed her coat, and walked out. The three of them stood there, dumbfounded. San Bao blinked and said, Don't you think Yi has been acting strange lately? The other two nodded. What could be the reason? The other two shook their heads. After leaving the school, Sui Yi stood in a daze at the entrance of the neighborhood, realizing that the key Xiao Ziyuan gave her must be for this place. After hesitating for a while, she finally entered the neighborhood. She had only been here once a long time ago, but it seemed like something was guiding her to walk straight to the door of that apartment. Standing at the door, Sui Yi hesitated again until the elevator door opened and a neighbor from next door returned, looking at her curiously as she opened the door. Fearing being mistaken for a bad person, Sui Yi quickly took out the key, unlocked the door, and walked in. Xiao Ziyuan had been gone for half a year, and layers of dust had settled on the furniture. The arrangement here was the same as when she first came, just with one less person. Sui Yi wandered from room to room, and when she reached the bedroom, she saw that the sheets and quilt on the bed were clean and tidy. The corner of the quilt near the head of the bed was folded back. She had noticed this little habit of Xiao Ziyuan's last time she was here, and now it felt oddly comforting. Opening the wardrobe, she found a few pieces of clothing left inside, all in cool tones. Some she recognized, but most she hadn't seen before. Sui Yi thought about it. Since she got to know Xiao Ziyuan, they had never really become close, always maintaining a distant relationship. Except for a few times when Xiao Ziyuan unexpectedly crossed boundaries and did things that puzzled her. Just like now, she couldn't understand how she could have feelings for this man when she hardly knew any of his clothes. And what about Xiao Ziyuan? Why would he like her? Years later, on a propitious day, surrounded by a crowd cheering and making noise, Sui Yi sat in a spotlight as she raised her hand to let the person opposite her put on the ring. Suddenly, she lowered her head and quietly asked Xiao Ziyuan, "What is so good about me?" That day, Xiao Ziyuan looked majestic like a prince, effortlessly navigating through the bridesmaid's layers of challenges without a hint of awkwardness, still elegant and composed. He looked at the princess he was about to take home, smiling slightly, filled with affection, thinking how could a girl be this good, yet she was oblivious to it. How could he not be moved? After saying that, he stepped forward and picked up the still day Sui Yi, whispering in her ear with a chuckle, "Mrs. Xiao, we're going home." Sui Yi tried to rationally analyze the situation, but only became more confused. After circling around, she sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling anxious, frustrated, and sighing, her heart restless. Finally, she stood up irritably and began to tidy up the room. She swept the floor, mopped, washed the curtains and bed sheets, and wiped the tables. When the entire apartment was spotless, Sui Yi's mood didn't seem to improve much. Suddenly, she began to resent Xiao Ziyuan. Her life had been calm. So why did he suddenly appear to disrupt this hard-earned peace? After a long day of work, exhausted and sweaty, she unknowingly dozed off on the sofa. She didn't know how long she had slept when she was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. Sitting up in confusion, she answered without looking, "Hello." As soon as the voice came through, Sui Yi instantly woke up. Sui, the familiar low and clear voice seemed to carry a hint of laughter. After a long wait without a response, he called again, "Sui?" Quickly regaining her composure, she replied, "I'm listening." "Where are you?" "I am." Sui Yi still hadn't realized where she was. After glancing around, she gasped in shock and then calmly started to make up a story. "I'm in the dorm." As soon as she finished speaking, the clock struck the hour, and the laughter on the other end seemed to grow stronger. What a coincidence. "The clock in your dorm chimes exactly like the one at my home." Sui Yi glared at the long hand, pointing at 12, gritting her teeth in anger. "You called on purpose at this time, didn't you?" The earlier anger surged back, and Sui Yi coldly replied, "What a coincidence. It's not like you're the only one who can buy such a clock. That sound isn't something you recorded yourself. Why can't there be another place with that sound?" Xiao Ziyuan listened to Sui Yi vent her frustration with great amusement. Feeling like a little cat, finally getting angry and scratching at someone, he suddenly changed the subject and gently asked for her help. "You received the key, right? There are a few plants on the balcony of that apartment. I left in a hurry and forgot to ask someone to take care of them. If you have time, could you check on them for me?" His tone was sincere, seemingly unfazed by Sui Yi's earlier outburst. Sui Yi suddenly felt a bit guilty for her sensitivity and quickly stood up, walking towards the balcony while asking, "Where did you put it?" Pushing open the balcony door, she found only 2 lonely pots of cacti standing there. Sui Yi exploded again. "Do those 2 pots of cacti need someone to take care of them? They won't die before you come back." The laughter came again from the other side. "How did you know so quickly that they are cacti?" Sui Yi was at a loss for words, annoyed with herself for falling for the trick so easily. Xiao Ziyuan cleared his throat, seemingly trying to suppress his laughter. "By the way, the clock in the living room is one I modified myself. If you listen closely, its ticking sound is different from a regular clock. And the chime is a recording of my sister when she was learning the violin as a child. Her fingerings were clumsy, and there are places in the piece where it changes key. After saying that, he fell silent, and everything told Sui Yi that this kind of clock only existed in Xiao Ziyuan's home, and that sound was indeed recorded by him, absolutely not found anywhere else. The lie was exposed, combined with her earlier unprovoked anger. Sui Yi quickly made a wise decision. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Ziyuan finally heard a click as the line disconnected. He imagined the flustered and embarrassed expression on the other end of the line and couldn't help but laugh. After that day, it seemed like Xiao Ziyuan had occupied Sui Yi's life again. Even though he was thousands of miles away, he seemed to be everywhere. Teasing her during his free time seemed to become his greatest pleasure. One day, while Sui Yi was dozing off in class, she received a text from Xiao Ziyuan. "It's so cold today. I searched for a long time before I remembered that my scarf is with you." The tone was casual, as if just making small talk. Sui Yi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. "Senior Xiao, it's just a scarf. How many times do you have to say it before you let it go?" One morning, Sui Yi woke up to find a text in her phone. "Sent half an hour ago. Hey, I miss you." "Forget it, considering the time. It should be midnight over there." Sui Yi felt a bit reluctant, but still made a phone call. Xiao Ziyuan answered the phone, sounding a bit haggard, coughing from time to time. After chatting for a bit, she learned he was still in the lab. Not sure how many all-nighters it was already. His voice hoarse, probably catching a cold. Alone in a foreign land, with heavy academic burdens, and now sick, even someone as strong as Xiao Ziyuan could feel vulnerable, which was likely why he sent that kind of text message. The winter in that country should be quite cold, right? Sui picked through scarves and found the ones sold outside weren't thick enough. So she bought yarn to knit one herself. When Sam Bao came back that night and saw it, he rushed over, blinking his eyes to act cute, i.e., "Did you knit this for me? I just said it was cold this morning, and you knitted me a scarf tonight. I'm so touched." The enchantress picked up the oblivious creature and lectured him. "Look at that color. Can it be for you? Even if others don't see you as a woman, you should see yourself as one." Sam Bao glanced a few times, then suddenly smiled at Higo. "Higo, that must be for you." Higo, lying down, also got hit, shouting to clarify the boundary. "It's not for me. I've always seen myself as a woman." Sui Yi cleared her throat, smiling at everyone, casually explaining, "It's not for you guys." Sam Bao wailed again, pouncing on her. "I don't abandon Senior Xiao. There's no one better than Senior Xiao in our school. You have to turn back from the cliff and put down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha." A week later, far away in a foreign country, when Xiao Ziyuan opened the package and saw the scarf, there was a moment of distraction. Then he slowly smiled. His efficiency that day was particularly high, and the afternoon report received praise from his mentor. Unkide was a typical German, rigorous and hardworking, meticulous, with extremely high demands on students, and the number of times he praised students was almost negligible. Secretly, many classmates in the same lab gave him a thumbs up, but Xiao Ziyuan just smiled modestly. Xiao Ziyuan's good mood didn't last long. When he returned home that night, opened the box, and took out the scarf on top, he froze, staring at another scarf at the bottom of the box. It turned out 2 scarves were sent, and the one at the bottom was the one he had previously given to Sui Yi, which she had deliberately placed underneath. She actually returned it. Xiao Ziyuan gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could fly back and trample her. The only consolation was that there was a box of mint tea and a small box of rock sugar in the corner of the box. A few days later, without receiving any more messages from Xiao Ziyuan, Sui Yi took the initiative to text him. "Did you receive the package?" Xiao Ziyuan calmly stared at his phone and replied, "What package?" Sui Yi calculated that it should have arrived by now and responded, "The scarf I sent you." "Oh." Sui Yi frowned at the O on the screen, wondering if he received it or not. To confirm, she asked again, "Did you receive it?" Xiao Ziyuan opened the box, picked a few mint leaves, and tossed them into his cup, adding a piece of rock sugar, leisurely replying, "No." The green leaves floated in the cup, the aroma refreshing and rich. Xiao Ziyuan took a sip, the bitterness covered by the sweetness of the rock sugar, smooth and soothing to the throat. After a while, the text tone rang again. "I just checked, it was signed for." Xiao Ziyuan planned to play dumb to the end. "Are you sure I signed for it?" There was a long pause before the reply came. "Not sure." Unable to help herself, Sui Yi directly called him. Xiao Ziyuan quickly picked up. Did you really not receive it? No. Xiao Ziyuan looked at the scarf on the bedside, wide-eyed, telling lies. Sui Yi sighed, feeling a bit depressed. Could have been lost in the mail? Xiao Ziyuan replied innocently and seriously, probably. After answering, he chuckled to himself. Xiao Ziyuan, oh Xiao Ziyuan, how bored and petty can you be? Xiao Ziyuan curled the corners of his lips, took a sip of water, and without any sense of regret, criticized himself internally. Sui Yi suddenly became anxious. What should we do? I wanted to tell you, don't drink that mint tea. I just had a call from my mom. She said when she was drying the mint leaves, the neighbor's dog peed on them, and later she mixed them up and brought them to me. She just remembered and told me not to drink it. Now I don't know who received it. What if they drink it? Sui Yi left half a sentence for the person involved to ponder. Cough, cough. Xiao Ziyuan was caught off guard and choked. Sui Yi pretended to care. Senior Xiao, what happened to you? Xiao Ziyuan put the cup down on the table, cleared his throat a bit awkwardly, and asked, Are you serious? This time, Sui Yi susuri replied, fuck yeah. Xiao Ziyuan took a deep breath, shook his head, and laughed. The little cat is starting to scratch back again. Sui Yi's voice lowered. Mumbling to herself, who told you to say you didn't receive it? Xiao Ziyuan stood by the window, looking at the night lights in the courtyard, the shadow of Sui Yi appearing in his mind. At this moment, she should have a slightly smug smile, right? Xiao Ziyuan was silent for a moment, his expression becoming more serious, and then he slowly spoke. Sui Yi, are you caring for Senior or caring for me? This question again made Sui Yi suddenly withdraw her expression, falling silent. Xiao Ziyuan wasn't going to let her off easily this time, putting away his earlier joking demeanor. Why do you always deny that you care about me? There was something Xiao Ziyuan originally planned to wait until he returned to say slowly. But now he suddenly couldn't wait. Sui Yi? Sui answered muffledly. Hememe. Xiao Ziyuan thought the three words were pretentious and childish, and that he could never say them to anyone in this lifetime, yet they slipped out so naturally. I love you. On the other end of the phone, there was a clear sound of sobbing, and then the call was hung up again. Xiao Ziyuan couldn't help but lower his head and smile bitterly, feeling helpless. His door was wide open, and his roommate, hearing his laughter, came over to knock, asking in awkward Chinese, Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Ziyuan turned his head, squinting his eyes for a while before answering, it's the first time I've confessed in my life, and I got hung up on. His speech was extremely slow, seemingly digesting this unbelievable news, or perhaps accommodating the other person's poor Chinese. The other party's eyes widened, covering his mouth in shock. No way. Then he began to babble in his native language, implying that it was impossible for a girl to reject him. Later, he enthusiastically comforted Xiao Ziyuan not to be sad, saying he could introduce his sister to him. Xiao Ziyuan rubbed his forehead with his finger, feeling helpless. Was he too anxious? Did he scare her? After that day's confession, when Xiao Ziyuan tried to contact her again, Sui Yi pretended to be dead. However, she remembered Xiao Ziyuan's request and occasionally went to that apartment to clean up, bringing a few pots of flowers to keep the two cacti company. She always felt that since no one lived in the house, it needed some plants to make it lively. After the new year, when they returned to school, Sui Yi and her friends would be assigned to different hospitals for internships, rotating through various departments every day. In the hospital, people came and went, and they would always encounter people they didn't want to see. Sui Yi and her friends were just assisting the attending physicians to accumulate clinical experience. There wasn't much to it. However, recently there was a man who kept coming to find her for medical treatment during her shifts. Sui Yi explained several times that she was just an intern and that he needed to see a formal doctor, but he never listened, always coming with minor ailments that anyone could see were trivial. It was clear he was after something else, but in front of so many people, Sui Yi couldn't refuse him. One day, when that man came for a checkup, Sanbao happened to come looking for Sui Yi and just ran into him. The seemingly elite man rubbed his eyes, looking weak, and asked, Doctor, why do my eyes keep twitching lately? Although Sanbao was wearing a white coat, he showed no spirit of saving lives. He was fiddling around and suddenly said, Is your eyesight bad? I suggest you amputate your eyes. Sui Yi and a certain man both turned dark. Sui Yi looked at Sanbao and whispered, How do you even know about eye amputation? Sanbao smiled and said, This is a conclusion reached through discussions with Dr. He, universally applicable. Sui Yi face-palmed and adhering to the principle of going with the flow, said to the man, "Eye twitching? Sit down. Let me take a look. Which eye is twitching?" The man immediately brightened up. "Right eye." "Oh, the right eye? You need to be careful. Didn't Zichiao say that left eye twitching means peach blossoms bloom? Right eye twitching means chrysanthemums bloom?" Sanbao's eyes lit up with a lewd grin. "Good things are coming your way. Congratulations. Remember to bring your boyfriend to share the sweets." Sui Yi saw the man shiver all over, quickly stood up, stammering, "Doctor, I'm fine." Then he rushed out like the wind. Sanbao waved goodbye to the fleeing figure with satisfaction, then turned to Sui Yi and smiled. "Do you think when Brother Xiao returns, he'll give me an award for digging walls?" Sui Yi sighed inwardly at this carefree girl. Why bring up Xiao Ziyuan again? Why do people keep bringing him up? How long has it been since Xiao Ziyuan left? Have you all been poisoned by him? Sui Yi remembered that day when she received a call from Xiao Ziyuan. He unexpectedly said, "He loves her? Has he lost his mind?" How could those 3 words come from that person? Sui Yi shook her head. This world is too chaotic. A few days later, the man visited again, peeking his head in before entering, probably afraid of running into that absurd girl from last time. When he saw only Sui Yi, he sighed in relief and walked in. Sui Yi, as usual, asked expressionlessly, "Where do you feel unwell?" The man didn't take his eyes off Sui Yi's face. "Doctor, I've been having nosebleeds lately." Coincidentally, Sui Yi was in a bad mood that day and casually advised, "It hasn't rained in a long time. The weather's dry. Drink more water, eat more fruit, and watch less TV." The man, looking constipated, tried to explain, Sui Yi was writing a prescription. "I'll prescribe you some medicine for clearing heat and reducing fire. It's okay. If you still don't know how to look after yourself at your age, that's really a pity for your future wife." The man felt a bit awkward and tried to steer the conversation back. "No, doctor, it's just that the bleeding happens without me feeling anything." Just then, brother he walked in, supporting a weak-looking Sanbao who was clutching her stomach. Sanbao shouted, "Ai, do you have brown sugar?" As they entered, they happened to hear the last part, and Sanbao immediately got angry, shouting at the man, "No feeling at all? What? Do you want to have menstrual cramps too?" The man, upon seeing Sanbao, suddenly widened his eyes in horror and quickly stood up to run out. Sui Yi laughed while leaning on the table, and Sanbao, with a bitter face, leaned over and said, "Stop laughing. Ai, do you have brown sugar? Make me a cup. I'm in so much pain I might just fly away." Sui Yi nodded while laughing and got up to make the brown sugar water. After that, the man never appeared again, and Sui Yi's life became peaceful. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyuan seemed to start getting busy. It seemed he sensed her resistance, and so the topic was never brought up again, which secretly relieved Sui Yi. The next time Sui Yi saw Xiao Ziyuan was during summer vacation. She received a call from Lin Chen the night before, and upon hearing the news that Xiao Ziyuan was back, she was momentarily stunned, holding her phone in a daze. Lin Chen didn't notice her strange reaction and continued, "He's coming to school tomorrow afternoon, and a few of the guys who used to hang out together in the city will have a meal. You should come too." He paused for a moment and tentatively added, "Xiao, you'll also be there. You can ask Ji Xuan if she wants to go." Sui Yi glanced at the enchanting girl who was focused on her drawings. Although she and Xiao Yu had been in the same city this year, they hadn't contacted each other, fully devoting herself to her studies and being much quieter than before. Sui Yi got up and went to the balcony, lowering her voice, "I'll ask her later, but she probably won't go." Lin Chan sighed on the other end, seemingly in a dilemma. Sui Yi remembered something and asked, "Did Xiao Yu ask you to call her?" Lin Chan sighed again. "Xiao Yu didn't say it, but it's written all over her face. It's probably for the best if she doesn't go. That girl's mouth is too sharp." Before graduation, Xiao Yu asked her once, and a grown man came back with red eyes. "It's better not to see her. Seeing her might hurt even more. Then I'll call you tomorrow afternoon." This wasn't directed at her, but Sui took the last sentence to heart. Not seeing her is probably better. Seeing her might hurt even more. Sui quickly regained her composure and politely declined. "I've booked a ticket to go home tomorrow afternoon." Lin Chen frowned. "Can't you change the ticket? Can't you stay an extra day?" Xiao Ziyuan's main purpose for coming back was to see her. How would he explain to Xiao Ziyuan if she left? Sui's attitude was firm. "I've already told my mom." Lin Chen knew what she was avoiding, i.e. Sui interrupted him with a smiling voice. "Let's talk about it next time. You all have fun." He came back just to... Before he could finish the word "see you," Sui hung up. Lin Shan was left stunned by the sound of the phone disconnecting. How could she dodge so quickly? Did Xiao Ziyuan do something he didn't know about? After hanging up, Sui Yi stood on the balcony looking at the distant sky. The azure sky with a few pigeons flying by, leaving no trace. Sui Yi forced a smile and then turned back into the room, sitting quietly next to the enchanting girl. The enchanting girl was flipping through her book and turned to ask, "Is something wrong?" Although she knew the outcome, Sui Yi felt she should let the enchanting girl decide for herself. Tomorrow. I'm not going. The enchanting girl quickly lowered her head, appearing busy. I ran into a few seniors staying for graduate studies at noon, and they told me I'm not going. Okay, Sui Yi replied. Neither she nor the enchanting girl were the type to drag things out. The next evening, when Sui Yi dragged her suitcase to the school gate, she happened to see a group of people standing under a tree, looking around as if waiting for someone, many of whom were familiar faces. Lin Shan turned his head and called out, "Sui Yi." Sui Yi had planned to sneak past, but was still spotted. Stiffly turning around, she smiled and walked over to greet. "Hello, Senor." Everyone responded with smiles, and Lin Shan asked again, "Really not staying for a meal?" Sui Yi shook her head lightly, holding up her ticket for him to see. "Look, if I don't leave now, I won't catch my bus." One of the boys chimed in casually, "If you miss it, just don't go. I'll book you a plane ticket. It's easier to fly back." "Wait a minute. I'll call my dad's secretary to book it for you." He looked like a spoiled rich kid. Lin Shan quickly frowned and shot a glare at the boy, who looked confused. "What's wrong?" Sui Yi didn't mind, just smiled faintly. "Thank you, senior, but I'm just a student." "I'm just a student," she thought. "I should use transportation that matches my identity as a student." After saying goodbye to everyone, she headed towards the bus station. Behind her, Lin Shan's deliberately lowered voice came. "Shallow? I wouldn't dare say that. She can afford a plane ticket. People like you." Someone echoed. "Exactly. Seeing a beautiful girl makes you lose your mind. I was sweating just now. Heard this girl is lethal. I'll tell Xiao Ziyuan later. Let's see how you die. You dare." Sui Yi smiled and didn't take it to heart. A boy passed by her, talking on the phone with his head slightly lowered, his features filled with warmth, probably talking to his girlfriend, softly saying, "I'm still on the way, you eat first. I'll find you when I get back." Sui Yi suddenly froze. She remembered long ago, under the dazzling lights of that hotel. A certain man had once said something similar to her, tender yet forceful. "Eat well and come back early. Don't sleep too early. Wait for me to find you. Wait for me to find you." This phrase seemed to echo in her ears. In front of her was still Xiao Ziyuan's handsome and elegant face. His long, beautiful eyes slanting into his temples, soft and gentle. Tilting his head to smile at her, the sparkle and affection in his eyes truly made her addicted. Sui stood in a daze at the bus stop, watching bus after bus depart. She knew she should leave. If she didn't get on the bus soon, it would really be too late, but it felt like she was nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch, memories continuously resurfacing. "Are you afraid? You're not someone else. That's not your fault. Sui, I love you." Sui suddenly realized that it wasn't someone else who was poisoned by Xiao Ziyuan. It was precisely herself. "Sui." That voice became increasingly real, as if it were truly right beside her, and Sui instinctively looked up to search. As soon as Sui looked up, she froze there. Xiao Ziyuan stood there with his back to the sunset, smiling and calling her name. Memories surged forth, and as Sui looked at Xiao Ziyuan before her, it felt as if he had traversed time to stand in front of her, both illusory and real. At that time, the blazing sun was about to set, the air not scorching but warm, and on the ground, she could see her own reflection with a ponytail hanging down. And a few steps away, his shadow. In front of her, those cool eyes were still shimmering. He stood not far from her, his smiling gaze resting on her face. It was so nice. The minty scent in the air was faint yet present, as if he had never left. Just like that summer, when she stood under a tree waiting for Sambao, hearing someone call her, and turning around to see him, Lin Chun, Qiao Yu, and Wen Shaoqing standing together, smiling at her. In that moment, Sui suddenly felt a tickle in her heart, a thought slowly breaking ground. This is what she wanted. Many people said she was clear-minded and uncompetitive, but in fact, she just didn't know what she wanted. Since that was what others wanted, and for her, it was optional, why shouldn't she do someone a favor? But now, This man in front of her wanted to possess her. Lynchen looked at his watch and asked, "Still not leaving? It's too late, right?" Sui quickly snapped back to reality, calmly lying, I missed the bus." Xiao Ziyuan turned to take a look. The bus to the train station had just passed, and he could clearly see the license plate number. Then he turned back, looking thoughtfully at Sui Yi. Lynchen seemed very happy. "Then don't leave, you'll miss it anyway." Sui Yi remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, seemingly struggling. Xiao Ziyuan quietly looked at Sui Yi for a few seconds, smiled, and turned to others. "Say, you guys go ahead, I know that place. I'll be there soon." The group quickly left, leaving Xiao Ziyuan and Sui Yi standing face to face. Sui Yi finally gathered the courage to look up at Xiao Ziyuan, her gaze flickering. He seemed to have lost weight, his features more defined and handsome, probably because he had been on the plane for too long. If you looked closely, you could see the fatigue he couldn't hide between his brows. He didn't speak, just quietly looked at her, the corners of his lips slightly curved. After a long while, Xiao Ziyuan finally broke the silence, saying, "Stay." Those 3 words stirred up waves in her heart. Sui opened her mouth, but the words she had previously said to Lynchen just wouldn't come out. Lowering her eyelids, in fact, she hadn't planned to go back so early. She had even booked the ticket just yesterday after receiving a call. Xiao Ziyuan walked over and took her suitcase, looking down at her, slowly saying, "If someone else booked your ticket and you're unwilling, can I personally send you back tomorrow?" Sui was taken aback. He found out after all. She looked up at him, rarely seeing Xiao Ziyuan acting a bit childish and negotiating, and she felt as if she had been bewitched. Nodding foolishly, every moment of hesitation or struggle, nostalgia or regret, desire or heartache, all invisibly merged into her body in the next second, invading her marrow, never to be shaken off. They would suddenly accumulate into a surge at some moment, attacking her, making her powerless to resist. And she could only instinctively obey her innermost thoughts, willingly becoming a slave. That night, Xiao Ziyuan seemed particularly happy. Usually not one to drink much, he accepted everything, even blocking Sui Yi's share. Sui Yi sat beside him, sipping juice in small sips, occasionally glancing at Xiao Ziyuan, and each time she turned back, she would catch him with a smile in his eyes, his hand always under the table holding hers, warm and dry. Perhaps it was the alcohol. His brows and eyes were filled with a hint of spring, making Sui Yi's heart race, while her face remained calm as she diverted her gaze, pretending not to see anything. Xiao Yu appeared midway, dressed in a suit, looking like he had just been freed from a meeting, without even having time to change clothes. After entering, he quietly scanned the room, and the scattered brightness in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a cloud of gloom. Upon seeing Xiao Ziyuan return, he was still very happy. Quickly sitting next to Xiao Ziyuan and greeting him with a smile, the two casually chatting. Later, when no one was paying attention to them, their conversation changed, and their voices noticeably lowered. Promotion, external transfer, downfall, layout, similar words kept coming up. After listening to a few sentences, Sui Yi stood up. These were not things she should be hearing, even though Xiao Ziyuan didn't avoid her. Xiao Ziyuan looked up at her, and Sui Yi smiled, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." Sui Yi stood in front of the restroom mirror with her head down for a long time, eventually snapping back to reality, washing her hands, and walking out. After a few steps, she saw Xiao Yi standing by the window at the corner of the hallway, smoking, looking out, his back lonely and desolate, seemingly unaware of her presence. Sui Yi glanced a few times and quietly walked past him, but the scene of the enchanting woman, often lost in her books, flashed before her eyes. They really looked alike. By the time the gathering ended, it was almost midnight. Xiao Ziyuan was clearly drunk, and when everyone suggested taking him back, he refused, holding on to Sui's wrist tightly, saying, "No need. I haven't been back for a long time. I want to walk around the school. You all go back first." The group understood and left, leaving Sui Yi alone to support the intentionally or unintentionally heavy Xiao Ziyuan. As soon as everyone left, Xiao Ziyuan stood straight, and Sui Yi widened her eyes to look at him. "You're not drunk?" She had just been worried about him, but now looking at his clear eyes, there was no hint of drunkenness from before. Xiao Ziyuan rubbed his brow, looking a bit tired, saying, "I did drink a bit too much, but I'm not actually drunk." Their group was endless in their revelry, and they wouldn't stop until they got you drunk, so if you got drunk, that's fine. Sui nodded obediently, secretly thinking really cunning. Xiao Ziyuan tilted his head to look at her, as if he had already seen through her thoughts. With a teasing smile, "What are you thinking?" Sui immediately shook her head, looking innocent. Xiao Ziyuan, perhaps because he was a bit drunk, laughed again, reaching out to pat her head, his gaze increasingly indulgent. "Let us go. Accompany me for a walk, disperse the alcohol." The campus was quiet. Only the streetlights cast a dim yellow light, their shadows overlapping and intertwining as they walked forward. On a summer night, the heat of the day had long retreated, and a cool breeze blew by, comfortable and refreshing. The two remained silent, but wasn't awkward. Instead, it felt tranquil and warm. When they passed the open-air auditorium, they stopped in unison. Sui stared blankly at the darkened podium. She remembered that it was around this time last year when Xiao Ziyuan graduated from here. He stood on the stage in his graduation gown, confidently giving a speech on behalf of the graduates. Later, they took a group photo here, and he whispered in her ear that even if he left, their relationship wasn't over, and asked her to wait for him to come back. It turned out it had been a year so quickly, and just as he said back then, he really came back to find her, even if it was just temporarily. While Sui was reminiscing, Xiao Ziyuan's voice slowly echoed, probably because he had drunk some alcohol. His usually deep and cold voice now carried a lazy warmth. "That day at the graduation ceremony, I stood there reading a boring speech absent-mindedly and saw many people standing outside watching. I was wondering if you would appear, and the next moment, you really did, standing right where we are now. I was really surprised and almost misread my lines." Xiao Ziyuan seemed to recall that moment and lowered his head with a smile. Sui blinked. Boring. Speech? Absent-minded? Goodness. If the teachers knew the true thoughts of their good student Xiao Ziyuan, would they want to bang their heads against a wall? Xiao Ziyuan quickly raised his head and smiled at Sui Yi. "That day you wore a white chiffon dress. Did I ever tell you that you looked great in a dress? But you can't wear it when I'm not around." Xiao Ziyuan was unusually talkative, and Sui Yi felt her cheeks warm as she instinctively reached out to support his arm. "Are you really drunk?" Who knew that in the next moment? Xiao Ziyuan pulled her in his arms, his murmurs echoing above her head. "I'm not drunk. I'm crazy, driven crazy by you." The refreshing scent of mint mixed with his masculine aura surrounded her, making Sui Yi startled, and a rush of excitement surged from her heart, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The Xiao Ziyuan in her eyes was wise and calm, aloof and reserved. How could he say such things? Realizing this, she tried to struggle. But all her resistance was shattered by Xiao Ziyuan's next words. Along with the little composure and guard she had left, all turned to dust, scattered with the wind. "I miss you." Perhaps the night was too beautiful, or perhaps the feelings had deepened. The two of them cast aside all pretense and guard, leaving only two hearts beating for each other. Xiao Ziyuan held Sui Yi tightly. She softly leaned in his embrace, filled with fragrance, making him infinitely satisfied. But she was so thin that it pained him, wishing to hold her in his arms and take care of her for a lifetime. Sui Yi's eyes were a bit red, her hands hanging by her sides, seemingly still in a pointless struggle. "Brother Xiao, you're drunk." Xiao Ziyuan quickly interrupted her. "I'm very sober. I know what I'm doing. When I got off the plane, I received a message from Lin Shun saying I might not see you again. At that moment, my heart suddenly dropped to the bottom. That feeling was something I had never experienced before, a sense of helplessness I had never felt before. But when I got here and saw you standing there with your head down, lost in thought, watching the buses leave one by one, I told myself that if you come a little closer, I would never let you go again." Sui Yi closed her eyes, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks, and she slowly raised her hands to embrace Xiao Ziyuan's waist. She didn't know if this was right, but at that moment, it was all she wanted to do. Finally, Xiao Ziyuan took Sui Yi to the house at the back of the school. As soon as they entered, Xiao Ziyuan looked around and then turned to Sui Yi. "It's as clean as if I never left." Sui Yi lowered her head, suppressing a light cough, and silently changed her shoes. Xiao Ziyuan's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. "When, Sui, you want to take a shower?" Xiao Ziyuan re-examined the house he hadn't lived in for more than a year. The bedsheets and duvet in the bedroom seemed to be freshly changed, spotless. Xiao Ziyuan stared at the corner of the quilt for a long time. Today, Sui Yi had shocked him too much. He had never known that there was a girl in this world who could bring him so much joy, even remembering his little habits. Later, Xiao Ziyuan went to the balcony, which was filled with flowers and plants, vibrant and full of life, except for the 2 pots of cacti, which still looked out of place among the greenery. Standing on the balcony, Xiao Ziyuan gazed into the distance. It was already late, and the entire city was shrouded in darkness, with only scattered lights. He suddenly yearned for the life ahead. He and she, living under the same roof, seemed quite nice. As he turned around, Sui Yi stood behind him, neatly dressed, looking lively, her fair skin appearing rosy at that moment, her delicate little face enchanting. Sui Yi seemed not to expect Xiao Ziyuan to turn around suddenly, startled, her dark and clear eyes wide open as she looked at him. Xiao Ziyuan smiled, and Sui Yi felt flustered under his gaze. "Brother Xiao, I'm done showering. You can go wash now." Xiao Ziyuan nodded with a smile. "Okay." That night, Sui Yi slept in the master bedroom, while Xiao Ziyuan went to the guest room. For Sui Yi, tonight was simply thrilling. Thinking back, she felt a bit incredulous. She should have been on the train home, but now she lay next to Xiao Ziyuan, which was truly unbelievable. Lost in thought, she fell asleep. In her dream, she was back to her childhood days at the Sui family, where everyone looked at her with disdain and ridicule. Sui Jingyao stood beside her, looking apologetically at her. Wanted to say something, but stopping short. Then she saw her young mother, smiling sadly. "Sui Jingyao, I no longer owe your Sui family anything." Sui Jingyao held a tiny baby in his arms, raising his hand to try to keep Sui's mother, but in the end, it fell powerless. Sui quickly followed, grabbing her mother's hand. "Mom, I'm going with you." But her mother shook her head, and the next second, Sui saw her mother lying in an empty room, white-haired and lonely. She stood at the door, unable to get closer. "Mom," Sui shouted, waking up in a cold sweat, sitting up in the dark, trying hard to calm her breathing, her heart pounding like thunder. It was clearly summer, and the air conditioning in the room wasn't strong, but she felt a bone-chilling cold rising from her heart, penetrating her bones. It had been so long, yet the dream was still so real. It was this dream again. Every time she planned to follow her heart, this dream would appear. She knew she was sick, deeply sick. She was her mother's only relative in the world. How could she abandon her mother for her own sake? Her conscience stirred uneasily. Soon, there were sounds and footsteps outside the room, followed by the door opening, and the ceiling light turned on. Xiao Ziyuan walked in, standing by the bed, supporting her shoulder with a concerned expression. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Sui squinted her eyes to adjust to the light. Once she saw who it was, she quickly got out of bed, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to go home." Xiao Ziyuan didn't understand why she suddenly wanted to go home. He paused and then pulled her back gently, asking softly, "Ai, what's wrong?" Sui picked up her suitcase and walked out. "I should go home. My mom is still waiting for me." Xiao Ziyuan frowned, glancing at the clock on the wall. Blocking her path now, seeing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, Xiao Ziyuan reached out to touch it, feeling it damp and cold. But in the next second, Sui pushed his hand away, her voice rising sharply. "Let go." After shouting, Sui froze, feeling a bit of loss. She didn't know how she had lost her composure like this. Xiao Ziyuan didn't expect her to be so agitated, staggered back a step, looking at her in confusion, and then tried to reach out to stop her. Sui immediately took a step back to avoid his hand, speaking incoherently. "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stayed today. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have provoked you. My mom is still waiting for me to go back." She lowered her head, her eyes red. She was afraid of making her mother sad, and had never dared to show that she also longed for a father's love in front of her mother. Despite witnessing the harshness of the world, she maintained a calm heart, always pretending that the Sui family had not affected her, growing up happily like other children. But how could the things that had already happened not have an impact? Did she still harbor shadows in her heart? Did she still lack confidence in the sense of security that men provided? Was she still unable to easily accept a man? Moreover, the other party was Xiao Ziyuan. She tried hard but still couldn't do it. What about her mother? How could she be so selfish? Xiao Ziyuan wanted to say something, but when he saw 2 clear tears falling straight from Sui Yi's eyes, it felt like they were smashing into his heart, leaving him frozen in place. He had never seen her cry, This usually calm and unflappable person was crying in front of him, making him feel powerless, causing every nerve in his body to tremble. He had seen girls cry in front of him before. Xiao Ziyuan, who was a few years younger, had a crying voice that he could remember since he was little, which was heart-wrenching and gave him a headache. At first, he would coax her gently, but later, when Xiao Ziyuan cried loudly beside him, he wouldn't even frown, casually handing her tissues while doing other things until she got tired and stopped, voluntarily telling him what had happened. But now, he couldn't remain so calm. She stood there with her head down, her figure weak and thin, so quiet that her breathing didn't even quicken. Only visible were the tears rolling down her face. She was so restrained, even in crying, always maintaining a smile in front of others. But what about when she was alone? He couldn't imagine what she was like when she was by herself. How had she gotten through those days in the Sui family? Thinking of this, Xiao Ziyuan's heart began to ache. He understood her worries. It was precisely because he understood that he felt heartache and frustration. After a few seconds, waiting for Sui Yi to calm down a bit, Xiao Ziyuan tentatively reached out his hand, pulling Sui Yi to sit on the bed, leaning against him, slowly raising his hand to wipe away the tears on her face, then gently placing his fingers on her eyelids. "Hey, don't cry." His voice sounded deep and reassuring in the quiet night. His cool fingertips on her warm eyes felt comfortable. She couldn't see anything, only felt the shadow covering her face and a unique scent on his hand. All of this made her cry again. The aloof and indifferent Xiao Ziyuan was so gentle with her, and only willing to be gentle with her, but she couldn't afford it. Xiao Ziyuan gently rested his chin on the top of Sui Yi's head, holding her tightly in his arms, as if giving her strength. After a long time, Xiao Ziyuan let out a bitter laugh. "Do you really not trust me that much? Is what I've done not enough?" Sui Yi only felt physically and mentally exhausted, leaning in his arms, feeling an indescribable sense of security. She knew she should push him away. All of this was wrong, but she didn't want to move at all. Xiao Ziyuan's voice rang out again above her, slow and firm. "Hey, Yi, don't be afraid. I won't be a second Sui Jingyao. I can handle my own affairs, and I will definitely find a satisfactory solution for your mother's matters. I will not force you. You don't have to worry. Just leave everything to me. You won't have to struggle so hard in the future. I will take care of everything. You can let go of everything from before. I will treat you well." Sui Yi lay on his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat through the thin fabric of her nightgown. His words lingered in her ears, and his hand patted her back. Everything made her feel stable and at ease, and she slowly closed her eyes. The next day, when Sui Yi opened her eyes, what came into view was Xiao Ziyuan on the opposite luxury couch. He lay there with a slight furrow in his brows, breathing evenly and deeply, his arm casually resting to the side. Although he had slept there all night uncomfortably, he still appeared elegant and composed. Sui Yi blinked, recalling what had happened last night. Suddenly feeling a bit hot in the face, she had been a bit unreasonable and had even fallen asleep first. Xiao Ziyuan was probably worried, which was why he stayed here all night. This was truly embarrassing. Xiao Ziyuan didn't sleep well. When Sui got out of bed, she deliberately slowed her movements, but still woke him up. Xiao Ziyuan suddenly opened his eyes, and Sui didn't have time to react before she bumped right into his gaze. His dark and deep eyes seemed to look right into her heart, leaving Sui stunned, her heart racing. Soon, Xiao Ziyuan lowered his head, closed his eyes for a moment, rubbed his brow, and stood up awake. Sui saw the tired look on his face and felt a pang of guilt, nodding. Xiao Ziyuan didn't mention last night's events, smiling as he said, "Go wash up quickly. I called the driver, and he will come and take you home." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Sui feigned calmness as she thanked him, then hurried into the bathroom, dawdling while washing up. Every time she thought of what happened last night, she felt embarrassed and wondered if Xiao Ziyuan would dislike her. After struggling with her thoughts for a long time, Xiao Ziyuan's teasing voice came through. "Are you planning to stay in there for a lifetime? I've already brought breakfast." Sui pouted, reluctantly opening the door to walk out. Xiao Ziyuan was standing at the door, smiling mischievously. Sui lowered her head, looking around, not daring to meet his gaze. Xiao Ziyuan's smile grew more and more impudent. At first, he just pressed his lips together, but soon he couldn't help but laugh out loud, shaking his shoulders. Finally, Sui Yi, embarrassed, looked up and glared at him. Have you laughed enough? Xiao Ziyuan cleared his throat, his smile immediately fading, but the next second, laughter burst out again, even more unrestrained than before. Sui Yi's face turned red, glaring at him in frustration. Xiao Ziyuan once again covered up his laughter with a cough, understandingly saying, "Morning grumpiness, I can understand. Don't worry. I know your aggression is strong right now. I won't provoke you." Sui Yi silently muttered in her heart, "Is this still not provoking me?" During breakfast, Xiao Ziyuan indeed didn't tease her again, maintaining a natural expression, but Sui Yi felt he was still laughing at her inside. When Sui Yi looked up at Xiao Ziyuan again, he smiled slightly at her, seemingly expressing his innocence. He had 1,000 years of experience. So Sui Yi had no choice but to give up. After finishing the meal, Xiao Ziyuan took the initiative to wash the dishes in the kitchen, while Sui Yi went to the bedroom to get her suitcase, preparing to leave. As she walked into the living room, she heard her phone vibrating on the table. Sui Yi walked over to take a look, blinked, and then shouted, "Brother Xiao, your phone is ringing." Xiao Ziyuan replied, "Can you see who it is?" This time, Sui Yi didn't answer. Xiao Ziyuan quickly added, "Can you help me answer it?" One was in the kitchen, the other in the living room, shouting to each other. "I'm not helping you answer it." Sui Yi's voice suddenly lowered, filled with disdain. Xiao Ziyuan was taken aback. This girl either spoke surprisingly or remained silent. It was the first time he saw her grumbling like a child throwing a tantrum. He had no choice but to compromise. "Then can you bring it over?" Sui Yi glanced at the still vibrating phone, obediently picked it up, and walked into the kitchen, where Xiao Ziyuan was washing dishes, his hands covered in dish soap, and the kitchen filled with the fresh scent of lemon. Sui Yi held the phone up to Xiao Ziyuan's face. He glanced at it absent-mindedly, and after looking, he continued washing the dishes with a normal expression. Sui Yi saw that he had no reaction and urged, "Hurry up and answer it." Xiao Ziyuan smiled. "I can't hold it. You only hold it." Sui Yi glanced at Xiao Ziyuan and then at his foam-covered hands, connecting the call and bringing the phone to Xiao Ziyuan's ear. Soon, a crisp female voice came through. "I heard you're back?" Yu Qinxia asked straightforwardly. Xiao Ziyuan didn't seem to be affected by the excitement on the other end of the line. His voice cooled a few degrees as he replied, "Micha." Sui Yi stood in her position, listening clearly, feeling it was impolite to eavesdrop, so she maintained her actions and subtly stepped back. "What did you come back?" Xiao Ziyuan looked at the person who was fiddling with everything, pretending to hear nothing, and distractedly responded, "Just got back yesterday. You came back and didn't even inform me. After all, we are old classmates." Sui Yi frowned, thinking she could still hear, so she prepared to move back a little further. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ziyuan suddenly spoke up. "Where are you going?" "Come closer." The voice on the other end stopped abruptly, and Sui Yi was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Turning her head, she realized that Xiao Ziyuan's words seemed to be directed at her. Xiao Ziyuan looked at Sui, who was frozen there, and spoke again, calm and collected, seemingly unconcerned about how the person on the other end would react. "Come here, I can't reach it." Sui looked at Xiao Ziyuan with wide eyes, her arms not moving at all. How could he not reach it? The phone was clearly still pressed against his ear. How could such a promising young talent, in others' eyes, speak such nonsense? The most frustrating part was that he still had that calm demeanor. Sui feared that he might say something even more unexpected next. So she could only compromise and quickly return to her original position. After a long while, the voice on the other end sounded again, hesitantly asking, "What are you doing?" Xiao Ziyuan explained very seriously, "I'm washing dishes. My hands are wet. I can't answer the phone, so I asked Sui to hold it for me." "Do you want to talk to her?" The words were ambiguous, and before Xiao Ziyuan could raise his head, he felt two glares directed at his face, filled with hostility. When he looked up, he indeed saw the person glaring at him, looking as if she might pounce on him. Xiao Ziyuan couldn't help but laugh. Yu Qinxiao was somewhat taken aback. Never mind. Where was I? Oh, right. Why didn't you invite me to the gathering yesterday? I've long stopped liking you. What are you afraid of? I even wanted to bring my boyfriend to show you guys." Xiao Ziyuan listened casually, his mind entirely on the person beside him. Seeing Sui still glaring at him, he silently mouthed, "Come a little closer." Sui frowned and shook her head. Xiao Ziyuan interrupted the person on the other end again. "Sorry, please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qinxiao heard fragmented footsteps and scuffling sounds from the other end, accompanied by a girl's startled cry, but it was quickly suppressed. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Ziyuan's voice, full of laughter, came through. "You can continue." On this side of the phone, Xiao Ziyuan wore a satisfied expression, while Sui Yi's face was twisted in frustration. Wanting to cry, but unable to. She struggled a few times, but it seemed to pose no threat to Xiao Ziyuan, who easily held her in his embrace. Xiao Ziyuan stood behind her, resting his chin on her shoulder, his foam-covered hands reaching around her waist to continue washing the dishes. His long fingers turned in the clear, flowing water, while her arms still held the phone against Xiao Ziyuan's ear. Yu Qinxia suddenly felt a loss for words. It's fine now. Let's leave it at that." Xiao Ziyuan seemed to have been waiting for this line for a long time. After she finished, he instructed Sui Yi, "Hang up." Sui Yi retracted her arm, gritting her teeth as she watched the last bowl get washed, trying to keep her voice calm. "Brother Xiao, can I leave now?" Xiao Ziyuan quickly stood up, his side face intentionally brushing against her cheek. "Wait a minute, I'll wash my hands. You help me get a towel to dry my hands." Sui Yi mechanically took the towel hanging nearby and placed it over Xiao Ziyuan's hands, then stopped moving. Xiao Ziyuan's arm rested on her waist, and her hands, aside from resting on his arm, seemed to have no other choice. Xiao Ziyuan didn't move either, looking at his hands covered by the towel, innocently speaking up. "Wipe them." Sui gritted her teeth. "Can't you wipe them yourself?" Xiao Ziyuan acted as if it were a matter of course, explaining, "I washed the dishes just now. Now it's your turn to help me dry my hands. Teamwork." Sui was speechless again. Her hands rested on his hand through the towel, clearly feeling his warmth, and her face gradually heated up. Xiao Ziyuan deliberately leaned in closer. "Why are you so warm? Are you sick?" His cheek felt much cooler than hers, soft and cool against her. Sui felt that not only her face, but her heart was about to smoke. Just as Sui was on the verge of breaking down from the teasing, the phone rang again. She tossed the phone to Xiao Ziyuan and turned to run. This time, Xiao Ziyuan didn't tease her anymore. He picked it up, listened for a few moments, and said, "Okay, I'm coming down right away." Xiao Ziyuan dried his hands and returned to the living room, only to see Sui fidgeting. He couldn't help but laugh. Being with her seemed particularly enjoyable. Sui bit her lip and glared at him. "Laugh again." Xiao Ziyuan helped her pick up the suitcase, smiling and waving. "All right, don't be angry. I really want to tease you this time. We should go." After going downstairs, they saw a black car parked there. A man in his 30s stood by the car, and upon seeing Xiao Ziyuan, he stepped forward to greet him and took the suitcase to put in the trunk. Once in the car, he didn't say much, asking Sui for her general location before falling silent, raising the partition between the front and back seats smoothly and efficiently, clearly well-trained. Sui had originally been looking out the window, but after a while, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Xiao Ziyuan had rested his head there. She shifted uncomfortably. Xiao Ziyuan pressed down on her to keep her still, lazily saying, "Don't move. I've been on a plane for so long. Drank too much last night, and didn't sleep well. I have a headache." Sui tilted her head to take a look. His complexion indeed didn't look good. He hadn't eaten much for breakfast, probably really wasn't feeling well, and the reason for his discomfort was likely because of her. Sui felt a pang of softness in her heart and stopped moving. Xiao Ziyuan sensed her gradually relaxing her shoulders and leaning a bit closer, as if wanting to make him more comfortable. He smiled with his eyes closed. After resting for a while, Xiao Ziyuan was also worried that Sui might get tired, so he prepared to sit up. However, when he opened his eyes, he found that Sui had actually fallen asleep. Xiao Ziyuan straightened up slowly, cradling Sui in his arms, and softly instructed, "Turn the air conditioning down a bit." The driver quietly responded. Sui moved slightly in his arms, seemingly finding a comfortable position, and fell asleep again. Xiao Ziyuan reached out to touch her face. It was so small that his hand could cover most of it, and her breath tickled his palm. In fact, what was tingling was not just his palm, but also his heart. She couldn't be considered stunning. None of her features stood out particularly, but when put together, they created an inexplicable sense of comfort. She had an outstanding temperament, making one feel that a beautiful woman should look like this. Her appearance seemed gentle and docile, yet she had a firm core. This was probably what they called gentle yet resolute. Xiao Ziyuan asked softly, "Is the thing I wanted ready?" "It's in the storage box on your left." Xiao Ziyuan opened the storage box and indeed found a folder. He glanced at Sui Yi, who was sleeping soundly, before opening the folder to take a look. After a long time, he closed it and placed the folder back in its spot, slowly closing his eyes. Sui Yi slept soundly all the way, while Xiao Ziyuan was deep in thought. As they approached their destination, the driver gradually slowed down, cleared his throat, and after a minute, lowered the partition. Ahead was an intersection. Which way to go? Xiao Ziyuan glanced at the road ahead, then looked down at the still sleeping Sui Yi, and quietly replied, "Let's pull over for now. We'll figure out later." Once the car was parked safely by the side, the driver thoughtfully said, "I'll get out for a smoke. Call me when you're ready to leave." Xiao Ziyuan smiled and nodded. "All right. Thank you for your hard work." The driver respectfully nodded and got out, walking a little distance away. Only Xiao Ziyuan and Sui Yi remained in the car. Xiao Ziyuan was not in a hurry and waited quietly. Half an hour later, Sui Yi finally woke up, looking groggy as she glanced outside, and then at Xiao Ziyuan. "Are we there?" Xiao Ziyuan shook his head. "Not yet." Sui Yi asked again, "Is the car broken?" Xiao Ziyuan shook his head again, "No." Sui Yi looked ahead and asked, "Is there a traffic jam?" Xiao Ziyuan continued to shake his head, "No." Sui Yi frowned. "Then why aren't we moving?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled slightly and slowly said a few words. "We are waiting for the person who will guide us to wake up." Sui Yi blinked, maintaining her composure on the surface, but wishing she could shrink into a shell inside. Just turn right and go straight ahead." As the car moved forward, Xiao Ziyuan gradually became interested. This was an ancient town with the most obvious features of Jiangnan: small bridges, flowing water, and homes. Eventually, the car stopped at a place where they couldn't go any further. After giving a few instructions, Xiao Ziyuan watched as the driver drove away, and he and Sui Yi continued on foot. Xiao Ziyuan did not expect Sui Yi's home to be in such an ancient and quaint place, peaceful and pleasant. The two of them walked along the stone-paved road, with Sui Yi leading the way in front, while Xiao Ziyuan followed behind carrying the luggage. She occasionally turned back with a smile to check if he was keeping up, and Xiao Ziyuan really enjoyed this feeling. Just as he was thinking, Sui Yi turned back and asked with a smile, "Have you been here before, Brother Xiao?" Xiao Ziyuan recalled that he had been near here with classmates before, but he hadn't come to this area. Sui Yi smiled. "Very few tourists know about this place. The scenery here is actually better, but if more tourists come, it will ruin the charm of this place." Xiao Ziyuan agreed with this. The last time he visited with his classmates, that so-called 1,000-year-old town had already changed its flavor, filled with commercial vibes, leading to disappointment after an excited visit. They encountered many locals along the way, and those who recognized Sui Yi greeted her. She responded in her hometown dialect, her smile radiant. Xiao Ziyuan listened to the dialect he couldn't quite understand, smiling as he looked at Sui Yi. The soft and sweet Wu dialect was really nice. Finally, Sui Yi led Xiao Ziyuan to a quaint courtyard, knocked on the door, and someone quickly came to open it. Before the door was fully opened, Sui Yi affectionately called out, "Mom, I'm back." As the door slowly opened, Xiao Ziyuan finally witnessed the renowned Miss Shun from the scholarly family, praised highly by Lin Shun. He had seen many ladies from noble families, but at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For these women with rich experiences, time had given them confidence and character. Wrinkles were no longer a sign of aging, but rather medals of time. The woman before him, though no longer young, radiated an even more distinguished grace. She stood behind the slowly opening ancient door, like a young lady from a noble family who had crossed a millennium, graceful and poised. Xiao Ziyuan then realized that the calm and gentle scholarly aura of Sui Yi mostly came from this person. When Sui Yi's mother saw her and was about to speak, she suddenly noticed Xiao Ziyuan and fell silent, quietly assessing him with calm and steady eyes. Xiao Ziyuan confidently met her gaze. Sui Yi felt a bit shy in front of her mother. "Mom, this is my senior brother. He has some matters here and brought me back." Xiao Ziyuan followed up on Sui Yi's words, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, Annie, I'm Xiao Ziyuan." Sui Yi's mother did not respond, but instead focused her gaze on the half-exposed piece pendant around Xiao Ziyuan's neck, then looked back at him expressionlessly. Xiao Ziyuan respectfully nodded. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Sui Yi shyly glanced at Xiao Ziyuan, who returned her a comforting smile. After observing Xiao Ziyuan for a long while, Sui Yi's mother slowly smiled, changing from her earlier seriousness to warmly inviting the two inside. Come in and sit down. Sui Yi, you really shouldn't trouble others so much next time. Sui Yi smiled at Xiao Ziyuan, slowing her pace by half a step to walk alongside him, and quietly said, It's okay, my mom is easy to get along with. Xiao Ziyuan thought Sui Yi was trying to comfort him, but he didn't expect this seemingly cultured and gentle woman to be somewhat different from his imagination, perhaps a bit too easy to get along with. So easy to get along that it made him feel quite pressured. Upon entering, they saw a spacious courtyard filled with various flowers and plants, neatly and quietly maintained. Passing through the courtyard, they came to a small building with ancient charm, gray walls and dark tiles, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. As soon as the three sat down, Sui Yi's mother began to give Sui Yi orders. Sui Yi, go pour some tea. Sui Yi obediently stood up to pour 3 cups of tea, and before she could sit down, Sui Yi's mother spoke again. Sui, hurry up and cook. Sui Yi frowned at the time. It was 4 in the afternoon. Cooking at this time? Sui Yi's mother seemed unaware of any issues and urged, hurry up. Oh. Sui Yi knew her mother was intentionally trying to send her away, but still stood up and went to the kitchen. Before leaving, she looked back at Xiao Ziyuan with some concern, and Xiao Ziyuan quickly stood up. Annie, I'll help. Sui Yi's mother pulled Xiao Ziyuan back down, beaming, no need. Just let her go. We'll have a chat. While cooking in the kitchen, Sui Yi occasionally glanced over. By the time Sui Yi brought the dishes out, Sui Yi's mother and Xiao Ziyuan were already chatting happily. Sui Yi's mother was pointing at a photo to show Xiao Ziyuan, look, when this girl was little, she looked so much like a boy, and she was so chubby. Xiao Ziyuan looked at the chubby child in the photo, wearing open crotch pants, and couldn't help but nod, indeed, very much so. Sui Yi gasped and quickly rushed over to grab it. Her face flushed. Mom, what are you doing? Sui Yi's mother took off her reading glasses. Why are you shouting? Your mom is not blind. She can hear just fine. Sui Yi shot Xiao Ziyuan a glance, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Why are you bringing this out? Sui Yi's mother leisurely put away her glasses. I'm just showing it to Ziyuan. What is there to be afraid of? Sui Yi tightly clutched the photo in her hands. The chubby girl in the picture was grinning at the camera, while she only wanted to cry now. When Sui Yi looked up, she met Xiao Ziyuan's smiling eyes, and then she saw his hand reach over to pinch the other corner of the photo. How about I keep this as a memento? Sui Yi shook her head vigorously. Xiao Ziyuan began to tempt her. Next time, I'll also give you a picture of me when I was little. Sui Yi held on tightly. We can talk about it next time. Sui Yi's mother, smiling, suddenly interjected, Ziyuan, actually this one isn't good. Let me find a picture of her bathing when she was little. Saying this, she started to get up to look for it. Sui Yi was taken aback and rushed over to stop her, shoving the photo into Xiao Ziyuan's arms. If you like this one, you can have it, Mom. No need to look for more. Let us go eat. Seeing Sui Yi's mother getting up to eat, Xiao Ziyuan smiled and put the photo away. And Sui Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this picture was still of her dressed, even though it was in open crotch pants, the bathing photo. Just thinking about it made Sui Yi's face heat up. At the dining table, Sui Yi's mother warmly invited Xiao Ziyuan to eat, while also teasing Sui Yi. Eat quickly. This girl's cooking isn't good, so just make do with it. Tomorrow I'll make you something delicious. Sui Yi immediately withdrew her chopsticks for picking up vegetables, looking dejectedly at Sui Mu. Sui Mu seemed oblivious, while Xiao Ziyuan turned away to laugh, his shoulders shaking continuously. After taking a bite, Sui Yi suddenly remembered something and quickly looked up at Xiao Ziyuan. After tasting a dish, he swallowed it calmly. Sui Yi took out her phone under the table and quickly sent a text message. Xiao Ziyuan felt his phone vibrate and saw Sui Yi looking at him with an apologetic expression, so he understood about 70 to 80% of the situation. My mom has a heart condition and prefers bland food. I forgot to tell you, the dishes didn't have any salt. Xiao Ziyuan quickly replied with 2 words, it's fine. Sui Mu observed the small gestures between the two but feigned ignorance, not knowing whether it was intentional or not, as she continued to warmly invite Xiao Ziyuan. Eat more vegetables, have some more. Sui Yi watched as Xiao Ziyuan ate a lot of tasteless dishes and a bowl of bland rice under Sui Mu's encouragement. With each bite he took, Sui Yi felt an increasing sense of guilt. After dinner, Sui Yi glanced at Xiao Ziyuan and then at Sui Mu, and took the initiative to say, "Mom, it's getting late. I'll take Senior Xiao to the hotel." Sui Mu shot a glare at Sui Yi. "You child. How can you be so ungrateful? He traveled a long way to bring you back. Why stay in a hotel? Ziyuan, you can stay at our house. Stay a few more days and have fun." Sui Yi, hurry up and make the bed. Sui Yi looked at Sui Mu in disbelief, thinking, "So this is your son, and I'm just your son's maid?" Xiao Ziyuan watched and laughed from the side. While Sui Yi was making the bed, Xiao Ziyuan came in through the door. Just as Sui Yi was struggling to fold the top left corner of the quilt. After several attempts, either the angle was too large or too small, and she was never satisfied. Xiao Ziyuan laughed. "How did you know I have this habit?" Sui Yi, focused on her folding, was startled by the sudden voice behind her and turned around quickly. I saw in your house." Xiao Ziyuan suddenly became interested. "How often do you go there after I leave?" Sui Yi frowned, pondering the answer. "Not necessarily." Xiao Ziyuan, with a mischievous streak, pressed on. "Not necessarily? What frequency is that?" Sui Yi continued to deflect. "Not every day." "Then do you go every few days?" Xiao Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Sui Yi felt she would collapse if this conversation continued, and suddenly interrupted him, flustered. "Senior Xiao, you didn't eat enough for dinner. Let me make you a bowl of noodles." "Wait a moment." Xiao Ziyuan watched her hurried figure and chuckled to himself, wondering when he had become so assertive. After laughing, he carefully examined the room. The houses in the entire small town were facing the water, and opening the carved wooden window revealed a night view over the water, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, peaceful and stable, a long-lost tranquility. Such a place was truly attractive. No wonder she rushed home whenever she had a break. When Sui Yi entered with the noodles, Xiao Ziyuan was still standing by the window, looking outside. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned around with a calm smile. "The night view is beautiful." Sui Yi was momentarily lost in thought at Xiao Ziyuan's smile. He stood tall in white clothes and gray pants by the window, his face like a jade crown. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, and the hazy moonlight spilled onto his handsome face. With a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, his gaze was fixed on her, warm like the spring sun in March, captivating her heart. At that moment, Sui Yi could only think of one sentence. A person like jade on the road, a gentleman unmatched in the world. After regaining her composure, Sui Yi awkwardly walked over, placing the bowl on the table by the window, glancing outside, trying to break the silence. "The view here isn't great. I've been tired all day. Let us wait until tomorrow when I'm rested, and I'll take you out to see it. The night view will be even more beautiful. Hurry and eat the noodles. They'll get cold soon." Xiao Ziyuan looked down at the noodles and couldn't help but tease, asking with a smile, "You put salt in this time, right?" Sui Yi finally got angry and bit her lip, frowning at Xiao Ziyuan for a few seconds before turning to walk out. Just as she stepped out, her wrist was grabbed, and the gentle voice behind her was soft and coaxing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Stay and talk with me for a while." Xiao Ziyuan had excellent habits. Generally, after dinner, he wouldn't eat anything else. The few times he broke this rule were all because of Sui Yi. He picked at the noodles and found them quite good, and with someone accompanying him, he happily finished most of the bowl. Sui Yi knew he had great manners and rarely spoke during meals, so she didn't say much either, aimlessly counting the patterns on the wooden bed rail. Seeing her bored, Xiao Ziyuan recalled something and took the initiative to speak. "Your mother, is not quite what I imagined. I heard Lynch mention her before, and I thought." Sui Yi knew what he was about to say and smiled, her expression a bit mischievous. "You thought she would be a composed and poised young lady who doesn't show her teeth when she smiles?" Xiao Ziyuan nodded with a smile, acknowledging that he indeed thought so. Sui Yi suddenly stopped smiling and hesitated, explaining the trivial details. "Actually, my mom wasn't like this before. She used to be just like you imagined. My grandparents had very strict family teachings. However, later she divorced my dad due to certain issues. I was quite quiet when I was young, and she was probably afraid I would be affected or have shadows because of this. So she always tried to cheer me up with jokes, trying to make herself cheerful to influence me, wanting me to be more lively. Over time, her own personality really changed." Xiao Ziyuan nodded. "A mother's love is the greatest in the world. They are willing to try anything for their children." He looked at Sui Yi again, noticing how lightly she brushed over the events that had happened years ago, without crying or showing anger, only with a peaceful heart, even smiling faintly when she talked about it. How could he not love such a girl, who remained calm and strong beneath her gentle and serene exterior? That night, Sui Yi snuggled into Sui Mu's room with a pillow. Sui Mu was reading with the lamp on and her reading glasses, and when she saw her daughter standing barefoot by the bed with a pitiful look, she padded beside her. "Come here." Sui Yi jumped in her arms, acting cute, Mom. Sui Mu stroked her daughter's head while reading. Sui Yi, with flickering eyes and a hint of guilt, asked, "Why don't you ask me how I brought someone back?" Sui Mu continued jokingly, "You're not a child anymore. You should bring a man back." "Mom, all right. I wouldn't say anymore. Didn't you say he was just passing by and brought you back?" As the night grew quiet, Sui Yi lay in Sui Mu's arms and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. For some reason, she asked, "Mom, what do you think of Xiao Ziyuan?" Sui Mu's gaze remained fixed on a certain line of text, and a fleeting light sparkled in her eyes before she spoke. "He looks good, from his words and actions. He seems well-mannered. If he asks just a regular friend, I'd give him full marks. But if he wants to marry my daughter, I'll have to see more." Sui Yi panicked. "He doesn't want to marry you." Sui Mu found it amusing, but kept a straight face. "Oh." Sui Yi fell silent for a moment. Her mind suddenly filled with Xiao Ziyuan's face. She closed her eyes and said, "Mom, can I sleep with you tonight?" Sui Mu deliberately put on a stern face. "No kicking when you fall asleep." Sui Yi rolled her eyes. "I'm not a child." "I know." Then, feeling satisfied, she burrowed back into Sui Mu's embrace, reminiscing about the good old days when she could always sleep with her mom. Sui Mu took off her glasses and glanced at her. "Not growing up? Just eating and not growing? Are you trying to exhaust me? Hurry up and grow up. Find a man to support you. I've raised you for over 20 years. I'm already tired of it." With a powerless wail, Sui Yi called out, "Mom." Sui Mu casually turned off the light, saying, "Calling me won't help. When the time comes and you can't find someone to marry you, I'll kick you out. Remember that." Sui Yi wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Sui Mu, who insisted on silence during meals and bedtime. Sui Yi opened her mouth, but eventually shut it, obediently going to sleep. Xiao Ziyuan was usually a light sleeper, but that night, he slept very soundly. The next morning, when he got up and went downstairs, he saw Sui Mu writing in the living room. Upon noticing him, she put down her pen and called him over. Xiao Ziyuan keenly sensed that something had changed. It seemed that overnight, Sui Mu had become a different person. Gone was the warmth from yesterday, replaced by a calm demeanor, as if she had returned to the reserved indifference expected of a woman's family. "I heard your writing is quite good," she said. Xiao Ziyuan sensed something and politely replied, "I practiced for a few years when I was young." Sui Mu stepped aside and said lightly, "I just wrote a few characters. Why don't you try writing based on their structure?" Xiao Ziyuan smiled inwardly. Indeed, coming from a scholarly family, the subjects they tested were more refined than those in other households. He stood at the table, picked up the pen, and was just about to write when he hesitated. He had just been wondering why Sui Mu insisted he write according to her characters. "Promises not to be taken lightly, thus old friends do not disappoint me. Promises not to be made lightly, thus I do not disappoint others." It seemed that it was not simply about wanting to see how well he could write.